All right, I'm calling this meeting to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education for Thursday, June 24, 2021. Superintendent, please call roll.
Member Rhodes? Sorry, I think Member Rhodes will be joining us. President Britt should be a Zoom.
Yes.
Member Wu?
Here.
Member Morowski?
Here.
Member Pritchett?
Here.
Member Villa?
Here.
Member Garcia?
Student member Shea?
Present.
All right, and I believe we have 4 public comments before we go into closed.
Yes, our first public comment is from Caroline Cabillas.
Oh, Caroline, are you able to hear us? Oh, it sounds like maybe Caroline is hooked to maybe a phone and on the computer possibly, or 2 computers?
I just turned it off.
Okay, perfect. Hi. Go
Sorry.
right ahead.
Okay, it's my turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Board members, I'm Caroline Cabillas, and I live in this district. For 4 years now, our community has watched as Superintendent Aguilar has worked with you to implement changes that he was brought here to do and that would benefit our students. Your positive evaluation of him confirms your continuing commitment to work in partnership with the superintendent on these very needed changes, even more critical now to address the negative effects of the pandemic. As important, it is a continuation of the leadership stability which serves our student community best. So as a community leader, we have an obligation to also support this collaboration in any way we can in supporting the board's direction and its work with the superintendent to ensure that our students remain the priority of the district. So it is very encouraging to see this board focused on the strong partnership with the superintendent and the evaluation of his performance that fits the direction that you wish him to go in this partnership, again, for the benefit of our students. So thank you for your performance review and your continuing leadership with the superintendent to ensure that the work of the district and the work that you brought him here to do can continue, and that the leadership, the stability of the leadership also continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danielle Darby.
Mr. Darby, you're on mute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, board and superintendent. I have heard many times that this is a data-driven district. So before you go into closed sessions and do the performance evaluation of the superintendent, I would just like to give you some data that you need to know about. Since Mr. Aguilar has joined our school district, our budgets have been a complete mess, and he has somehow grounded it such that we have to have Sacramento County Office of Education basically be in control of our budget. In addition to that, the second data point I want to present to you is that I think it's the state of California or the county of Sacramento Office of Education, I'm not sure which one, they basically have to take control of our special ed department, because he has been a complete failure on running the special ed department and seeing that services that our student needs are actually being met. So he has to send weekly or monthly reports to the county or the state of California special ed department. Now, I was saddened to hear him last week just flat out lie to the board, or I'm not sure, maybe he was just trying to show how disconnected he was to the district when he mentioned that the SAT tests and the PSAT tests are used to help place students in AP courses. Because on my limited research that I was able to do in talking to counselors at a couple different schools, that seems to be completely not true and not what those tests are absolutely used for. Let alone that this is a test that you want to support a white privilege policy, which I don't understand either. So with that, based off of my understanding, there was a vote of no confidence by his employees, so his employees don't trust them.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. Please wrap it up. His response to the COVID pandemic, the community doesn't trust him. So he has lost the trust of the community and his employees. There's nothing left for him to do. Thank you, Mr. Darby. Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judy Farina.
Hi, Judy.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Judy Farina, president of UPE, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of UPE and Teamsters Local 150. We have watched and listened as our fellow colleagues have voiced their displeasure with Superintendent Aguilar, up to and including no confidence votes. While our district continues to struggle to meet the needs of the community and students it serves, we do not believe that replacing Superintendent Aguilar at this critical time will do anything other than further harm our children. We implore you to stay the course with Superintendent Aguilar and afford our children and district the opportunity to explore the continuity this decision will bring. While our district continues to confront a multitude of challenges, they are not entirely rooted in Superintendent Aguilar's leadership. They carried over from years of board and district leadership acquiescing to pressure and relinquishing decision-making authority, which has weakened our ability to equitably, effectively, and efficiently ensure the success of our students. And that includes budget and special ed MOUs and decisions that have been made by past superintendents. We believe that we can and must find ways to be more effective collaborators in order to build a strong and vibrant culture within our district. UPE and Teamsters 150 agree that there are numerous areas of improvement for the superintendent, specifically in the areas of true equity and access for the children and adults in our system, fiscal management, and student achievement. However, these needed improvements will not suddenly be resolved with a new superintendent. In fact, going through the process of recruiting, vetting, hiring, and onboarding a new superintendent only to have them subject to the same bullying and demagoguery directed at many previous superintendents would only serve to prolong the chaos in which we find ourselves. UPE and Teamsters agree that the constant succession of superintendents is one of the main drivers of poor student achievement and has contributed tremendously to the chaos that defines our district. It has been 6 decades since SCUSD had a superintendent with a tenure of more than 7 years.
Thank you, Ms. Farina. Please wrap up your comments.
Okay, Superintendent Aguilar's contract should be renewed. We believe that anything else would be a mistake, and we would all feel the consequences of that nearly instantaneously. Our children will feel the most of it and do not have time for adults to sort this out. We urge you to look beyond the current politicking and allow Superintendent Aguilar to focus our attention on making steady and consistent improvements for our children.
Thank you, Ms. Farina.
That was the final comment.
Okay, with that, we will move into closed. All right, I'm calling back to order the
Ok, muy
meeting
bien,
of
pues
Sacramento City
regresamos
Unified Board of
a la
Education.
Junta. Esta es la Junta de Educación de la ciudad de Sacramento.
Looks like we have an interpreter, maybe?
Aquí tenemos aquí un intérprete. Muy bien.
Okay. All right, item 4.0, call back to order Pledge of Allegiance.
So,
4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by
sí, el
Lieutenant
juramento de la
Aguilar.
bandera. Pues, aquí. 3. Vamos a hacer, yo prometo levantar la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa a una nación.
Are we able to mute the interpreter? Ms. Guillermo. Thank you. Okay.
Bien.
All right, item 4.2, broadcast statement. Student member state.
This meeting of the Sacramento State School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be broadcast on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs Channel, on Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T UFers. Today's meeting will air Sunday, June 27th at 7 p.m. and Monday, June 28th at noon. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. The public has been given the opportunity to address the through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up.
Fantastic. Yes. Yes, he's muted now, but now it looks like he's unmuted again. Maybe he's on the wrong channel.
Okay, thank you.
He's back unmuted now. No, he's not. Are you able to mute him? Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Item 4.3, still our student, Destiny Griffin, an 8th grade student at Fern Bacon Middle School. I believe we have Member Villa. Is Destiny here? Do we know?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So Destiny was nominated by both the ACES program manager and also the site principal. And she had indicated not only is she a warm and friendly person who makes the effort to connect with all students, but she has managed to push herself academically this year despite some hardships at home. On top of that, Destiny is very active in her community, having been a part of her church choir, praise dance, and a member of the Center of Attention as majorette. We've also seen quite a bit of growth from her in terms of her being more accepting of others that may have different religious and personal beliefs. And she's also become an LGBTQ ally, of which we are all very proud. So thank you so much, Destiny Griffin.
Destiny, if you unmute and put yourself on video.
There you are.
Hi, Destiny. Like to say something? Thank you for nominating me, I guess. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Congratulations, Destiny. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Item 5.0, announcements of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Pritchett. There are 3 announcements coming out of closed session. First, the board approved by a unanimous vote 7-0 a settlement agreement in San Francisco County Superior Court case number CPF-15-514477, Cal 200 Inc. and Mark Babin versus Apple Valley Unified School District et al. The settlement agreement has now been finalized. The essential terms of the agreement include continued compliance and tracking of physical education minutes, payment of $18,000 to plaintiffs for attorney's fees, and a release of all claims. I will pass it on now to the superintendent for our next announcement.
Thank you. I am very pleased to announce this evening that our board
by a unanimous vote, 7-0, approve the appointment of Mr. Chase Tafoya as our new principal at Albert Einstein Middle School. Congratulations, Mr. Tafoya.
Welcome to Einstein, Mr. Tafoya. All right, and the third announcement, I am pleased to announce that the board by unanimous vote, 7-0, voted to approve a positive evaluation of the superintendent for the 2020 to 21 school year. We are pleased to reflect on the successes achieved this past year under the superintendent's leadership. Most notably, how the district pivoted in response to a very real roadblocks presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. This positive evaluation means that the superintendent's employment agreement is extended through June 30th, 2025, and we look forward to his continued leadership of our district. And I just have a personal statement that I'd like to read in regard to that. Superintendent, I just want to say that how proud I am to have you part of our governance team. The work that has been completed in the midst of this pandemic is something that all of us should be applauding. And yes, we had some hiccups, often, most of them out of our control. But I just want to say thank you for always putting our students first, onward and upward from here. Thank you. Do we have any other? Member Morosky.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Just want to basically echo your words, and it's easy to throw stones and talk about what's going wrong. It's really hard to hold things together and to move forward in spite of tremendous headwinds. And I just want to thank you, Superintendent Aguilar, for leading us through this incredibly tumultuous time. And I look forward to continued partnership to move forward in the best interests of children with the additional resources and opportunities we've been given. Thank you.
Member Phillips.
I just want to say that that my decision to vote for a satisfactory evaluation was really based on what happened in this pandemic. It's really important for me to express that this was a multi-layered decision, and I really want to ensure that the public knows that the crises of the pandemic exposed us to highlight so many things that have been wrong. It's been called the pandemic before the pandemic, and hybrid and distance learning were not necessarily the best thing for our students, and that's why we're pressing to get back to school the way we need to be in the fall. But we still have to remember that our Black and brown, economically disadvantaged, other marginalized students have continued to be affected by the systemic direction of our national school systems. The more we focus on that, the more we're going to get done in terms of correcting that pandemic before the pandemic. I will applaud Superintendent Aguilar. I don't think I would have been able to handle all this with the pandemic. So, my hat's off to you for that. We just need to make sure that we're all aware that we have a lot of work to do, a lot of things to get corrected, and a lot of systemic things that we need to, quash as far as I'm concerned. So, I did vote for a positive because this was one hell of a ride. So, appreciated.
Thank you, Member Phillips. All right, perfect. Superintendent, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, President Pritchett. I want to first thank you, President Pritchett, and thank you to each of you, board members as well, for this sign of faith in me as your superintendent, and more than me, I want to say the faith in the work of our staff. So I want to thank you on their behalf as well. I know that we all believe in the potential that each student possesses, and we're all committed to ensuring that our students get an education that will lead to a brighter future for all of the students that we serve in Sac City Unified. And I also know that it takes a tremendous amount of courage to take on challenges and keep working on solving them, board members, especially when there are no easy answers. And I've not been able to find any easy answers in the 4 years that I've served as your superintendent. I'm also now fully aware that decisions that come to you as a board, whether they're policy changes that we recommend as a team, unfortunately are largely viewed by many through the lens of pro-district or pro-labor. And what I would like to just comment on is that we have to end that paradigm in Sac City Unified. And instead, we need to commit to a lens of pro-student, pro-collaboration all the time. And I like to remind myself that in the word collaboration is labor. In the form of work and just taking a lot of work to achieve that. And I certainly understand that to collaborate effectively requires a lot of work from all of us. I hope that we can collaborate to adopt a pro-student, pro-collaboration stance as the driving force for every single decision that we make on behalf of our students here in Sac City Unified. Because we have a history of being a high poverty, low performing school district. And the reality is that I think of one of my favorite Mexican poets from the state of Nayarit, Amado Nervo, who talks to us about in a wonderful poem called En Paz that we are the architects of our own destiny. And we don't have to accept our current reality as that destiny. And that is something that I take very, very seriously. So let's not let up in finding ways to invest more toward our students. And let's collectively take on the responsibility to make sure that we can see the opportunities that we have in front of us, to work through the tough choices before us as well, and collaborate on a budget recovery plan that will improve our budget structure overall to provide ongoing opportunities for our students. I really firmly believe that with a pro-student, pro-collaboration stance, we will have the courage to confront that budget structure, and we can consider and adopt practices used by so many other organizations that are not at risk of insolvency at one point or another in their future. Board members, I am just deeply honored by your commitment and your partnership, and most importantly, your faith in me as your superintendent. And I stand proudly, I really do, with you as we continue to demonstrate that the most effective leadership is to continue to view our work as being pro-student and pro-collaboration. I think that we can be the architects of our own destiny, and that should be to create a brighter future for all of our students, as Member Phillips just reminded all of us as well. So thank you again. Much, much appreciated and deeply honored.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you again for your leadership through one of the hardest years in Sac City history. All right. With that, we have agenda adoption. I have a motion.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. All right. Perfect. Thank you. Item 7.0, public comment. We have 13 live public comments. With that, we'd like to hear from each of our 13 commenters. But I'd like to ask that we ask for 1 minute for each person so we can hear from everyone.
Our first public comment is from Alice Mercer.
I'm Mo Kashmiri ceding 1 minute of time to make for comment. I'm speaking today to express the district is not doing enough to help students in psychological distress and needs to adopt a comprehensive approach to assist our most vulnerable students. I teach fourth grade at Herbert Bancroft Elementary. I'm going to share two stories. Here's the first. This is from a parent in the district who's also a teacher. Her secondary student has an IEP. Needless to say, there were a lot of issues in a year of distance learning and returning to in-person that was not a doable option. It was obvious the child was falling between the cracks from the complete lack of preparation they had in class. And the parent brought this up to the special education program specialist and to the child's site administrator. She even indicated that there would be a hospitalization to address mental health concerns, but there was no outreach beyond a single teacher at the end of the year discussing the placement for next year. I'm not surprised. Everyone was running on empty this year, and this says more about the lack of district attention and resources than about the individual adults involved. Now for my story. This school year, as a fourth grade
Mercer, can you please wrap up?
Extreme psychological distress that showed up through Google search they made. The district sent out someone to assess the situation. The solution was that I would be responsible to check in with the student and would be their safe contact if they were in further distress. Well, I care deeply for all of my students and like to operate this one in particular, I'm not a member of the Flying Melindas, and I don't like to operate in this sort of environment without a safety net. After a year of tragedy and distress so many of our students have experienced, the district needs to provide counseling and social work services at each site and not just rely on the overstretched teachers and school psychologists, both of whom have numerous other duties. This will be a significant issue in the next school year and won't get better just because we've returned to in-person teaching, because there are many students who've experienced significant loss, high levels of stress, and extreme trauma. The district needs a comprehensive plan to deal with the large need that is out there in the school community. You have the money from the state and the feds. Now spend it appropriately. I'm demanding it. SAC ACT is demanding it, and conscience demands it. Do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer. Thank you, Ms. Mercer, for your comment.
Our next comment is from Carl Pinkston.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Carl Pinkston from Black Parallel School Board. Tuesday, the Black Parallel School Board, along with Brown Issue, Sacramento Act, Northern California for Legal Services, submitted to you our Transformative School Safety Investment Plan, and it is a plan for that addresses what needs to be in place without SRO. In our plan, it outlines a couple of things. One, of the 4,534 calls that were made from 2015 to 2019, 87% was for non-emergency purposes. Two, we outline what we feel is needed for mental health and behavioral health services and support, as well as recommendations in terms of policy updates and revisions and a matrix to address.
Thank you, Ms. Kingston. If you could please wrap it up.
Yes. And in conclusion, just want to say that this is the first draft that we're submitting, and we want to partner with the district to be able to provide a very powerful investment plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danielle Darby.
Mr. Darby, are you able to hear us? Ms. Moretti, if you could please go into the next commenter, and we'll get back to Mr. Darby.
Okay, our next speaker is David Alleman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I believe Yolanda Padilla and Gulalai were also going to talk tonight on preschool, but they've yielded their time to me.
Okay.
So I just wanted to...
3 minutes, Mr. Alleman, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to thank the current child development preschool teachers, aides, assistants, and past preschool staff, because they've been preparing children for kindergarten for over 50 years in this district. Congratulations. How dare this board use terms like transition kinder and universal preschool? We've been preparing children for preschool, for kindergarten for over 50 years in this district. And in fact, you've been working against this. The strategic plan, the second bullet on your strategic plan says that you would provide more opportunities for preschool. And yet in 2019 and 2020, you cut the preschool program in half. You allowed Jackie Bonini to do that. So the entrance to Head Start preschool, you know what the qualification is? You have to be underneath the National Poverty Income Guideline, and state is just a little higher. And you cut opportunities for that to 1,039 students. LV Watts brought preschool in back in the late 60s, and we've been operating and helping families. But you allowed Jackie Bonini, and you manipulated the PC board for Head Start to cut 599 Head Start slots. These parents had no idea what they were voting for, and you allowed it and you approved it. In fact, I'd like to find out how Leticia Garcia voted on that grant that year. I'd like to find out from her what she voted on. I want to know where the African American Academic Task Force, Mr. Pinkerton's group, the NAACP, the Urban League, where's BLM? They should be protesting this white supremacist board because you took away opportunities for all poor children in Sac City. 1,039 slots were cut from Head Start and state. How do you answer that? What do you say for yourself? You know what? Why do we have the highest or the third highest suspension rate in California, Mr. Aguilar? You know why? Because you're cutting out the early years. How do you make up for that? And now you're talking TK, and you want to talk universal preschool? How dare you? How dare you? You've got a program that is quality, and you let it get cut away. That is ridiculous. How do you answer that, board?
Mr. Alleman, please wrap up your comments.
Well, how do you answer that? Can I hear something?
Thank you, Mr. Alleman. Your time is up.
Leticia, answer.
Mr. Alleman, you're free to reach out and to any board member. All of our information is on the SUSD website. Thank you. Next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Danielle Prince.
Good evening, board. I thought I had 1 minute, so I'm talking really fast, but clearly. I'm Danielle Prince. I'm a member of Sacramento Act, and we're members of the Restorative Justice Collaborative, led by the Black Parallel School Board, and I'm also here to talk about the Transformative School Safety Investment Plan. I'll be addressing the issue of mental health crisis intervention that's addressed in the report and how to avoid a punitive or law enforcement response to those types of issues when they arise. Given how mental health crisis response is inextricably interwoven with the overall school climate, many of our recommendations for building a crisis response are linked to having a behavioral health team in place at every school site. This team can provide intervention support as well as training for school site staff that can often prevent crises from occurring in the first place. And when crises do occur, we have outlined how to respond in a way that decreases trauma, injury, or reliance on law enforcement. Law enforcement is not needed where trained mental health professionals are available, and Sac City Unified needs to invest funds in appropriate experts. Several of these investments are outlined in comments that Lamaya Coleman, also of SAC Act, will make tonight. In order to increase capacity in these ways, we urge Sac City Unified to dedicate a portion of the COVID recovery funds allocated to the district to build sustainable.
Ms. Prince, if you could please wrap up your comments.
For mental health crisis response. The Restorative Justice Collaborative would like to be included as part of the next steps in the district takes on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Doe.
Hi, this is Mo. Are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. This is Mo Kashmiri. I think I already ceded my time earlier to Alice Mercer. I was just speaking in favor of SAC Act's proposal around the Restorative Justice Collaborative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Myers.
Go ahead, Mr. Myers.
Yeah, good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar, and if you're online, the leadership of SCTA. This is John Myers on behalf of the parents of Open Sac City Schools. The students of Sacramento City Unified just completed a very difficult year. For too many, last year represented the largest educational, emotional, and social challenge these students may face during their school years. And let's be honest, the inability of the district and labor to work together to address the students' needs only made a bad situation worse. Today, we sent a letter with two simple requests to David Fisher at SCTA and to Superintendent Aguilar, along with 150 signatures and counting. First, we asked that in the next week that the district and SCTA publish a summer negotiation timeline. Secondly, we asked that the SCTA and the district both commit to finish negotiations by August 1st, 2021. That's it. Tell us your negotiation timeline and finish negotiations by August 1st. This is the least we can do for students who suffered so much. We look forward to responses from the district and from SCTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Next speaker is Lamaya Coleman.
My name is Lamaya Coleman, and I'm a district parent, sub, a SAC Act leader, and part of the Black Pearl School Board's Restorative Justice Collaborative team that developed the Reimagining School Safety Without SROs plan that was submitted to the board. As Danielle mentioned, SAC Act focused on the mental health piece. So in terms of things that we can do to effectively use the limited term COVID money to achieve long-term change through training and culture shift, things include: 1, provide de-escalation training for all site and central district staff. 2, provide high-quality extended training over the summer for staff to identify signs of emotional distress and develop healing-centered engagement. 3, provide anti-racist training to teachers and administrators. 4, hire mentors and coaches to support administrators and teachers in building healing-centered skills and practices in their classrooms and the larger school site. And 5, substantially increase compensation for the parent-teacher home visits over the summer and through the early fall to increase connection with families.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. If you could please wrap up.
So we want to be part of the next steps. Please include the Restorative Practices Collaborative.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, Renee.
Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar's pro-student call to action, as well as any educator that's listening tonight. And that is to call your senator and assembly person at the state and ask them to support Senate Bill 237, which would provide dyslexia screening for all kindergartners through second graders. If you care about achieving our early literacy goals that the LCAP PAC has asked, if you care about breaking the school to prison pipeline, if you care about supporting our English language learners, Embracing universal screening for dyslexia is a resource that you can give every teacher and a path to success for every young struggling reader. For some reason, California Teachers Association and the California School Boards Association is opposing it, even though it sailed through the Senate nearly unanimously. Please call your organizing organizations and tell them to support Senate Bill 237 this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Webster Hawkins.
Our next speaker is Terence Gladney.
Good evening. I'm gonna try to be within the 1 minute time frame. But I want to start with the disclaimer by saying this is my birthday, so I don't know that I'm going to hang on with you guys to the end of the meeting.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. But you know, obviously that comes with a bit of reflection. So my story is, you know, as a young African American male in California, growing up in the 80s, you know, I wasn't sure that I'd make it to 21, 25, I'm 42. And when I think about who helped navigate me through school and life beyond my family, it was my mentors at the school site, my teachers, my coaches, my counselors. It was not administrators. So, you know, I'm glad that we have had a revelation tonight that we should remain or return to a student-centered outcome mindset. But if we're going to do that at the top level, you guys as board members, our superintendent needs to trust the people that our students trust. The people that I trust in my school experience were the people on the school site. We cannot have a top-down centralized approach that does not allow our teachers and school sites to empower our students with the beautiful things that make them individual educators. Each teacher has gifts that they're given by God and that they have through their experiences in life. Let them share that with our children. We protect certain programs. If you could please
wrap it up.
Yeah, we protect certain programs and teachers from you know, layoffs and everything else, and they're able to be skipped. Allow that for our most vulnerable students. Let's really, truly, through our actions, be student-centered. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, so we'd like to try Daniel Darby again.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Hi, Mr.
Hello?
Darby. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So a couple of comments that I had are sort of going back to the last meeting that we had on 6/17, in that when we were talking about this windfall of money that we have, I heard a little bit too much talk on like a return on investment for the money. Please remember that children are not machines. We should not measure the money being spent on them as return on investment. A child will remember a field trip to a zoo much more than they will ever remember how to find algebra problem solving. So I hope that you will continue to remember that when we're looking at spending this money. And I am very happy to hear other people speak about the structural racism within this district that still exists. This district was founded in 1854 on racist roots by not admitting Black students. That was 167 years ago. We can do better. This is year 2021. We need to do better.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
please
Darby.
listen to the Black Parallel School Board, and let's work together to make this something better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is our last comment for public comment. Item 8.0 communications, 8.1 employee organizational reports, SCTA.
Yes, we have Nikki Malevsky reporting.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Nikki Malevsky, First Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. On June 8th, 2021, the Sacramento City Teachers Association presented to the district's bargaining team our Back to School Better framework, which can be found on our website at sacteachers.org. On June 17th, 2021, we wrote to Board President Pritchett and Superintendent Aguilar requesting that the district commit to a schedule for negotiations to ensure that schools can fully reopen and a new contract can be finalized by the time school starts on September 2nd. Educators proposed the goal of having these issues resolved by August 15th. We have also requested that Superintendent Aguilar participate directly in negotiations. and that the elected school board members designate a representative to participate in negotiations too. Since, based on Mr. Aguilar's communications and the reports that are provided to the school board from district staff, the school board is not receiving an accurate description of what is happening at the bargaining table. We are very concerned by our negotiations yesterday. However, where the district's bargaining team unlawfully lacked someone with the authority to sign agreements on behalf of the district representatives could not answer whether the district would be offering a virtual academy or distance learning option for students in the fall, and the district offered no response to our Back to School Better framework. The district staff also was unable to respond to proposals that we first made to the district on March 3rd of 2020. Not only was Superintendent Aguilar nowhere to be seen, but the district was completely unprepared to bargain. Unlike the 65 teachers who took several hours out of their first week of unpaid summer break to participate in negotiations. I'd like to point out that yesterday was only the second time the district has been available to bargain in the last 6 weeks. We are also concerned that despite financial information being readily available on the district's website, there still seems to be some confusion regarding the district's financial performance over the last 10 years. Since the local control funding formula was introduced to California in 2012-13, SCUSD has ended 9 out of 10 years with a surplus. The positive end-of-the-year performances of the district are clearly spelled out in the official reports SCUSD filed with the state of California. Each of these documents can be found on the district's website under the section related to budgets and financial reports. The exception is 2017-18, the single year in the last 10 years that SCUSD actually ended the year with an unrestricted fund operating deficit. And you can see that for yourself. In 2012-13, the district had an $185,000 surplus. In 2013-14, it was $17 million surplus. In 2014-15, it was a $9.9 million surplus. In 2015-16, it was a $28 million surplus. In 16-17, it was a $4.7 million surplus. In 2017-18, the district actually had a deficit. The 1 year, but only because Superintendent Aguilar cashed out $6 million in vacation pay to the top administrators and added administrator positions that were unbudgeted and some other unbudgeted expenses. In 2018-19, when Superintendent Aguilar claimed the district was months away from fiscal insolvency, the district ran a surplus of $857,000. And in 2019-20, again, another surplus, this time $23.5 million. And finally, in 2021, after projecting a budget deficit would be $75 million in its unrestricted general fund, the district is, in its third interim budget, projects that it will end this year with a $10.9 million surplus. The unrestricted reserve fund now exceeds $95 million, the highest in SCUSD history. In 2012-13, the unrestricted reserve fund was only $12.7 million. In a surplus in 9 of the last 10 years, with a net increase of $83.3 million to the SCUSD unrestricted reserve fund, that's an average of $8.33 million per year, contradicts the claims that SCUSD has a structural deficit. To have a structural deficit, an entity must have an ongoing recurrent deficit. SCUSD does not. It would be more accurate to say that for the last 4 years, the district has inaccurately projected a structural deficit that has been grossly and irresponsibly inaccurate. All of this information conveyed to you, board members, by letter on June 11th, 2021, complete with links to the district's own documents, which provide the exact details of every number that we've cited. And still, like zealots who claim the earth is flat, some of you cling to the narrative that the district has a structural deficit and remains on the brink of fiscal insolvency. Ms. Ramos, in her presentation tonight, even still continues to raise the specter of fiscal insolvency. That is irresponsible, and it is one of the significant reasons why both certificated and classified staff voted overwhelmingly that they have no confidence in Jorge Aguilar's leadership. Earlier this week, an EdSource had an article that described the unprecedented windfall school districts have, both the COVID dollars and the California state budget, but how they have struggled to hire enough teachers to fill the vacancies. Rightfully responding to a teacher shortage, the school districts across the state are increasing pay and offering incentives to attract staff. What's happening in Sac City? Under Superintendent Aguilar, in defiance of standard economics dating at least Adam Smith in the late 18th century, the district is demanding an average of $750 per month reduction in Sac City teachers' take-home pay. Like the Flat Earthers, this school board, who denies the district surplus in 9 out of the 10 last years, responding to a teacher shortage by demanding a cut in teacher pay, demonstrates a complete failure to lead. It's time for a change. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to move Sac City in a positive direction by significantly improving services to our students. If implemented properly, Board Resolution 3212 before you tonight could be the first significant step to moving in that direction. But it will also require a bargaining team that is prepared and informed and empowered to negotiate in good faith. The kind of collaboration that Superintendent Aguilar mentioned earlier and committed himself to. We have set a deadline with the district to either have an agreement with the district by August 15th or to be at impasse. We expect to finalize a bargaining calendar shortly that should make that possible. But what it will take to make that goal what will make that goal unattainable is the district clinging to unsupportable positions like denying the true financial status of SCUSD and by responding to a teacher shortage by demanding cuts in the take-home pay of staff. Thank you.
Item 9.0, special presentations. Item 9.1, recognition of outgoing student member Issa Sheikh. For this presentation, I'd like to ask that all board members please come up on the dais. If you can stand up to the dais. I'm going to ask student member Sheikh to take his seat for the first time since being on this board. I need the mic. Yeah, you can just kind of stand up. Is this one working? Is it? Yeah, okay, so this one's working. Okay. Perfect. All right. All right. Student member Sheikh, you came to us in the middle of a crisis and a pandemic. Most of us first met you for the first time via Zoom. And that's how we did most of our meetings. Most students your age would have been intimidated by being on Zoom with all of us. You came in with a roar. Not a bad roar, a good roar. You were just what we needed. You've completed so much in your short time on this board. And just to mention a few of these items, you organized student-led meetings with board members and had us engaged with inside our own sites. And you wrote an extensive resolution on reopening. We congratulate you for this work. You are not afraid to speak up. Don't ever lose that voice. You are amazing. When I see you speak at board meetings, I'm often in just awe. And I think to myself, I want to be student member Sheikh when I grow up. So just be proud of that work that you've done. And we cannot wait to see what comes next. You will be missed fiercely on this board. And we're really looking forward to seeing and please don't forget about us, because we want to see what comes next. So with that, I'd like to present you with a district apple and a card from our board. Would you like to say a few words before we ask board members?
Thank you. Oh, I guess in the president's chair. Let's see, is this on? I've been thinking about this specific item since my very first meeting, so I'm very excited to finally unload all the thoughts that I collected on Google Docs throughout the year. Oops.
Typing new notes.
So on the night of July 29th, 2020 at 10:41 p.m., I received an email that made it impossible to sleep the entire night. I cried, I tossed and turned, I kept reading it back to myself thinking that it might have been imagined. As the sun began rising, despite not having slept, I felt immense energy, something I put into use in a 20-mile bike ride from my South Sac home to the Capitol and back. In hindsight, this was probably practice for some of our longer meetings. When I reached home, the email was still there. The Sac City Student Board member Olivia Ang Olson wrote to me that I had been selected to serve as her successor. Growing up, my mother taught me that education was a ladder up. You know, we were an immigrant family working. My mom stayed at home. My dad worked minimum wage as a taxi driver. Public education was something we couldn't have accessed back in India, which was one of the many reasons we came to this country. And so it's been an incredible honor and privilege to further that dream for myself and for hopefully some students in this district as a member of this board over the course of the past year. And as much as I've tried to raise a light to the flaws of our system in serving students inequitably and in many ways failing our students, it's important to highlight how blessed we are to have a public education system that's free, and that there are thousands of people in this district specifically dedicated to making it better. As a Sac City student, I'm incredibly lucky to have the experiences of the past few years and of the past year specifically. Ed Code 35012 establishes this position that I was singing over there as a bridge between the student body and the Board of Education, between district administration and district staff. As much as the elected trustees who are joining me up here may or may not have the students in their mind, at the end of the day, they represent the voters, parents and families and other adults. And as much as parents might be invested in their children's educations, they don't walk the halls on a daily basis and don't live and breathe the decisions of this board like students do. And so I've tried as much as I could to represent the experience of walking the halls, even when we weren't in the halls, as faithfully as I could. While simultaneously working to be a full member of the board, in the words of that Ed Code statute. And it's taken a lot of work, especially for a position that has been historically put in the corner in a lot of districts and tokenized, including in this district, as an easy way to check a box of student engagement, or say, look, here's a student. And so as this board and district moves into the next year with the new SPM, I have some words for everyone. I hope that more can be done to ensure that this position will get the resources and assistance that it needs. Coming in, I had incredibly little onboarding and guidance, and I know that's part of that is because our Board of Education's office had to downsize. But I think workshopping, and I'm working on this personally, is teaching our incoming student board members on how to introduce action, how to write legislation, how to understand Ms. Ramos's presentations. In addition, I have written thousands of emails over the course of high school and hundreds of them from my district email account. And there were times during my tenure where I raised concerns to staff and board members, and there was the promise of a circle back, and then nothing happened. And so I understand that this is an incredibly busy district, but I feel like I would have appreciated a little bit more of that engagement and work. And I don't fault anyone, but I feel like moving forward, it would be helpful for us to give our student board member that. In addition, there were a lot of things that were just not thought about because this position isn't necessarily thought of as a board member. And so having to argue over the course of weeks to receive unconfidential board communication, something that I'm glad I achieved, but took work that shouldn't have needed to be taken. And there were times when I said things on the dais that were entirely uncontroversial, statements of what students were experiencing in this district, whether that was a deficit of communication or other things during the pandemic. And then youth development would tell me that high-level staff or other staff had said, please tell this person not to say that. And I feel like that's entirely inappropriate, and it lit a fire in me to say all kinds of things if I felt they were true. And I feel as though the student board member has a unique voice, and going forward, that voice should be something that we don't shy away from thinking that they might be wrong, but at least hearing them out. In addition, I've been in a number of events where the legitimacy of the position seems very shaky. And I admit that it might be. But when you're in an event with numerous board members and you keep counting the number of board members as whatever it is minus the student board member, I just feel like it does a disservice to the system. In addition, as I leave this district as a student and a student board member, there are some things I see that trouble me. This past year, I've gotten to work with 9 colleagues, I think, and it's been a pleasure working with every single one of you. But it's been rough seeing the constraints that are put on the elected board by the political reality of a labor partner or 2 labor partners maybe targeting anyone who deserves or who dares to stand up for fiscal realism or who dares to acknowledge the facts, and to see labor not collaborate but rather dictate a alternate view of the reality, much like Kellyanne Conway. It's really distressing and painful. This district is very, very lucky to have students and parents that are uber dedicated. I mean, the parents that we see in public comment time after time after time. I can name some of them: Renee, Webster, Hawkins, Sarah Williams, Kingsley, Angie Sutherland. The list goes on. Students as well, the Student Advisory Council. But at this point, so many of them feel as though their voices fall on deaf ears year after year. I know that I've mentioned before the first LCAP PAC meeting of this year where everyone had to throw up the agenda and couldn't even cope with the way that we were discussing the same things over and over again and nothing was happening. And we've can't be allowed to further discourage the people who care so much about their kids' education, about the education of other kids, by continuing to exist this way. In addition, the language of our politics should change. There have been accusations that mental health has been used as a buzzword this year. I don't think it has been, but I can understand where that comes from, because when you keep using words like equity and mental health and not seeing any changes on those fronts, it becomes tiresome. In addition, equity has sort of become this obsession without a clear definition. People mean different things by this. People have different approaches to this. In some ways, it's just correcting the wrongs that we have perpetuated for far too long. And in other ways, it's a Harrison Bergeron view of allocating resources and cutting them in other ways. And so we can't allow that to happen. But I would like to end on a far less dire note, which is that I have been so humbled by the past year with every single one of you in this room, and the hundreds of students and parents who have supported, criticized, emailed, phoned, texted, heckled maybe over Zoom. And so by name, I'd just like to thank a couple of our staff. Mark Carnero, who's in youth development, who guides our student advisory council year in, year out, has been an incredible mentor, and has really prepared me in some ways, although there was nothing that could prepare me. Victoria Flores, Victoria Flores is a hero, I think. She has been an incredible sense of a person of support in the work that we've done on mental health this year and supporting students when they were completely isolated. I commend Manpreet Kaur, our director of youth development, who I've called numerous times over dinner past 9 p.m., which I try really hard not to do, just to just to sort of make sure our underrepresented students are included. Anne Moretti, who was the first person I was in contact with in this position, and there was a lot to get done, whether it was putting up a photo in the first room or getting business cards or getting a phone and iPad, and all of that. Anne has always been an email away. Sheila DeMondan, who filled in for Anne, was incredible. Superintendent Aguilar, I wasn't allowed to be in the vote today for your evaluation, but undoubtedly it would have been without a skip, a positive evaluation. Your dedication, your intelligence, your incredible skill in handling everything that this district faces, I'm just in awe of. I hope that you stick around for a long time, because God knows this district needs it. Chief Academic Officer Christine Vieta, who helped me out along with Ann Collins on our resolution committing to a reopening. And then I have some words for our colleagues. Mark Twain wrote in one of his books, a travel book, that in the first place, God made idiots. That was for practice. Then he made school boards. I'm a cynical person, and so a couple years ago, I might have suspected that was true. After this year, I know it's not, at least outside of San Francisco. But I would like to thank every single one of the colleagues I've had the chance to serve alongside. President Pritchett, texting you while you're in closed session or anything else. The Student Advisory Council meeting you showed up. Every single person in your area knows how dedicated you are to your constituents. And I have a teacher who was very, very proud to tell me that he voted for you. So that's something. Members Rhodes and Garcia, our Sunday spent on community engagement for AB 86. I'm going to miss that. Member Morawski from our very first sort of months working on near peer supports and the mental health support resolution and all sorts of other things. It's been great to have an ally on that topic all this year. And then I'd like to especially recognize former members Minnick and Ryan, who have also been incredible supports. I wouldn't have applied were it not for the pandemic, because it was truly boredom at the end of the day that made me click on that Google form. But I wouldn't have applied were it not for Michael Minnick, who one day DM'd me on Twitter saying, you might want to consider this job. I'd also like to thank our principal at the Met, Denise, and my advisor, Chris, both of whom brought the idea of the Student Advisory Council to me back when I was a freshman. Who couldn't imagine anything like this. And I'd like to thank especially our Student Advisory Council rep from West Campus, Abby Morioka, who's one of the people insane enough to watch these meetings, as well as my teacher at the Met, Josue Guzman, who also watches these faithfully. If I were not in the room, I probably wouldn't do anything near that. And so I am just incredibly humbled, honored, and grateful for everything that has happened over the past year. It's been rough, but it's been the honor of a lifetime. And I'm really excited to unbox that apple.
The honor of asking for public comment.
Absolutely. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. We have 4 public comments, and the first public comment is from Daniel Darby.
Hi, Mr. Darby.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Board Member Shake, I just want to say, although I have disagreed with some of your viewpoints, I have always found you to be engaged. You have always had logical questions, and you have always stated your viewpoint with conviction. Those are some great qualities of a board member, I feel. But most importantly, I come to these meetings because I care about the district and its students, and I would like my voice to be heard. And I felt that you have heard me. And I want you to know that I appreciate that. So with that, I hope you have much happiness in your life and great success. And I just want you to know that I appreciate your service to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darby.
Our next speaker is Gwinnett Bird.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. So I'm a parent of 2 in the district, and I just wanted to chime in and say, wow, I have been following these meetings all year, and I've been always just completely blown away by how professional our student board member has been. He's always insightful, articulate, well-spoken, thought-provoking, professionally dressed. He really enhanced the discourse. He always asked excellent questions. There was one point at which I said out loud, he always speaks truth to power. And I just love that. I mean, you're just so impressive and such an asset to this board. You even hung in there during those wee hours, every board meeting. So I know you'll go far, and I really want to wish you the best. And thank you so much for giving of your time to this board this year. You've been such an asset. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bird.
Our next speaker is Michael Minnick.
Hello, I am Michael Minnick, former colleague on the Board of Education of Board Member Shake. I want to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate Issa Shake for the amazing job he's done as a student board member. Really, as a board member in entirety, not student or not. Issa, you have done an incredible job representing students, but you've also represented all of us. You've been this voice of reason and honesty. I learned a lot from you in our time together on the board. My only sadness is that because of the pandemic, we never got a chance to sit there on the dais together. But I'll take a Zoom meeting over nothing if it meant the chance that you and I got to work together. I'm so proud of you and the work you've done in this role. I know you're going to go on and do amazing things, and I'm looking forward to watching and supporting you. Just know that you will always have a fan over here. So I want to thank you, Board Member Shake.
Thanks, Michael.
Our final speaker is Renee Webster Hawkins.
Board Member Shake, happy graduation, and thank you for your service. Anyone who spends 5 minutes with you is persuaded of your leadership skills, your intellectual prowess, and most importantly, your emotional quotient, which all 3 of which are far beyond which most adults ever achieve in their lifetime. My son attended one of your town halls this year, and the demonstration of your leadership is that you're not just someone who can grasp policy, analyze, provide recommendations to leaders. You also send the ladder down. My son, who is humble and who has worked hard just to find his place in the public education system, was so persuaded by you and your leadership that he did the same thing you did a year ago. Late one night, he opened up that Google survey to apply for the Student Advisory Committee, and he is going to be on the cabinet next year, and that's precisely and only because of you. So kudos to you. Good luck. Thank you to your family for giving you up for all of these hours this year. And I wish you the very best. I hope our paths cross in the future.
Thank you, Renee, and congratulations to Jeremy.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. You certainly make our district proud. I'm so glad to say you're a product of Sac City Unified. As so many of the speakers said, you are smart, articulate, hardworking, and you're a natural leader and an inspiration, as we've heard today. I want to thank you for all your hard work to make sure that we on the board hear the student voice. And even though you weren't physically walking the halls, it's really as if it didn't matter, because virtually you were walking those halls and you let us know about the student needs. I also had the opportunity of working with you on the student listening sessions and on enhancing community engagement and outreach. And I was always, just very impressed with all of your thoughtful comments and obviously your amazing questions. So, you were an instrumental part of that product. You're an impressive young person, and so I know you will do great things in the future. I do wish you the best in college, and I do hope that you share with us, remind us where you're going to college. So I'm looking forward to hearing and following your journey, because I know you're going to do some pretty amazing things. Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us in this crazy, crazy year.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I can't just echo enough all of the positive comments that everyone has made. Students could not have had a more courageous, more dedicated, smarter, more perceptive leader in the right place at the right time to really inspire all of us, and you have. And I just thank you for using your voice. It's a powerful one. Just keep using it. Keep speaking truth to power, as Ms. Bird said. And I just can't wait to see, what happens next. Don't let the pressure get to you. but it really is. You're a very special person, and I just thank you so much for sharing yourself with us. Keep in touch.
I just want to say thank you again to Student Board Member Sheikh. I had the privilege this afternoon to introduce Student Board Member Sheikh to a group of statewide superintendents, as well as higher ed researchers and foundation program managers from across the state and nation. And as I said to the group, I have not often met somebody at this age who has the ability to unpack very difficult, complicated policy matters. And believe it or not, Member Sheikh and I have not spent a whole lot of time. So that is not the result of us talking to him about those kinds of things. He is just a very, very gifted leader. And Member Garcia, just a reminder for everybody, I did say this when I introduced him, he will be headed to Notre Dame, and I figure that from there he'll head a little bit more east, somewhere near Pennsylvania Avenue in the future. But I do hope that he'll then come back west to his hometown, because we would absolutely welcome you back.
As you can tell, you've made an impact on all of us, so thank you for your commitment. And I'd like to present you with your plaque from the dais. And I know this is going to be a late night for us, but I'd like to take a 5-minute recess to celebrate with our student member Sheikh, for a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you. Okay, I'm calling us back to order. Thank you for indulging us in the quick recess. It's always nice to celebrate our outgoing board members. All right, so where were we? Let's see. All right, item 9.2, resolution number 3212, resolution on use and expectations of one-time funds of personal cost to address the COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic needs. Member Garcia.
So I'll go ahead and just provide some comments. So this is in relation to several meetings ago. I heard great concern from some of my colleagues on this board about using one-time funds to hire additional staff to address the learning loss due to the pandemic. And while one-time funds, both state and federal, allow, encourage, and in some cases require the use of these funds to hire additional personnel, the district's history of using one-time funds for ongoing obligations and the problems that come with this practice have been well documented with several state audits. The resolution before you is an attempt to strike a balance between using one-time funds to hire the necessary personnel to address learning loss and clarifying that these hires are temporary unless ongoing funds are identified to keep these positions. Specifically, the resolution does a few things. It memorializes actions by the state and districts in response to the pandemic and the need to continue to serve students. It recognizes the historic $313 million in one-time funds from the state and federal governments to help address learning loss. These funds will be available from 2021 through 2024. It recognizes that despite this influx of funds, the district's unrestricted general fund budget is still projecting a structural deficit at $6.7 million in 2021-22, $18 million in 22-23, and $24.6 million in 23-24, further underscoring that the district continues to spend more than it receives. The resolution also aligns with prior resolutions 3180, which recognizes the existing structural deficit and the need to reduce ongoing expenditures, and Resolution 3100, which requires beginning with the 2022-23 budget or after the deficit is eliminated to establish a reserve of no less than 5%. The resolution also declares the board's commitment to use a portion of the one-time funds for hiring additional staff and approves the superintendent to hire additional staff, pay for the additional hires in the years 2021-22, 22-23, and 23-24. It recognizes that these positions will go away unless ongoing savings or additional ongoing revenues are identified to keep some or all of these positions beyond 2024, when the one-time funds expire. It also directs the superintendent to provide updates to the board on the expenditure of one-time funds for these positions and provide information on how any or all of these positions may be retained long-term without continuing to report a qualified or negative budget. At this time, I would like to make additional changes to the language in the resolution. So I don't know if this is the right time or after.
Yeah, I believe it's now.
Okay, so in the resolution, it is the fourth paragraph from, I guess, the third paragraph from the bottom, be it further resolved. So it's the paragraph that starts with, be it further resolved, the governing board directs the superintendent or designee to provide ongoing updates. I'd like for that to read, and I've already shared a document with my colleagues. The governing, be further resolved that the governing board directs the superintendent or designee to provide, and this is, I guess, something for discussion quarterly, or the timeline that, timing that with the interim budget updates. I think those are quarterly.
They're a little longer than that, Member Garcia, but I would encourage us maybe to tie it to the interim period reports,
Okay.
just so that it's part of our efforts, our overall efforts. And as you
fine.
know, at this time, we're still operating with 3 of those.
Okay.
And that would be appropriate for us, I think.
That makes sense. So just wanted to make sure that it's consistent with what the updates that we're already getting. So provide updates with the interim budget, updates to the board relative to expenditures of the one-time federal and state funds to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, and specifically as related to the positions that are added pursuant to this resolution. And then a separate, be it further resolved, the governing board directs the superintendent or designee to present an action plan to the board no later than, this is a timeline that we need to decide upon, but the year has to be 2023, as to whether any or all of these positions can continue after the federal and state one-time dollars are expended. New sentence, the superintendent or designee shall consider the priorities as outlined in Board Policy 3180. And in that policy, we outlined how we want the superintendent to prioritize considering funds to commit to ongoing obligations. First, prioritize apply new ongoing state and federal revenues. Second, apply ongoing savings achieved through negotiations. And thirdly, apply ongoing savings achieved through non-negotiated savings. And then the final sentence would be, the action plan shall demonstrate the district can afford the presented positions in the current budget year plus 2 years and over a 4-year period, and ensure that ongoing costs would not result in the district continuing to report a qualified or negative budget. So again, this is in an effort to address some of the concerns that I heard from some of you. This is a resolution that was adopted by, some form of this resolution was adopted by a neighboring district that I felt is a balance between being very clear on how we are going to move forward in spending some of these one-time funds, even if it is to hire people, because that's what we need. And with that.
All right. Thank you, Member Garcia. And this is an informational item, and we have 6 public comments.
Yes, our first public comment is from Daniel Darby.
Hello? Can we hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Let's see, I would like to direct your attention to the second page, first paragraph, second sentence, where it says the district continues to face a significant structural budget deficit. I think that should be projected structural deficit. And the number 24.6 million does not correlate with the presentation that we're going to have tonight by Ms. Ramos. I believe that should be 24.9 according to the presentation that I see in front of me. Now I would like to direct your attention to, still on page 2, the second paragraph. Looking up the information, the reports that are referenced, the Sacramento County Office of Education letter is dated 4/12, but I believe Board Member Garcia had Mr. Schweitzer basically say that the district is not in dire financial straits at the last board meeting on 6/17. The FCMAT report, that was generated in 2018 using prior year's data. How far back are we going to try to support our statement of a budget issue? This is year 2021. That's already 3 years back, and they probably looked at prior data. And the state auditor's report is 12/2019. Here again, that's over 2 years old, and they were looking at the older data. So I'm a little bit confused as to how that supports what we're trying to do here. And I guess I have one question that I hope somebody would be able to answer. When is one-time revenue not considered one-time revenue anymore? Because the district seems to keep on getting, if I read the report right, $100 million in one-time revenue every year.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. Please wrap up your comments.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nikki Malevsky.
Good evening again, members of the board. On June 8th, the Sacramento City Teachers Association presented to the district's bargaining team our Back to School Better framework, which all can see on our website, sacteachers.org. On June 17th, we wrote to the board president and superintendent requesting that the district commit to a schedule of negotiations with a mutual goal of completing them by August 15th to ensure that schools can fully reopen and a new contract can be finalized in time for school to start on September 2nd. As we reported earlier, we're very disturbed by the district's behavior at negotiations yesterday. This was only the second time in the last 6 weeks that your team was available to meet for negotiations. And when they did meet, the district's team unlawfully lacked anyone with the authority to sign agreements on behalf of the district. They could not answer whether the district would be offering a virtual academy or distance learning options for students who would not want to return to school in person for learning next fall. And they offered no response to our Back to School Better framework. In sum, 65 teachers took several hours out of their first week of summer break prepared to participate in negotiations yesterday afternoon. And not only was Superintendent Aguilar nowhere to be seen, but the district was completely unprepared to bargain. All of this by way of introduction is to say that while we question some of the content of the whereases in the resolution, we do support the steps set forth in the resolution, specifically hiring additional staff to perform services for the benefit of students, hiring additional staff and assignments with corresponding full-time equivalent employees, and committing a portion of the $313 million in COVID funds to pay for additional FTE to support academic, social, and emotional needs of our students in the upcoming 3 school years. This use of funds would enable us to accomplish the goals set forth in our Back to School Better framework. We urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Next speaker? Yes, our next speaker is Phil Garcia.
Hello, Madam President, members of the board. I'm Phil Garcia, and I offer my comments tonight as a member of the steering committee for the Latino Economic Council of Sacramento. We applaud the use of one-time funds to support students' social, emotional, and academic needs. This is especially so in light of recent surveys showing parents concerned about their students' emotional needs and reporting much higher stress levels than normal. We believe this proposal is a physically responsible approach to using limited resources for maximum student benefit. It is worth reiterating that these services are specifically to support students' recovery from the impacts of the pandemic and are available through one-time funding. In turn, these resources are not intended to be used to maintain or exacerbate the district's budget structural deficit, now or when the funds are depleted. And finally, this is in line with the Students First agenda, which I highlighted in supporting the ongoing leadership of Superintendent Aguilar in my public comments earlier this week. So on that score, we applaud your unanimous vote on the positive evaluation of Superintendent Aguilar. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, President Pritchett and members of the board. Thank you, Member Garcia, for bringing forward this policy to make transparent the use of the district's COVID-related funding in the spirit of ensuring that this is a pro-student decision. I have several requests and recommendations to tighten this resolution. First, where it says, the last whereas says that the governing board remains committed to addressing learning disruption, that's the only whereas that's related to student outcomes. I would recommend improving and enhancing, making more specific that whereas to actually tie the fact and the acknowledgement that the LCAP plan that the board's going to be voting on later tonight, as well as the SIPSAs at many of our school sites, actually have specific strategies and activities and programs that are designed to improve student outcomes, and that any positions hired with these funds should be directly required as a resource to carry out those strategies, programs, and services. So in that vein, I would also recommend that a be it further resolved be created to be sure that any positions created and funded by these COVID funds actually has that direct tie to an action or a strategy in the LCAP that's designed to achieve a measurable student outcome. And then lastly, Member Garcia, to your amendment, which I appreciate, I would also recommend adding that a contingency be for continuing an FTE beyond the COVID funds, that there be demonstrated data-driven proof that the position achieved the intended outcomes for the students as described in the LCAP or the SIPSA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
Our final speaker is Terence Gladney.
Good evening again. I want to echo everything that Renee said, and I want to go a little bit further as well. If we are equity driven, if we're outcome driven, and if we're going to model our practices within the district after the state mandated LCFF policies, then I would love to see more language about being intentional about prioritizing funding to the students with the highest needs. We know that not all students suffered at the same level. There were many students who were able to have the benefit of learning pods or tutors or environments outside of our school district because of the resources that they have available to them every day. So I would love to see specific language that models the LCAP and targets the neediest students and sets a precedent and priority for us as a district to serve those students. If you have a household that struggles, right, they may get an influx of money, whether it's stipend, whatever it is. If there's outside money, of course, some of that is going to be used to sort of just like alleviate the pressure of the day-to-day struggle. But the predominant amount of it is going to go to serve the needs that they have every day: utilities, rent, all the things that they need to survive. If we are in such dire straits, then we need to be intentional about taking these one-time funds to enhance our ability to survive. And that's for those students that are struggling to survive every day before they come into our doors at our school and when they leave. There are literally so many students in our district that the only meals they eat every day are at our school site. But yet we find ways to write policies like this to speak to the needs of all students. That is not equity. And we need to be intentional in these different resolutions and actions that call out what we actually need to do. If we don't speak it, if we don't write it, then we're not going to do it because we're not held to it. There's so many things that we do in a reactional process because we're forced to do it. Let's be a little bit more proactive and show students that we really care by creating language that speaks to the actions we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. That was the final comment, Anne?
Yes, that was the final comment.
Okay, and we'll open it up for board discussion. And just a reminder, this is an informational item. It will be brought back to us. Member Morosky?
Just want to thank you, Member Garcia, for your leadership on this. I support it and support your changes. I have a couple minor edits I will share with you just for to enhance clarity, but just again wanted to thank you. I think it's really important to be clear about our expectations, so our community is clear, we all are clear, and it's documented for posterity what our intention was going into this, and hopefully we can demonstrate a way to keep these positions long-term. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? With that, I just again like to thank Member Garcia for bringing us this resolution, and I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Member Pritchett, if I can
yes,
just
go ahead,
make
Superintendent.
very clear that we will work on that language. I do want just some direction from the board. There was there was a suggestion that we think about how we might tie some of this back to LCAP goals, SIPSA, so I'd like to just make sure that we have some of your thoughts on that. And then in terms of coming back, we would probably do so next week before the end of the fiscal year so that we can also document it, as Member Morawski just mentioned. I think it's best that we have this in writing as opposed to asking people to go back to the June 24th, 2021 video somewhere on our website. So If I can just get some clarity on that piece, and we will work on those revisions to bring it back for an action item.
Go ahead, Member Garcia.
I think it is an important point to make sure that we tie it back to the LCAP. It is what drives our work. It is the vast majority of our funding. And then the subgroups that not only the LCAP or the that's tied to LCFF, supplemental and concentration dollars, but even these federal funds and state funds call out very specific student subgroups. So I see a natural nexus that we do ensure that we tie it to the LCAP. And then the LCAP, just to make sure, is undergirded by MTSS, which is something that helps all students throughout our districts. I think it's important to also make sure that we underscore that. Thank you.
Great. All right, Superintendent. Thank you. And thank you again, Member Garcia. We'll bring, Member Morosky.
Yeah, I also just wanted to, in responding to that, echo the thoughts from Ms. Webster Hawkins and Mr. Gladney around, that we need to use an equity framework, that we need to make these evidence-based. I would encourage you to think about what belongs in this resolution versus other documents and plans that we have, because I think our planning is all based around making these things more equitable. So I think this resolution was very specific to how we are using one-time funds to fund positions. So I don't think we need to put the entire plan, and thoughts about how those expenditures are going to be decided in this resolution. But I totally agree with the sentiment behind it. So I would just encourage you to think about what belongs in this resolution versus other plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morosky.
I would just ask the board, as we proceed with next agenda items, we will talk about the LCAP, we will talk about budget adoption, so just keep in mind any other changes that you would like to make back to the resolution.
Yeah, and think about how they're connected as well. Yes.
If the next presentations bring greater clarity for the board as well.
Thank you. All right, item 9.3, SELPA local plan.
President Pritchett,
Go ahead, Member Rhodes.
No, I'm not there, but I know the hand function sometimes gets kind of wild here. So, no, once again, Lisa spoke to it. I mean, and then Board Member Garcia, they both spoke to it. But as we do these resolutions and we really look at them, one of the things that we have to always look at and why it should be tied to LCAP, because LCAP looks at this as well. But how do these resolutions impact the most marginalized groups? And the category groups that are inside of the LCAP itself, and how they attach to those goals. And so as we move forward and do this work and think about how equitably we impact our district, all of our work needs to be tied to our LCAP. All of our work needs to be tied to the idea of what does this, or any of our resolutions need to be tied to the idea of how does this impact, how are we impacting the most marginalized groups inside of our district. Everything else everybody said was beautiful, and I totally agree with, and this resolution is a great starting point for our public, for us as a board, to really just say, hey, this is what we're saying, so line in the sand, this is what we're going for, this is how we're going to proceed, so that in 2 to 3 years, we don't have any things saying like, well, we're going to keep this money going after we don't have it, which we've done previously. So I'm in full support of this, but also bringing it back that these things have to be tied to LCAP, and these things have to be tied with a equity lens, and also I will say a racial equity lens as we move forward. So I appreciate this, and thank you guys.
Great, thank you so much, Member Rhodes. All right, item 9.3 is SELPA local plan, connecting special education vision program and finance. Chief Piera and Dr. Sadie Hedegaard and Giovanni Linares.
right. Good evening, President Pritchard, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board and community. Next slide, please. My name is Giovanni Linares, and I serve as our district SELPA director. I am joined this evening by our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Adrian Vargas. Next slide, please. So this evening, our goal is to present the Sac City Unified School District SELPA local plan and expand on the minimum requirements for CDE compliance and begin an ongoing effort to communicate and collaborate with our community. We hope to connect the programmatic aspects of our special education program with the financial obligations in place to support it. This desire for greater transparency was one of the first things that I learned about Sac City when I started. This presentation is the start of an ongoing conversation, and we look forward to learning and growing to become better partners with our community. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to start off doing is just introduce aspects of the local plan. Next slide, please. So the Individuals with Disabilities Act requires that each SELPA develop a plan to ensure a continuum of services and supports options are available to all students with disabilities. The goal of a local plan is to ensure that the needed supports and services are in place for any student that resides within that SELPA and goes to school within that SELPA. Next slide, please. So beginning in July of 2020, all SELPAs within the state were required to submit a local plan using recently adopted CDE templates. Prior to that, each SELPA could develop its own template for how to delineate services in its annual budget plan and its annual service plan. So the goal of this move to consistent templates was to build greater transparency and begin to tell a consistent story about how special education services are provided throughout the state, given one format. So there are 4 sections to a local plan. So there's a contacts and certifications piece, kind of like your contacts page. There's a governance and administration piece. And the 2 sections that we're going to highlight today are the annual budget plan and the annual service plan. There's a section C that is still in development by CDE, and that's known as the Annual Assurances Support Plan. For this presentation, as I mentioned, we're going to concentrate on sections D and E, which are our annual budget plan and our annual service plan. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, are you guys seeing slides?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, we can see them.
slides.
It switched,
Okay, so we could go back one slide, please, sorry. Perfect, thank you. So special education budgets are complex and are of great interest to the public, both locally and statewide. The Ed Code requires that annually, the budget plan of special education local plan areas be adopted as part of a public hearing. Specific components include describing elements of the SELPA's allocation plan, identifying revenues received by the SELPA and its distribution, and then identifying expected expenditures. Next slide, please. So for our district, one of the things that we did with our local plan was to make an effort to provide greater transparency and better access to our local plan. As I mentioned when I first started, the idea of transparency between who are the kids that we serve and how do we utilize our funds to serve them was one of the big questions that came in, is to gain greater clarity and partnership there. So we have a budget ad hoc committee. And as the local plan was developed, CDE took its lessons learned from last year's templates and reformulated the templates again, and they came out in April of this year. And so one of the first things that we did was create a Padlet that allowed for anyone within our community to go and see all of the components that are required within a SELPA local plan. We also created a new SELPA website And there's a specific section for the local plan. There's also sections on CDE compliance. It's a great place to go to find out how we're doing on our assessments on a weekly basis. They're updated every Wednesday. And it also includes information as to the weekly submissions that we give to CDE on our compliance efforts for our backlog of assessments. And then we've also been providing monthly updates to our community advisory committee that began in April when we started to get the new templates available. Next slide, please. So here are just snapshots of the pages that are included within the local plan. And once again, that local plan is available to the public on our website at seust.edu/SELPA. And there's a section there for the local plan. So this section here just kind of talks about the different funding sources. So we have 602 funding, which is our resource code 6500. It's our special education apportionment. There's also an area there for property tax, local special education property tax. Then for Part B, and this is a grant that's allocated for students who are ages 3 to 22. And then Part C, which is a grant that districts receive for students birth to age 3. Next slide, please. This one talks about our total budget by object codes, which is used to identify expenditures by the SELPA. Ed code requires a description of projected total expenditures by the SELPA by its SACS code, as it's known, and then additional information regarding SACS codes. Next slide, please. So special education is supported by state categorical funding, federal categorical funding, and then local unrestricted funding. So Ed code requires that the annual budget plan of the local plan must identify revenues received by the SELPA specifically for the purpose of special education. This specific table kind of does a summary of that. Next slide, please. So the next slide requires that the annual budget plan of the SELPA to include projected SELPA expenditures related to the regionalized operation of the local plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so the purpose of this table is to capture projected expenditures for supplemental aids and services to meet the unique needs of students placed in regular education classrooms and receive special education services for students who have low incidence disabilities. Next slide, please. So now we transition from all of that money talk into conversations around what do our services look like for students. So the section E is known as the annual service plan. So special education instruction and related services are an integral part of the public education system and afford students with disabilities the right to participate in appropriate public education. Special education programs are designed in a manner that promotes maximum interaction between a student with a disability and their typically developing peers. One of the ways this is achieved is by ensuring special education instruction and services are offered at the least restrictive environment to a student's unique needs. So special education programs are provided under the umbrella of a SELPA local plan and must include elements of the Ed code within that. So I provided just a couple of snapshots in the next 2 slides, just kind of overviews of what those pages look like. They provide a code and then a description of what that service is. So we can go on to the next slide. Perfect, and then the next one as well. Perfect, and so you just see they just identify a code for what the service is and how where we provide it in a listing of all of our schools. All right, next slide, please. So while the previous section here highlights the information required by the state and the forms that were designed by CDE to achieve transparency with the greater community, as I mentioned earlier, it has been expressed that there's more information and clarification that is desired from our community. As a result of that, the next section of our presentation is to take a kind of a deeper look at our programs and finance. Next slide, please. So Sac City is unique. We're a single district SELPA. As such, we develop and implement our own local plan. A single district SELPA just generally tends to must have kindergarten through grade 12 and have 30,000 or more students. That's one of the ways that a district can become its own SELPA. This year, we've been transitioning to greater clarity between the functions of a SELPA and how those functions can better help us as a district as a whole. That's one of the many reasons why I think this district for hiring me as a SELPA director, allowing me the opportunity to work with our community, developing a SELPA website and engage with our staff and our students and our families to really identify how to best support students from a SELPA level. Later in the presentation, we'll be sharing information about SELPA's collaboration with charter schools. It's important to clarify that the SELPA currently collaborates with both charter schools that are their own local educational agencies, which is the second row here, as well as charter schools that fall under the Sacramento City Unified School District umbrella. Next slide, please. So, the question now becomes, okay, what data systems do we utilize? The district utilizes 2 data systems to track special education data. The centralized local system allows for online access to writing IEPs, managing special education data, service grid and tracking and uploads to our state requirements, and that system is known as SACE, which is the Special Education Information System. And then we also utilize CalPADS data. And then that's the data system that the state requires all districts and local educational agencies to upload information. As a district, we upload data 3 major reporting cycles, which are referred to as Fall 1, Fall 2, and then end of the year reporting. So I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Adrian, that's going to take a deeper look at our annual budget plan.
All right, thank you, Giovanni. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, you're there. And as part of that transparency, we will be reviewing the major funding sources, which Gio kind of touched on earlier in the presentation. But again, just want to reiterate that the federal funding primarily is made up of the IDEA Part B funds. State funding comes in through Assembly Bill 602 funding. And then we have funds related to the educationally related mental health, and then as well as the local contribution. Next slide, please. And then this table kind of highlights those 4 major areas. And as you can see, the majority of our funds that we do receive to support our special ed programs do come from our AB 602 funds, and then our IDEA Part B. And then you see the other portions related to, or the other portions related to our funding when it comes to the educationally related mental health, as well as some grants. And then, as Gio mentioned, as well, the local contribution. So next slide, please. Plays a big part in the thing that we are monitoring, which is the maintenance of effort. Basically, that is a federal law that imposes a maintenance of effort requirement on state and local spending for special education. And basically, it's mandating local education agencies to spend at least as much each year as they did in the preceding year. As I stated, the majority of local spending on special ed is comprised of the general fund contribution. This final determination of meeting the MOE is usually determined during the year-end closing process. So for the 21-22 fiscal year, we're projecting an $81.1 million contribution. It's roughly $8.6 million higher than the contribution we have in the current year. That's primarily due to the savings from schools not being open. And then just of note, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the year-over-year average contribution grew by 13%. And so with that, the other data point is in 2014-15, our contribution to special ed programs was roughly $44 million. And then in 18-19, so the year before the pandemic, it grew to $70.7 million. Next slide, please. And as Gio mentioned, we do have charter schools that are part of our SELPA. They do, we do use their ADA as, and receive funds from federal and state funding sources. Also, we do have MOUs with our charter schools in which they participate or they contribute or make contributions to our special ed programs. And so with that, I will turn it back to Giovanni and he'll talk about partnerships.
Yeah, so the partnerships is a unique thing with our charter schools. As I mentioned earlier, the SELPA has been collaborating with 2 charter schools that are their own local educational agencies and 5 dependent charter schools that fall under the umbrella of Sacramento City Unified School District. For the 21-22 school year, the SELPA will only be collaborating with one of our charter schools, which is its own LEA. And this is anticipated to have an income impact revenue of approximately $300,000 for us. Next slide, please. So this slide, we're going to start to go into a bit about who we are as a district. So include charter schools which are dependent, and this chart here kind of separates out students with disabilities over the last 5 years, and then total SELPA enrollment and students with disabilities percentage of the total enrollment. So this includes charter schools which are dependent and charter schools which are their own local agencies, but we serve as a part of an MOU, as Adrian had mentioned. It's important to note, though, on this slide that the Students with Disabilities enrollment was pulled from the district's CalPADS system and is not yet publicly available from CDE through DataQuest. Also, while the percentage of students with disabilities has been increasing over the last 5 years, there's been a consistent decline in the total number of SELPA enrollments. Next slide, please. So we wanted to also share some information around intersectionality. So when discussing a student group, it's important to acknowledge that the high degree of intersectionality that exists between groups. A student can be both an English learner and have an identified disability. A student can be both Asian and socioeconomically disadvantaged, for instance. Most students are included in multiple groups, and focused efforts to support one identified student group can often serve and support others. This table here below provides a look at different intersectionality within specific student groups: English learners, foster youth, homeless youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities. The table should be read vertically, with the percentages indicating the proportion of the student at the top of the column that is represented by the group named in each row. So an example would be 23.6% of students with disabilities are also English learners, and 29.5% of foster youth are African American. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk a little bit about what special education programs are available within our district. Now, what does that look like? So we have a continuum of placement options. It goes from general education, and we have push-in supports, co-teaching opportunities, pull-out supports, going into special day classes, and moving all the way down towards non-public schools, residential treatment facilities, out-of-state placements, and then homebound and home instruction students. School districts are required to provide students a full continuum of special education services and placement options. This slide sort of depicts the continuum from least restrictive on the left side to a more restrictive on the right side. Speech-only support is included for us for the purposes of this presentation in resource support as push-in and pull-out services. Next slide, please. So now we start to look at how our students fall within that continuum of services. So as I mentioned, resource program includes a number of different things that was indicated in the previous slide. And we have just under 5,000 students that receive the resource program. we have about 1,400 students in special day classes. And going over towards the right, we have the number of students who are residential treatment placements, as well as students who are in home and hospital instruction. So building off of that previous slide, this information here highlights the number of students which are currently being served within the district placement options. Okay, next slide, please. So one of the areas there is the distribution and the identification of special day classes. And one of the other first things that I learned when I got here was the importance of the 2017 Great Schools Report. And that report focused on the number of, had a focus on the number of STC classes which are operating within the district. It's important to highlight this is one of many local indicators which should be analyzed in order to evaluate the district's success in implementing inclusive practices. And this pie chart displays the greatest number of students being served in special day class settings are identified as having mild and moderate special education eligibility categories. This will be an area of focus for us in the 21-22 school year to better understand the student needs which are being served within these programs. As we continue to expand and work on inclusive practices, universal design for learning, there's going to be intersectionality there and opportunities to have conversations as to how can we best support our students and and identify metrics to evaluate the manner in which we do so through our research program, through our special day courses, classes. So that's very exciting information and opportunities to come. Next slide, please. So this slide talks about the least restrictive environment. And so as I mentioned earlier, the goal of least restrictive environment is to maximize the opportunity and time that students with disabilities are educated with their typically developing peers. So CDE measures LRE, least restrictive environment, across the state based on the percentage of time students are in general education settings. This is a calculation which is included in each student's IEP. As a result, this is the best measure to utilize when comparing ourselves to geographic or like districts, and we will discuss comparisons further as we go into what our next steps would be. So in order to put this into the light of like, okay, so now what resources do we need for this? We can talk about district staffing, which I will turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for.
Next slide, please. So Giovanni mentioned, we, as part of the transparency or local transparency, we are sharing with you kind of the breakout of the different FTEs or positions that are supporting all the programs that Giovanni went through. And as you can see, there's a total of roughly a little bit over 780 FTE that we are budgeting for the 21-22 year. And the majority of that is made up of teachers of roughly 332.7 FTE. And then second is the instructional aides or paraprofessionals at 274 FTE. And so as we work together on the local transparency, next slide, please. I just want to reiterate, Gio kind of touched on this, that we do have a standardized account code structure that helps us in defining the different aspects of the budgets and how we can relate that to program. So we do have a way of tracking expenditures, and that is built into our financial reporting. Next slide, please. And again, as we work on this local transparency, the next few slides is some data points or information that has been requested, and one of those data points is our Medi-Cal program. And our Medi-Cal program for next year is estimated to bring in 1.6 million. We are budgeting for 2.3 FTE on the certificated side and 3.6 FTE on the classified side, and with those associated dollar amounts. And then the operating budget at roughly 800,000. And those resources support health services, integrated services, and special ed. Next slide, please. And And then another point of interest that we will be working on in providing more information with our local transparency is data on special ed transportation. So in the current year of 2021, we had approximately 2,000 students who were eligible. We serviced 1,406 students, and we had a projected expenditure budget of $9.6 million. Moving into the 21-22 year, we're projecting a $9.9 million budget that would support roughly 132 classified FTE and an operating budget of $1.8 million. Next slide, please. And then another point of interest is our non-public agencies and who we contract or what we're contracting for. For the 21-22, we are fiscal year, we're projecting a $17.8 million budget for non-public agency expenditures. And then I just included a breakdown by program in the current budget or current fiscal year of where our expenditures are aligning to. So 7.6 million for behavioral services, 766,000 for nursing services, a little over 9 million for occupational therapy / speech services, and then 620,000 for hard of hearing. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Giovanni, and he will be talking about next steps.
Thank you, Adrian. Next slide, please. For next steps, we obviously, as I mentioned at the start, this is our first shot at this, and it's been something that's been asked for from our community. My understanding, it's been asked for a while. Obviously, anyone who presents to the board obviously wants to hit a home run and make sure you hit on all the points that are needed. But we know that this is going to be an ongoing conversation and something that we're going to bring back. So some of the 21-22 opportunities is to solicit feedback from our stakeholders regarding this presentation and identify opportunities that can exist for more transparency in the future. One of the things that we've talked about was to design an annual SELPA publication that goes along with our local plan that gives us an opportunity to share more of this information that takes a deeper look at this with detailed level on data and fiscal review, which could also include opportunities to compare ourselves with our geographical neighbors, as well as other districts that are of a similar size and SELPAs that are of a similar size and have similar demographics. A part of this will also include then initiating all of this with a more established quarterly process with our community advisory committee as a part of the local plan development and review process, and then also to collaborate with the continuous improvement team to align elements of the local plan with the LCAP, as I've heard multiple times already this evening, that the LCAP drives our district work, and the local plan for our students with disabilities should be lockstep with that. So we definitely want to move in that direction. And before I end, I just want to give a very special thank you to members of our CAC that reached out and shared a wealth of information with me, being new in terms of data that they've asked for, data that they've received, ways that they would like to see the data. I know that I'm learning a lot about how to even expand our SELPA website to include more information so it's readily available in terms of demographics, enrollment, all of that, so that it is available to our community. They've given a lot of historical perspective, had a lot of patience and flexibility with me as I learned all of this, and they've been constant advocates for our students with disabilities, which I really appreciate. And then a very special thank you to the members of our Budget Ad Hoc Committee that really helped shape this presentation over a number of different meetings. That includes Adrian as our member of our business team and member of that Budget Ad Hoc Committee, Member Morawski, Dennis Ma, Rose McAuliffe, and Dr. Hedrick. And so with that, I will say thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And we have 2 public comment.
Yes, and our first public comment is from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, President Pritchett, and I want to thank Mr. Linares and his colleague, Dr. Hedegaard, for the presentation. And in solidarity with the members of the Coalition for Students with Disabilities, we really welcome their expertise and dedication and integrity as they come into this district mid-year. We will say, though, that unfortunately, the work of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee was not accessible to the members of the CAC who wanted to be a part of that. We were excluded, so please take that for your notes. And also there was an IT glitch that prevented CAC members from accessing the Padlet and the documents for the SELPA plan until this weekend when Mr. Linares personally sent them to those of us who inquired by email. So there's some issues with our access to the development of the plan by members of the community, as you know, who've been very interested and engaged in the services for students with disabilities for many, many years. Our essential question is, to what degree does this plan offer a robust and aggressive increase or improvement in the services to meet the need of the thousands of students with disabilities with delayed evaluations or disrupted learning and services during the pandemic? In the past, the SELPA service plan was simply a reporting of what each offered rather than a strategic analysis and set of recommendations for what is needed at each site. And because we didn't have the opportunity to examine all of the SIPSAs in time for this meeting, the coalition is not able to comment on whether or not we believe the service plan actually reflects the need as opposed to a post hoc reporting of what might have been offered in the past at each site. And so we urge, in the spirit of collaboration and continuous improvement with Dr. Hedegaard and Mr. Linares going forward, we'd really like to see the SACE data system that Mr. Linares referenced to be an active
Thank you, Ms.
reference.
Webster. Hawkins, if you could please wrap it up.
I will. So please, we just want to make sure that the SELPA plan reflects alignment with the LCAP and an aggressive plan to include child find, dyslexia, educationally related mental health services, transition services, all towards the goal of inclusion in an anti-racist and anti-ableist using that professional development to make sure that it's a culture and environment where these students can learn and thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett and members of the board, Superintendent. Appreciate the time. Again, just trying to understand. I know Hiram Johnson has the most students with disabilities. So I, just as a parent, I'm at all the meetings, involved in the SIPs. Where do we see this stuff at the school site? Well, is there a special meeting? I know the CAC, but as far as the school site, right? I'm at Hiram Johnson, and these kids, is anyone vouching for them? You're talking about a program specialist. Are they at our site? How do parents know they're at their site? I mean, there's $120 million in the SELPA budget, right? And how much of that is coming to the site that has the most students with disabilities? And also, how do we identify kids that have disabilities? Again, my daughter struggled with dyslexia or tendencies of dyslexia, and no one ever said nothing. And then, I had to speak up myself. And then because I was kind of having a conflict with her about, do you have something? Or are you making up excuses? So we finally did that this year and just had a little conversation. I met with some of the teachers in the school site, and now she had a lot more of, pride and confidence in her education now, because she could understand, they're saying, hey, there is something, and I need a little bit more time. So again, we need to give these kids the confidence to engage in education also, right? We can't hold everyone accountable to the same standard when there's kids with disabilities. Again, I had a student at West Campus thriving and could handle everything, and my other student, we're struggling and we're trying to figure out what's best for her. So you need to help these parents and students understand if they do have a disability that there's support for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. All right, I'll open this up for a board conversation. Member Garcia, then Member Phillips, then Member Morosky.
Okay, I thought Board Member Phillips was first.
Oh, I apologize.
Sure. Okay. Just want to make sure. So I just want to thank staff for presenting the plan. I did read the entire plan. One of the things that I think stood out for me is that it wasn't clear to me, and maybe you can help sort of elevate some of the key differences between this plan and prior plans. And I'm really trying to understand what is different about this plan that is going to better meet the needs of students and have more positive student outcomes, especially when the students with disabilities were probably one of the student subgroups that was most impacted by the pandemic.
Yeah, I can begin to explain aspects of your question there, Member Garcia. In terms of what's different between this plan and, let's say, last year's plan. As I mentioned, beginning in 2020 was when we had the consistent forms. So that was the first shot where we saw a consistency across the state when it came to aspects of that plan. With it being the first year, CDE required that SELPAs choose between updating sections B, which is your governance section, and sections D and E are annual. So that those have to be updated every single year. And so sections D and E is a breakdown of the financials, which can change every single year, and then the services that are available to students based off of those education codes. So it isn't a narrative that provides us the opportunity to talk about here is how we are going to address these things. It is those two sections are annual because they are here. How are you meeting these education codes that are identified as needed for students with disabilities? Prior to 2020, SELPAs were not required to update their local plan unless there was a substantive change to that local plan. And for us, as a district, the last substantive change that happened to our local plan was in 2007. So identifying what was in place before that, honestly, was very difficult to try to figure out. So our initial piece for this local plan was to meet the education code pieces of the requirements for the local plan in regards to how much more robust we can get when it comes to things like child find and dyslexia, transition services, all of those things. That becomes a part of what we establish with our community, with our CAC, and develop it sort of in step with our LCAP then. So that becomes an opportunity where the LCAP represents those additional pieces beyond what's the requirement of a local plan.
So it sounds as though this is a plan that brings us into compliance with state, federal law?
Yes, these two sections, sections D and E, are the annual compliance-driven pieces. And then when it comes to the other sections, the new requirements is not if there's a substantive change. This is moving in the direction of an LCAP piece where they'll be required to be updated every 3 years.
Okay, because I still notice that there's a high identification of students with disabilities in the district. I don't think we started to change the trajectory of that identification. So I look forward to hearing more in the appropriate settings, how we're going to start tackling that. Go ahead.
I would just offer that comes from the collaboration between special education, the special education department, and then other departments on the general education side, because it is a part of a response to intervention piece, so that we're not waiting for students to be referred for special education to identify whether or not they qualify. We're providing robust interventions to prevent them and mitigate concerns so as not to have us reach a point where we're saying, well, we think it's a disability, that we have a lot of interventions in place that can help support students in that least restrictive environment.
So that's where MTSS comes in and all that. Okay. So I also saw that the alternative dispute resolution process, I know this is something that the district is working to strengthen and make it just a more robust process so that both our families in our district are able to work out conflicts or disagreements in a more expedited way, right? That better serves the students. So I did see that in the budget that we're actually anticipating less revenue. So I'm just wondering, how do we support a system? How do we grow that system if we're getting less revenue? It's on page. Oh, there are no pages. We're going from 107,000, roughly speaking, in 2021 to 84,000.
So I can speak to parts of that. In terms of the ADR efforts, the alternative to dispute resolution efforts, that is a big focus for us as a district. We understand and acknowledge special education in and of itself can breed conflict between families and districts, as identified and kind of through this presentation. It's an underfunded program throughout the state, right, and throughout the nation. And so local revenue is used to make up the difference. And at times, that may mean that a parent may be asking for something that the district can't see the educational benefit for, and it isn't out of malintent or anything like that. It just can create differences. And so our efforts have really been around building capacity for our staff to identify and address those concerns at an early level through the work of IEP teams, through the work of facilitated IEPs, where we really kind of identify, okay, so we have agreements on A, B, C, and D, but E is holding us up here. We really need to have a robust conversation around E, and how do we problem solve for that particular situation at a local level with an IEP team, with a program specialist, and avoid working towards litigation. We don't need, I don't need lawyers involved to identify that, hey, we have a difference of opinion here. How can we work together on this? So those are the efforts. In terms of reduced revenue, that's something that the ADR grants come out every year, and especially with this year with the pandemic, it's been a hot button issue in special education because as it has been mentioned, students with disabilities have been hit hard by the pandemic, and it can create more of that conflict. And so more districts are going after this money. More districts, the state is having to cut up that pie in smaller pieces for more districts. But what I will share is that there is legislation going forward that allows for the expansion of family resource centers in South Pleasant areas where they would be receiving some ADR funds that would allow us to utilize sort of neutral third parties to come in and help us with some of that alternative dispute resolution. So we may be dropping some revenue there, but we're also expanding opportunities with partnerships to bring in third parties that can help us with that alternative dispute.
I look forward to the district pursuing those opportunities if they're made available when the budget is signed. But I'm also glad to, in the presentation, that you clarified that the other revenue for some of the special education expenses come from the unrestricted general fund. It's a huge part, and it's basically a reflection that the state and the federal government underfund special education. I know there's been some slight improvement on the state side in terms of increasing funds for special education. Hopefully that will be the case with this next budget. Probably not enough to wipe the contribution from the unrestricted general fund, but it'll be something to continue to move us in the right direction to make up that difference. So thank you for the feedback.
Thank you.
Member Phillips? I echo what Trustee Garcia said. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand the maintenance of effort and local contribution. We are required to put in as much as we put in the year prior, correct? So this causes a major deficit because we don't have enough funds to cover it, or our revenue stream does not cover that, therefore the district has to. Why don't we talk about this as part of the structural deficit? Why?
Mr. Vargas, could you just provide some feedback in terms of these expenditures as they relate to our overall budgeting?
Sure. That's a great question. And so with special ed, special ed expenditures services are driven by IEPs. And so on the natural, we do have increased costs, just like we do on the unrestricted programs and related to pension increases, so STIRS and PERS increases, health and welfare increases, but also services that are provided to students driven by IEPs also go up as well. And so, like I talked about in the slide on the example of from 2014 to 15, our contribution was roughly a little over 44 million. And then before the pandemic, our contribution reached over 70 million. So it's a rising cost as we provide more services. And yes, that is part of the deficit spend, because the more we contribute from the general fund, it's coming from the unrestricted side of the budget. But those expenses go up as well as our unrestricted expenditures. So it is something that we are evaluating. And I think, just the presentation tonight that Giovanni and I presented is part of that work together. And I think just, working on the identification and, I'm not into the program side of special ed, but just from hearing what Giovanni described about, being able to identify students in a different way so they're not going just straight to special ed, could help lower that contribution. But it is part of the deficit spend from the unrestricted side of the budget. It does play a part in that.
Yeah, I wish that we would address that more when we talk about the special education budget. But I guess I understand that. So, if we identify more children, like say if we're starting at the preschool level, or we're actually starting to assess children for dyslexia and whatnot, would that increase our revenue? Obviously, if we're going to have IEPs, more IEPs, would that be increasing our revenue?
Generally, it would not increase our revenue fast enough to cover the expenditures that we would incur.
Okay, that just has me scratching my head, because I'm like, why don't we do more to help children not get into the special education department? Because those students, if there's an opportunity for them to get the assistance when they need to, this just has me scratching my head about, cuts to preschool. But somehow it seems that by the time they hit primary school, it's kind of lost at that point. But again, I'll just say that what's most important to me is that we really start to address the fact that our special education budget for our students is also part of our structural deficit. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Member Phillips. That was a good question. Member Morosky, and then Member Wu.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. It was a good question, and it's kind of similar to some of the questions that I had. So thank you for bringing that up. Because one of the things that really got me interested in this issue to begin with is when Member Garcia and I arrived here, and we were, being briefed on special ed and the budget for the first time. I was asking, well, why is there almost like a $10 million year-over-year increase in special ed costs? And there really was not a lot of explanation given. And so, fast forward 2.5 years, I guess, this is something that I've been really focused on. So I really want to, thank you, Gio and Adrian, for this presentation. I feel like it's a very good start. I feel like it's a bit of a slow start for me, and I think I want to be, in the words of our superintendent, patiently impatient to see more and to see more kind of strategic explanation of how we can do better in this program. I guess I'll ask, because I still don't feel like I have an answer to that first question of, if the costs are growing by 8.6 million from last year to, or this year to next year, what is driving that? What comprises that 8.6 million?
That would be the STRS and PERS increases, the step and column increases for special ed, health and welfare, and then there were budgets put in there for increased positions on the special ed side, so that makes up the majority of the 8 million. Plus, when we were going through this year for 2021, we saw a savings in special ed because of the school closure, so we built some of that back into the budget for 21-22, and so that is part of that 8 million as well.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. So I also just want to thank you, Gio and Adrian, as well as the other CAC members on the small committee that we've had to try to work through some of these transparency measures, and I really appreciate that work. I feel like, given that, I think we're really on the right track and like asking the right questions. I would like to see, just to try to give you some initial feedback on things we can improve for this presentation and an annual publication, as you mentioned, that provides more detail. Is some of the things that we even touched upon in these meetings that I think didn't make it into the final presentation here, but more on demographics, about the actual diagnoses and how, where we're spending our money, more about how the expenditures are decided upon, what is driving them, more on trends over time, what's growing, is it the diagnoses that are growing, is it the costs per diagnosis that are growing, or is it growing in certain areas? More on student outcomes. That's something that we spent a bit of time talking about, and I didn't see any, kind of programmatic outcomes in here that, and that's really I think what we're all trying to get at is we want to do better, right? And sometimes we don't know what we're looking at, how to move the system if we don't even know how the system's designed and where the decision points are. So I feel like we want to move the district in the right direction on these issues. We want to move student outcomes, but we're sitting up here and we don't know. We look to you for your expertise on what those levers are and what strategic decision points we need to make. So, as decision support for us, we look to you for bring us choices, bring us options of how we move this system. I feel like we're just kind of stuck in this, the IEP drives the thing, but then we know the outcomes are not what we want at all. And yet it seems to be really hard to make any changes. So is it, what policies, what do we need to do? That's what I would like to see more of, So I think, we need that reporting that goes beyond that compliance document. And I would ask, I would ask that this be, like a draft be developed for this kind of annual publication in the next few months. I think it would be great to have something, say, by December and not wait for a whole nother year until the next budget cycle to be talking about it. Because I feel like, just like we talk about with interim assessments, it's like you don't want to wait a whole year to figure out, what we need. I think we're all very fired up about wanting to do better. So I would ask for, a kind of a draft document that we could review with the CAC and look at what else we need to, to understand. And it should have things like the narratives and how are we implementing the recommendations of the 2017 audit? What strategic choices are we making? Can we take that 8.6 million and what if we put it into MTSS services? Is that even an option? Those kinds of things. So I really, again, appreciate the collaboration, the increased transparency that you've brought to this process, and understand that you both have joined the district recently, that there's a whole lot of history and a whole lot of things that you probably need to get your head around before you can move things in the direction that we all want to go. But I look forward to your continued partnership in that. So again, I appreciate all of this. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, Member Wu. We're out of time. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
I don't know who is better served to answer this question, Adrian or Giovanni, but it seems to me that the federal IDEA contribution is going down year by year, and yet our students with disability as a percentage of total enrollment continues to go up. Here in 21-22, it's 9.3% of the contribution. At one time, federal IDEA contribution was supposed to be 45%. In fact, it is still 45%. A couple years ago, I think the contribution was, their contribution to us was 11%. I want to see a greater contribution for the services that we are providing to students. I don't know how we get there, but you tell me, and I'll be back in Washington, D.C. next March arguing for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wu. Are there any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you to my colleagues for all of those questions. This is an informational item and will be brought back to us. Thank you, gentlemen, for that presentation. All right. Item 10.0, Board Workshop Strategic Plan and Other Initiatives. 10.1, Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP Adoption. Hello, Mr. Harris.
Good evening,
We
Board.
were hoping you brought coffee.
I did not, but I'll bring some enthusiasm, hopefully, and maybe short brevity. But good evening, Board President Pritchett, Board members, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, and I'm here tonight to present our local control and accountability plan for adoption. As we've discussed over the last 3 prior board meetings, and tonight marks the 4th, we've been in the sprint of planning. Really, as we get to this end of the phase of planning, now we're shifting really, and it dovetails well into the conversation this evening of now working the plan. How do we make this plan come to life? And so with that, I'll dive in. Probably key themes I'll just emphasize for this evening. One is just basically some summary, because of course, obviously, though you've seen elements of this presentation in parts, we do want to just make sure it's complete enough to stand on its own. Speaking also to the feedback that we've received, and you'll see it both in terms of some of our slide presentation, and then the LCAP document itself has been revised based on your feedback. And then speak a little bit more about the alignment process that we're talking about as a system, right? Some of this is symbolism for us for now, but it's the work ahead for us, is how do we align our planning processes both at the district and site level and across plans. So if we've discussed over the last 3 meetings and now the 4th together, really the LCAP is meant as a way to document how are we applying the core value, really how are we interrupting inequities in our system, and ultimately framing how are we fulfilling the promise of the guiding principle, ultimately ensuring all of our students have an equal opportunity to graduate, greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. And the LCAP is one of those artifacts that documents it. So actually, as we celebrate our student board member, this slide is actually in celebration of a feedback we got in the last meeting as well. So what is the LCAP? What does tonight really mean? In many respects, it is a direct reflection of our budget priorities. So ultimately, the LCAP is a reflection saying to our community, this is what we value. And then obviously you can see the other bullets, but I'll just emphasize the last one. It is our commitment, right? It is the plan meant to improve outcomes for all students, and especially those students with the highest needs. So back to Board Member Shake's question last meeting, when you adopt the plan tonight, this is what you're adopting explicitly. And so we've shared this document through our journey. And ultimately tonight, if we do it well, you'll actually see how we activate it. And so this presentation will focus on this notion of student outcomes really being explicit in how we frame our district strategic plan through the LCAP and how it directly aligns to the budget. And if we remember, of course, we had the important finding through the thick map process about the disconnect it seemed between our budgeting process and our planning processes. Tonight is about really affirming that we've taken that feedback and applied our own cycle of continuous improvement to ensure that that distance is now reduced. I won't say we've completely gotten there because we're still learning, but we've definitely have reduced that distance in the last couple of years thanks to the leadership across departments in our system. And so as we think about the other presentations that you're going to see, ultimately you'll see elements of our budget reflecting student need, and then of course obviously you'll see our site planning process, which of course are based on student needs as well. So this graphic really is meant to show how a data-based decision-making framework really is our synchronicity of the system. And so this is our aspiration, and certainly you've talked about it tonight. We have lots of plans. We have our LCAP, which obviously sits as a major plan in the next 3 years. We actually will see in the next presentation more about our CARES Act funding. And then, of course, you adopted back in late May our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. What I'll make mention here is that this is our aspiration because we're still learning how to frame the synchronicity between the plans. But I will make this point. As we talked about, as I spoke last time, I spoke about this notion of concentration. Well, one theme that actually will kind of run through this evening, and you've already spoken to it, is our multi-tier system of support. That's a goal within our LCAP. You'll see it obviously being the foundation of many of our CARES Act proposals. And then you'll actually get an opportunity to hear how we're using that implementation as a way to strengthen the needs assessment for our site planning process. So that's one of the frames of concentration, where something cuts across multiple of our plans. And that's our goal, of course, is obviously not to have discrete plans, but plans that have the ability to work together so that we can accelerate achievement for our students. This is simply the timeline. And of course, we've mentioned several dates. Tonight's a major milestone for us in terms of the board adoption that we'll be requesting. And then obviously then it moves on to the Sacramento County Office of Education, where they will review and obviously have questions for us and then look for them to provide the final approval. Really the beyond elements get to what we're talking about in terms of how do we make the plan active, specific, and actionable to come back to the board to be reviewed on a quarterly basis. So the prior commitments that we've made is as we've dedicated and looked at things that we think are important actual outcomes, really equally important, we need to come back on a quarterly basis to provide updates. And then of course, ongoing stakeholder feedback to make sure people understand our plan. And that's our partnership with the communications team. So the components of the LCAP, this is a complete review slide, so you know what you're going to see in terms of the budget overview for parents, very important. And then, of course, all the elements are there in terms of the plan, summary, stakeholder engagement, goals, actions, metrics, and really, obviously, that's the complete plan, which, of course, is on our district website. With this, I'll turn it over to Mr. Adrian Vargas, and he'll take you into the actual numbers.
All right, thank you, Vincent. So this is the local control funding formula budget overview for parents on the revenue side. So our total revenues, unrestricted, restricted, is a little over 559 million. The majority of that is coming from our LCFF funding of 430.5 million. And of that is 79 million for our supplemental and concentration funds. Next slide, please. And so the other part of the budget overview for parents is describing our total budgeted general fund expenditures. We're a little under 590 million. We are projecting 353.7 million budgeted expenditures in the LCAP. 89.7 of that is for high needs students. And then there is roughly 236 million not in the LCAP. And then lastly, for the 2021 school year, the total budgeted expenditures to our learning continuity plan was 38.7, and our projected actuals or estimated actuals is at 35.2. And with that, I will turn it over to Stephen Ramirez-Fong.
Well, thank you, Adrian, and good evening, board members, superintendent, and members of the community. I'll be providing a brief overview of some of the key updates to the LCAP since our public hearing and sharing some of the context for this year's dashboard local indicators that are also included as an attachment to the item. This slide, along with a few others, were shared at the public hearing, and we're keeping those in here, as Chief Harris noted, just to make sure that we're providing that high-level overview of what is in the LCAP. And here again, you see the 8 goal areas that we've identified for the 21-22 LCAP, as well as their goal type. Next slide, please. We've just continued to note that there's a lot of contributors and some sources that have informed the LCAP, and I don't think that we can reinforce enough of how instrumental the voice of stakeholders have been in supporting improvements to the LCAP, and that's even true of things that have happened in the last 2 weeks. So we just want to continue to acknowledge the importance, and also again, as Chief Harris has noted and will note again, that we need to improve in this area, and so we know that we have room to grow. Next slide, please. So some key updates since the public hearing. We have included now the appendices, the first being an expenditure breakdown by resource, which we'll look at in a little more detail, and then also a glossary of terms. We would definitely think that glossary will grow over time as we identify more and more terms that our community wants to see us elaborate upon. So this was the first attempt. We also did incorporate an action that was specific to early literacy, and we'll comment on that in a moment. There's also some additional detail for the actions and expenditures based on some of the board feedback that provides some clarity on the status of those actions and also some of the funding. And then we also revised some of our goal statements based on some recent stakeholder feedback. So we'll just briefly note each of these. The next slide. So last presentation, and when we first shared what the new LCAP template looked like, we did note that this new template consolidates different resources into larger categories, one of those being LCFF funds. And so what it does allow for the public is for really focusing on which actions are contributing to the increased and improved services for unduplicated students. But what it doesn't allow is to see how that breaks down by LCFF base funds and LCFF supplemental and concentration grant funds. And so what we've done is really maintain that commitment to our community to have fiscal transparency. And so that appendix that we noted, which is Appendix A in the LCAP that's attached here for the item tonight, does show that level of detail. And if you go to the next slide, please, you'll see that it shows LCFF base and LCFF S&C or supplemental concentration split out. And then it also shows the detail across Title I, Title II, Title III, and then other federal funds within that larger federal funding category. So we'll continue to maintain this transparency both when we report our projected expenditures here in the look ahead to the next year of the LCAP, as well as when we come back and do our annual update at the end of each year to show how we actually spent those funds. Next slide, please. So with regard to early literacy, we've had a lot of really powerful input and feedback here in the late spring, and what we did do is work with our academic office to identify the action that could align to that work that's currently happening. That's specifically some training that's going on for our elementary staff, specific to the language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. And then also in communication with the academic office, we do really have that shared idea of building a full LCAP goal, and we're looking to them to support that development of this as we look into the next year. And again, that really points to the LCAP being that evolving document, that living document. And we know that even though we've taken a big couple steps forward in terms of our goal expansion this year, we know that that can become something that is even more reflective of our current reality in the coming year. Next slide, please. So again, based on feedback from the board last meeting, we've inside of the LCAP itself, where the actions are listed, as well as in the expenditure tables, noted that continuing, modified, or new status, just to show for each action, if it's largely the same, if it's similar but modified, or if it's a brand new action. And then we've also put in some text notes where there's a funding status that is other than standard. So where there's a $0 cost, or where there's funding for an action that is part of another action, we've dropped in that notation. And then also within our increased and improved section, as well as the stakeholder engagement section, we put action and metric reference numbers and codes, so that as stakeholders are reading through those sections and are finding us referencing one of those actions or metrics, they can then go find those more easily. Next slide, please. And another key revision that just came up recently, based on some feedback from different sources, is adding some student groups to our goals. And we've, in goals 1, 3, and 4, we have a number of student groups that are named. And so within goal 1 and 3, adding Hispanic Latino students to the named groups, and within goal 4, adding LGBTQ plus youth in the named groups, to really ensure that we're being more inclusive of the needs that are recognized in our district. Next slide, please. Just a brief comment on our Hispanic Latino students, and this goes back to the last slide, is that approximately 40% of our total student population falls into this student group, and so it makes up a very large proportion of what we would consider to be quote-unquote all students. And so when we see the numbers or the data that's reported for our all student group in SUSD, or our dashboard for all students, that is largely or very significantly driven by our Hispanic Latino students. And so sometimes it is difficult to try to piece out what the true need is for a group that makes up a large percentage of that all students. And so what we're going to be encouraging ourselves to do moving forward is looking at, in particular, how are our Hispanic Latino students doing in relation to some of their peer groups. And so we would be able to really identify and more clearly understand the needs of that student group within all of our goal areas. Next slide, please. Some of the feedback at the last meeting also asked, how do we assess what works? And I think it would be important to say first, this is one of our biggest areas of growth. And our stakeholders, even in our earlier comments tonight, were pushing us to really look at that alignment between our targeted use of funding and then how we're seeing that manifest in student outcomes. And we know that for some of our actions that we've been using over the course of many years, that alignment can be strong. Our increased and improved services section does have some discussion of the outcomes and analysis, but also some of the acknowledgement of where that can be better. And so this is an area that is one of the primary places for the LCAP to improve over time. Next slide, please. So here, as I prepare to pass off to Chief Harris in a moment, this item also does include a separate section or a set of materials for our dashboard local indicators. And just as a brief reminder, the dashboard local indicators are part of the California School Dashboard, but they're the indicators that we report locally. What we do is we gather data here that's not necessarily something generated at the state level, and then whether in narrative and or numerical form, report out on those indicators, and then upload that analysis to the dashboard. This didn't happen in the past year because of the COVID pandemic and the waiver of a lot of the dashboard requirements. A full dashboard was not reported in 2020. And in 2021, there will also be some modified status of this, and the dashboard local indicators won't be uploaded in the same way. But what we are doing still, as part of the new requirements, is reporting them to the board in the spring, along with the LCAP cycle. And in future years, we'll do the same and then upload those local indicators to the dashboard in the fall, usually around that September timeline, October timeline. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that in our LCAP, the local indicators, which are on the left, these 5 areas, are tightly aligned and in fact, really fully reported within the LCAP themselves. So you can see the metric alignment inside our LCAP of those local indicators. So for basic conditions, for example, our facilities and our instructional materials and our credentialing and assignment status. Inside of the other areas, you can also see those metric codes. And so within our LCAP, those local indicators are present and will continue to be present, whether or not they're on the dashboard in a given year. And with that, I believe I'm passing back to Chief Harris for the final few slides.
So you've seen this slide previously, but what's really important about it is to continue to make present that staff work is still underway to continuously improve this process. And so many of the things you see aligned here speak to the things that we're doing ongoing and we expect to get better at over the course of the next school year, over the next couple of years. Ultimately, really the integration of all of our strategic planning processes, making sure that we see concentration of effort, not separate plans. This notion of really make sure our LCAP and site plans have a relatedness. Of course, they de facto have one because the needs assessment is driven by the California dashboard and other internal tools, but it's really trying to be more explicit about making sure that that relationship is strong and not just dictating top down, but really making sure it's a interactive relationship. We have certainly district level things that we know are really important, but we also want sites to continue to use their local authority to understand unique nuances based on their students. Making sure we continue the education process. We know that access to the LCAP is big. Our document's pretty big, but I will say part of that is because we've taken effort to really do more data disaggregation for every measure. So it's not totally driven by narrative. Some of that's driven by the structure in which we're doing some of our measurable outcome assessment. But it is a big document. So we know that communicating is the first step, and then building understanding, and understanding will build better ability for folks to advocate. Outreach to stakeholders always remains an opportunity for us. I mean, we shared last time all of our efforts that we took, but we know it's never enough, and we know that for some stakeholder groups, we've got to maybe rethink how we're engaging with them, and so we're going to continue to do that. And of course, just building upon the partnership that we have with our budget and fiscal office. Certainly we've continued to make progress there, but we know that that's always an opportunity for improvement as we make sure our LCAP is public facing about all the major expenditures on behalf of our students and community. With that, I'll just make a quick logistics point that, of course, as we do historically, our dependent charter plans are included. As dependent charters, they do actually create their own separate LCAPs, but obviously with a lot of district support because of a lot of their work, and of course, directly ties to our district work. And then our request this evening is the adoption of our district LCAP plan, and with that, the adoption of the local accountability plans for our dependent charters as well. And with that, I'll end the presentation.
Thank you so much for that. We have 4 live public comments.
Yes, our first speaker is Atasi Upal.
Hello, I'm commenting on behalf of my organization, the National Center for Youth Law, and our colleagues at Black Parallel School Board, Disability Rights California, Equal Justice Society, and Western Center on Law and Poverty. Together, we submitted a letter dated June 16th to district staff and board members regarding the draft LCAP. These suggestions largely did not make it into the final LCAP to be adopted tonight, so I'd like to emphasize a few of our comments for future consideration. As organizations that represent and provide supports to students with disabilities who are enrolled in the district, particularly Black students with disabilities, we wanted to applaud the district's commitments to increase data and fiscal transparency, investments in instructional assistants and social workers for students with disabilities, increased staffing of school psychologists, and a goal to reduce disproportionate school discipline for Black students. However, we're concerned that the district has not fully realized its potential to invest in the needs of these students with disabilities. We urge the district to increase its investment in pivotal actions that support inclusive learning, such as coaching on social emotional learning and positive behavioral intervention services, a more robust bullying prevention and training team, and innovative re-engagement strategies, some of which are already happening in the district. Finally, we ask the district to commit to more sustained funding for needed staff and programs, as has been discussed in earlier public comments tonight. We hope the board and district staff will consider these suggested areas of growth during the coming school year and not wait until the next LCAP planning period. We also appreciate board members' suggestions tonight regarding how to improve transparency and strategic planning in the context of the SELPA local plan. All of this is so crucial so the district can better support the promise of students with disabilities, particularly those who identify as Black. Thanks for reading our letter and listening to my comments tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mohammed Kashmiri.
Yeah, like the last speaker, just saying that, we want to increase investments and we want you to show your leadership in terms of getting more folks on the campuses to help We know we need more psychologists, social workers. We need more folks on the ground that can make these changes. So we hope you'll continue to make those changes. And we know our kids deserve a lot more than what they're getting even with this LCAP money. And we hope you'll work with us to try to help increase the total amount of funding, like some of the board members were talking about, from the federal and state sources, so that we can actually work together and get some win-wins. So we look forward to working with that, and we appreciate the additional actions on early literacy. That you also continue to work on early literacy as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kashmiri. Next speaker. Our next speaker is Renee Webster Hawkins.
Yes, so as the LCAP PAC has presented its recommendations to you all throughout the year, we've focused on evidence-based strategies and programs that improve student outcomes. And then again, if increased staff support those programs and strategies, that makes sense. But like, I really want to applaud the inclusion of the letters training. This is a classic example. The letters training is designed to empower and enrich the capacity of every single general education teacher we currently have to better meet the literacy needs of every student. Not hiring reading specialists as a first strategy. That's a third tier strategy. The first tier strategy is get our current staff trained in evidence-based strategies, and I really applaud the letters. And this is, in partial answer to Member Garcia's question about how do we reduce the number of students with disabilities. We screen them early for reading struggles, and we get them the intervention that they need by their general ed teacher in their general ed classroom. That can really reduce the number of students that ultimately get identified for special education. So again, I just really applaud the approach and the inclusion of these late improvements to the LCAP plan. Thank you to Mr. Fong Ramirez and Mr. Harris for evolving the LCAP, and I applaud these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster Hawkins. Next speaker. Our final speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening. Thank you again. First and foremost, I just want to say I appreciate all the work, the staff, Mr. Harris, Mr. Ramirez Fong, Ms. Odipo, Ms. Alexander, all the people that show up and help and, try to get us to understand things. I think they did an amazing job. Again, the plan is amazing. We put a lot of work into it. Everyone, I feel our voices were heard. So again, I appreciate all that. Good job on that. And now it's about accountability and implementation. Again, you could have the greatest plan, but how are we going to show the results? Again, start giving us data, start showing us how are these investments working, are they not? We need to really focus on that stuff, because again, we got money and we need to hold it accountable. Again, how did we get to this point in the district? Because we're not holding ourselves accountable, right? We didn't shift, we didn't change. So again, coming forward to the next 3-year plan, let's make sure that we're getting the data and whatnot to hold ourselves accountable. But also, I'm Hiram Johnson. Again, what is the LCFF funding for? It's for the low income. Again, we have 90% over at Johnson low income. What is LCFF for? English learners. We have 30% English learners. We have a high percentage of long-term English learners. Foster youth homeless, a little percentage of that. So again, I want to see it at the school site. I'm at all the meetings. I'm at everything. I want to see it. I want to feel the LCAP. I want to feel the dollars at my school site. I'm not putting all this work to not see it and feel it and help my community. So again, good job, but I want to see the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I appreciate that. And I'll open this up for board dialogue. I just want to say thank you again to the staff that was all involved in the forming of the LCAP and to our LCAP PAC. And it really warms my heart to hear a parent, Mr. Vasquez, say that their voices are heard. I know, as a parent prior to becoming a board member, sitting on many committees where sometimes you felt like, I'm here every month, in and out, sometimes weekly, and I'm not quite sure exactly why I'm doing it. So it's great to hear that our parents are really and our community members are really being heard out. With that, I'd like to open this up for Member Shake, and then Member Garcia.
Super quickly and super briefly, I do want to underline what you said, President Pritchett, and what Rich said, which is that staff have done an incredible job this entire process from the start of developing this LCAP, and really including all the stakeholders that we have and that are going to be impacted by this LCAP. And so I just wanted to thank Chief Harris and Mr. Ramirez-Fong and everybody else who was involved in this for really listening. And for Rich to say that he was heard, I think it's very important in this specific plan that this is a commitment for where the district is going in the next 30 years. And I do want to underline that as well, which is that this is a commitment, and there will be decisions and tasks that come up along the road where we will need to prove our commitment. And to the community who's watching at home, I say please hold the district accountable to make sure that we're fulfilling this LCAP, because there's a lot of really optimistic aspirations that make me excited, but we need to make sure we follow through. Yeah.
Well, since do you want to shake, Member Garcia?
Yes, so echoing those sentiments, I just wanted to, thank staff. This was a very robust, I think, process this year. At least that's how it felt. Maybe it's because we got more updates. I really want to thank you for that. It demonstrated the evolution of the LCAP and sort of what the final product is. So again, it was just very helpful on my end to really understand the direction that we're going. And I really want to thank the committee PAC members as well. The parent volunteers who spend countless hours in these meetings, these monthly meetings, and I know you have the PAC members this year were very committed to making sure that they dug deep into the data, into the policies, into our system, and really sunshining some of those inequities. So I just want to thank the PAC volunteers, and then really helping create this 3-year LCAP plan. I think that's very exciting. I also want to give a shout out to the parent volunteers on the LCAP PAC who are moving on, and just really thank them for all their hard work and their commitment to get us to where we're at today, so that we can start implementing this LCAP. So I just wanted to share those thoughts. Thank you. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to.
You may wait till we get to all board. Okay, thank you. Member Morosky?
Thank you. Be really quick. It's a really good plan. I really appreciate all of the staff work and the volunteer work that went into it. It's a really, really good foundation for us. I think Rich Vasquez said it well. It's all about implementation and accountability going forward. I appreciate the renewed focus on early literacy. I really wanted to acknowledge that that you took that feedback, and I look forward to seeing how that plays out. And I think that's the way it's supposed to work, right? We kind of say, this should be a priority, and you come back with the real, the training and the expertise to make it happen. So I really appreciate that process. And I look forward to seeing that communication piece really come together. I think that's going to be really powerful. I think we can do big things around some of the really easy to understand goals that can really rally people around this plan. So again, just really appreciate all the work, and also shout out to Kathy Horiuchi, my outgoing LCAP PAC member, and all the other members who have worked so hard on this. So thank you.
President Pritchett, if you don't mind, obviously the LCAP PAC plays such a tremendous role in kind of the formation of the plan, and you've heard from them directly. I just want to do a quick shout out to our other groups, the DLAC, the CAC, African American Advisory Board. You got some of their input in here too, and so just wanted to do a broad shout out that we definitely appreciate all of our stakeholders, even when they're not happy with us. Their feedback has proved to be very valuable, so I do want to make sure I honor that too.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you to all of our community groups that were all part of this. Superintendent?
President Pritchett, I too just want to thank our LCAP PAC and every other stakeholder that participated in the formation of this LCAP. And I just want to remind the board and our community that this is just one of the pieces that we plan to stitch together, but it really is going to undergird our efforts over the next year. We have a variety of other, the 2017 Council of Great City Schools, the CCE SIR, the infographic that Chief Harris has continued to display to you, the integration of the SIPSA, the overall budget. And I just want to acknowledge, Member Morowski, you mentioned when you spoke to Mr. Linares, I'm just proud that as you have now heard two presentations before you get to the adopted proposed budget presentation, the cross-functionality of these presentations, staff from the budget office, staff from special ed, staff from continuous improvement and accountability, staff from budget, and you see you'll see in the title page for the adoption item, the cross-functionality and the number of people that are going to be presenting. That is, I hope, a signal to our board and to our community of what is hopefully the reason why you're starting to see more integrated planning and approaches to the work that we're conducting. And I too want to just thank the staff who have been so dedicated and committed to that cross-functional work that we sometimes call white space work, that white space between organizational charts that we see on our website, for example. That is actually the hardest work for an organization as large as ours. So I just want to say thank you to our staff as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Superintendent. All right. This is an action item.
I had something again.
I apologize. Sorry, Board Member Rhodes.
I am at home with my hand raised, and so
I keep forgetting that I still have to look on Zoom for this. So I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I was just kind of echoing some of the things that my colleagues have said, and Superintendent. First off, the cross-functional work, the removals of silos to help better impact our system is extremely important, and we're seeing that work now, partly due to COVID, of the necessity of that, but then how we continue to move in this vein will show the growth of our district, I believe, for years to come. And then also, this shout out to the LCAP. From being on the LCAP and seeing what it is currently, it's amazing to see. It's amazing to see the document. It's amazing to see you guys work. And it's amazing to see how you guys have galvanized as a group, but then also really taking into consideration our other groups and our stakeholders, and then infusing that work, which is commendable, because just like we're doing as a district when we're talking about the cross-functional work, all of this LCAP stuff actually connects to all these other groups, and that build out of all these other voices and the community engagement is a beautiful thing. To the LCAP, specifically the parents, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for showing up each time. Thank you for having side meetings. Thank you for calling your colleagues and saying, hey, I don't get this, and having deep conversations. To Area 5 folks, Frank, Vanessa, I really do appreciate you. Thank you for Saturday meetings. Thank you for updating me on what we're doing and informing some of the stuff that I work on as a board member. Your voices are valuable and invaluable to the work overall. To Stephen, to Vincent, I'm sorry. But like, it's, you guys have been a major shift in the way that I see the district. I would believe some of the reasoning of me being a board member was through this work as a LCAP PAC. And you guys are very influential to my own personal growth. So I really do appreciate you guys as well. And once again, this LCAP PAC is very important. And I just want to make sure that as we move forward as a board, that we are going to align. So all my LCAP PAC members, we are going to align this work to our general overall work that we're doing as a district. So once again, thank you guys for everything you guys do.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Next time, just speak up if I don't call you. I want to make sure I don't pass you up. All right, with that, this, like I said, this is an action item. Member Garcia?
Yeah, just move to adopt the LCAP.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
And this roll call. Superintendent?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu? Aye. Member Garcia? Aye. Member Villa? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you all for your adoption.
To everyone involved.
Yep, thank you. Big thank you to lots of district staff who made this come together, and obviously Mr. Stephen Ramirez-Fong who brought it all together.
It's no small feat. All right, item 10.2, adopt fiscal year, oh, you know what, before I do that, please, I need to extend this meeting. It's 10:27. We have roughly about 3 hours left of our meeting, so I'd like a motion to extend it to 1:30 a.m.
Moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, I caught you right before 10:30. All right, item 10.2, adopt fiscal year 21-22 proposed budget of all funds and education protection account. Ms. Ramos, it says, but I know it's somebody different.
Thank you, President Pritchett. It will be Mr. Vargas.
Okay. Hello again, Mr. Vargas.
Hello again, President Pritchard, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. So we will be doing a presentation to adopt the proposed 21-22 budget tonight. Along with presenting with me is Christine Baeta, our Chief Academic Officer, Vincent Harris, our Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, Jesse Castillo, our Director of Accounting. We'll also have Doug Husher, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, Jennifer Preitzman, our Director of MTSS, Victoria Flores, our Director of Student Support and Health Services, and finally, Christina Espinoza, our Director of Guidance and Counseling. So again, this is a presentation to adopt our budget, but we will also be including an overview of the critical supports that we're working on through the CARES funding or the ESSER funding that we are receiving. So with that, could you move to the next slide? So as a reminder from the presentation from 2 weeks ago, this is our multi-year projections. And as you can see, there's 2 grids because I'm going to be going through each column separately. But we do want to point out that we are projecting a $6.7 million deficit in the 21-22 budget year, $18.2 million deficit in the 22-23 year, and then finally in the 23-24 year, we are projecting an unrestricted deficit of 24.9. And so if you could click on the next, so we're unveiling the restricted column. And so with the restricted column, this is where the ESSER funding or a lot of the one-time funds that has been talked about tonight is in our budget. So with that being said, we are projecting a 21.9 million deficit, but that's really pulling from the restricted fund balance, which is projected to start at 104.5 million. And just to reiterate or remind you that the majority of that is recognizing the ESSER 2 and the ELO and the GEAR funds in the current year of 2021. So the ending fund balance for the 2021 year becomes our beginning balance for the 21-22 fiscal year. And then moving through the 2 years out of 22-23 and 23-24, we continue to see that deficit spend as we are spending down some of those restricted fund balance. And then we see that the projected deficit spend in the 3rd year out it drops to 14 million, and that's primarily due to pulling out the one-time funds related to the ELO grant. And then if you could click on the next reveal, and then this is our combined budget and the associated deficits. When you look at both unrestricted and restricted, you see there's 28.7 million in the first year, 49.2 million in the second year, and then 39 million in the third year. Next slide, please. And then again, just a reminder, if we were to pull out the ESSER2, the GEAR funds, and the ELO funds, we don't really see a change on the unrestricted side. You see that it went up to a little bit over 7 million. That is primarily due to removing the what we call indirect costs that are related to restricted funds, and I think that's roughly $340,000. So when you pull that away, it increases the deficit spend. But in the 2 out years, it's roughly about the same, 18.3 million, and then a little over 25 million in the third year out. So it doesn't really change when you pull out those one-time funds, but when you look at the next reveal, so if you could click on that, you can see that there's the deficit spend of 345,000, but the beginning fund balance for the restricted side is only at 6.5 as compared to the last MYP where it was over 104 million. And then you see that it's balanced in the second and third year out. Then if you could reveal the last block. So with that, with the 1 year or with the one-time funds being pulled out, we would have a projected deficit spend of 7.4 million in the first year, 18.3 in the second, and then 25 million in the third year. Next slide, please. And then with this, I will turn it over to my colleague, Jessica Steele, and he'll talk about the budget timeline.
Thank you, Adrian. Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. This slide is an overview of our 2021-22 budget timeline. As you can see, it spans from January of 2021 through June of 2022. That's to provide a holistic view of the budget process as we progress through the year. And as you can also see in the leftmost column, those arrows, and those indicate our different time periods throughout the budget timeline where we can revise the budget as we get new information that comes in or have changes in assumptions or things of that nature. Next slide, please. This slide is an overview of our LCFF funding growth versus our expenditure growth on a per ADA basis. And as you may recall, we brought this to you a few weeks ago during our proposed budgets presentation, but I thought we'd bring it back because it's a great illustration of our ongoing challenge with our expenditures exceeding our revenues and how that contributes to our deficit spend. As you can see in the salmon color column for the year 21-22, a $524 increase in LCFF funding per ADA versus a $506 increase in expenditures on a per ADA basis. And moving to 22-23, a $329 increase in revenue on a per ADA basis versus a $548 increase in expenditures per ADA. And lastly, moving to year 3, a $351 increase per ADA in revenue, while we have a $433 increase in expenditures. And it's also important to keep in mind that this is just a snapshot of some of our expenditure categories, such as our special ed, health benefits, step and column, as well as STRS and PERS. But there's also other expenditures that could occur or unanticipated expenditures that could occur in any given year that would add to this discrepancy between revenues and expenditures. Next slide, please. This slide just dives a little deeper into our step and column costs that were shared on the previous chart. How this functions is it occurs each year as employees move to a higher step or on a higher or over columns on a salary schedule. And the average increase between steps is approximately 3.5% for certificated staff and 4.5% for classified staff. However, not all employees are eligible to move up steps each year. For example, if an employee is already at the top step of the respective column or range, they will not be eligible to move up an additional step. Certificate employees may also move over columns based on their additional education units and move over on that salary schedule. The average increase between column movement is about 5%, and in total, our step and column cost is about 1.5% of total salaries for the year. And as I mentioned, it's less than what you see in those overall increases in salary because not all employees are eligible to move up step or move over columns each year. Next slide, please. This slide just provides an example of how that functions. So for example, if we were to hire a first-year teacher who had a BA plus 45 units, they would be placed on step 1 of Class B, that red box outlined there, on 49,000. And then as they finish that first year and moved into the second, they'd be eligible to move up in steps. So they'd be at the 50,947 outlined in that pink box. And let's take, for example, if they were to pursue an additional 15 educational units during their second year, they would be eligible to move over because they would be at the BA plus 60 semester units as they move into their third year. So not only would they receive that increase in step up to the third step, they'd also move over columns to that yellow oranges box on Class C. In total, that column increase would be about a 5% increase in salary, and that increase in step would be about a 3.5% increase. Next slide, please. This slide is a recap of Board Policy 3100, which was passed in March 4th, or approved March 4th, 2021. Within this policy, it touches on our reserves as well as discusses our use of one-time funds being used for one-time expenditures, and also that during the budget adoption process that we should have a separate table or display that outlines our one-time funds as well as the usage budgeted for those one-time funds. And with that, if we can move to the next slide, please. This is a table overview of our one-time funds. This is also provided within our executive summary. As you can see in the leftmost column, it shows each funding source, with the middle column being the amount budgeted for the 21-22 budget year, as well as the use of funds in the rightmost column, which either FTEs or programs that those funds are budgeted to support. Next slide, please. Just a continuation of that table from the previous slide. Again, as you can see, those programs in the leftmost column. Of note, looking at the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant up in the first 2 rows that are budgeted for the 21-22 year, as well as the ESSER 2 funds of about $7.9 million budgeted in the 21-22 year. In total, is approximately $28.7 million in one-time funds budgeted for 21-22. Next slide, please. This slide is an overview of our COVID relief one-time funding. As you can see, a total award of $282 million between those remaining funding sources for COVID, of which $12.9 million has been expended as of June 17th. An additional $36.5 million has been allocated. And if you take that total allocated amount with the balance column, that would get you a total of $269.3 million that is still available for expenditure. And of course, always important to keep in mind the expiration dates in the rightmost column for each of those funding sources and incorporating that in our planning for these various sources. Below is also a table of our expired COVID sources that have been fully expended with the coronavirus relief funds as well as the learning loss mitigation funds. In total, $37.6 million expended. And before we transition into the next portion of our presentation, it's important to keep in mind that the discussion around our programs and positions are not a part of the budget adoption process, but it is very important information on how we can best utilize these COVID funds to support our students and programs. And with that, I'd like to pass it over to my colleague, Chief Academic Officer, Christine Beda. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse, and good evening, everybody. Next slide, please. The last time that we were together and we were discussing use of CARES funds, we worked to help the board and the community to understand that our strategy really surrounded thinking through a multi-tiered system of supports. We were looking to design our purchases with FTE and other supports for our system truly around what do our kids need to ensure that we can provide this robust MTSS framework. And as we look to what will the supports be that we know are coming forward, what FTE and what other special student opportunities and in academics, attendance, well-being, and social climate do we predict our kids will need to make sure that we're moving through next year and the next few years able to support our students. So as we move into tonight, you're going to see last time we came to you with 4 puzzle pieces Tonight, you'll see a fifth under student opportunities. These really are based on some of the feedback that we heard from the board and the community after our last presentation. So we'll work to highlight some of that for you this evening. Next slide, please. So we'll move through tonight, and really now we're thinking about what are the critical services that we know our students are going to need, and how are we going to share with you what those supports look like. And tonight we promised that we would bring to you, in addition to what we shared last time, also the number of FTE that we're bringing forward to ask for support for our students. Next slide, please. Here's that fifth puzzle piece. Last time we were together, we talked about well-being, and we shared with you a bucket of FTE and supports we knew our students needed around well-being. We visited with you about school climate and needs around school climate, specific positions that we knew that our system would need around attendance and attendance supports, and we also discussed academics. What we didn't bring to you were additional student opportunities. These are opportunities that we heard as needs from the board and from the community. And again, we're trying to highlight for you with our infographic that we're working to wrap around with these supports and create all the pieces needed to support a whole child. These are the critical services that we know our students are going to need to accelerate their learning and their care post-pandemic. Next slide, please. Now we're going to have Director Victoria Flores share with you some more specifics around the pieces that we know that our students need under well-being.
I'm squeezing in.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Chief Academic Officer Vieta. There's a slide inserted for me, so I apologize for squeezing in, but we take the next slide, please. It is still wrapped around well-being as well.
It is.
Guidance and counseling and career support. Basically, this speaks to positions both at the secondary and elementary level for counselors, along with support for career technical education. What's important to note is that these positions are kind of play out in kind of three ways. One is providing extended day support. So support the students in the late afternoons and evenings, recognizing that the traditional business hours, if you will, may not serve all of our students. And so expanding a base of support so that we can reach students kind of no matter what time of day. The other major element of this is really targeting underrepresented students in kind of a variety of ways, whether it be in terms of just identifying those students who we know can use an extra nudge for support in terms of their college matriculation or college application process, or in the context of careers, looking at students who are typically underrepresented. So in the context of engineering or the trades, knowing that women are underrepresented, and so being intentional about developing career exploration opportunities that support those students. And then finally, just building overall capacity for students in general to explore careers, recognizing that as much as we support students on a college-going track, we know that lots of careers require college, but we know other careers don't. And so creating career and college centers across sites so we can be very intentional in our support. With that, I'll transition. Oh, and I should mention, of course, with the elementary counselors, really strengthening this notion of the transition from elementary school to middle school as well. So really recognizing that there's gaps that we have currently in our pipeline for students and just filling those gaps. With that, I'll turn over to Director Flores.
Thank you. If I can just interject, team, very quickly, I should have just mentioned, because I don't want any of us to be confused here, we started with information that you probably were reminded of from 2 weeks ago related to the budget adoption process. And then board members, if you remember, you asked for more details from the CARES workshop that we had held 2 weeks prior to that. So we're kind of combining them, but I do want to make sure that you understand the budget adoption process is for the information we shared 2 weeks ago. We are introducing more details, really because it's very exciting, and I hope everyone feels somewhat motivated. This is the first kind of presentation here that Mr. Harris just provided on behalf of college and career or guidance and counseling. We're excited that we are thinking of using one-time funds for a pilot effort to have elementary counselors helping our students transition into middle school, for example. Again, just more information about how we are hoping to use one-time funds. I hope that the board is thinking about the resolution that we presented today. And as you think about taking action at the next board meeting next week, that these are all those things that we have to be very conscientious about. We have to stay committed to making sure that we can create the budget structure that would allow us to keep these things as long as we can demonstrate effectiveness and the investments tied to student outcomes. So lots to think about as board members, and hopefully as a community as well, that this is part of the budget adoption presentation with more details about one-time funds. And hopefully you'll start thinking about the importance of that resolution and our commitment to make sure that we have a budget structure that can sustain all of these investments in the future.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. And next slide, please. The other thing I'd invite you to hold is that we really are going to be focused on hiring staff who reflect the diversity of our school sites, our communities, as well as the diversity of the languages in our community. So as you listen, and this is a practice that we've held, dear in our department and in all of our district. And so think of that too as we talk about these additions. So we've heard from many of our student groups, our community members, our parents, our community advocates about the need for mental health services at all of our sites. And the recognition that our support centers do a great job, but they're in limited spaces where schools have that additional money. And so this is actually our attempt to actualize bringing services and supports to every single school based on student need. Remember that equity indices that we talked about. So we're projecting around, our estimate right now is 21.4 school social workers, credentialed school social workers, as well as about 8.2 coordinators and specialists, really focused on coordination of service, making sure we've got lots of folks on campus, that we're all working together, much like you saw this cross-departmental meeting tonight, that's happening on our campuses. Of course, we've got that individual group and family support, crisis intervention, home services, all of this to really empower and engage our families to help lift them up and walk alongside of them, meeting their needs. Next slide, please. We're also looking at adding specifically 2 FTE school social workers to our LGBTQ support services that serve in our Connect Center. Right now, I think some of you know, we have 1 dedicated staff member who's grant funded. It's a youth and family mental health advocate. They're amazing and wonderful, but this is an opportunity to really dedicate some services to expand the breadth and the depth of support that we provide, particularly building up those GSA clubs that are so important to our campuses, that staff professional development and consultation, those youth conferences that we do. That story that board member Murawski shared when she did the Pride resolution really stuck in my heart about this student who noticed that little pin and what that means for so many of our students when they see those recognition for whatever issue or cause. And so just really wanting to double down on that work that we're doing there. Next slide, please. We're also going to be adding 2 FTE to our homeless services support. So this year we've got 1 homeless service coordinator. We were able to add 1 social worker through Title IV funding. We're adding additional staffing, and when we were looking at what we could do, we really wanted to bring on 1 other team to really provide that intensive case management and be able to support our families as they make moves across our district. The other thing we really wanted to be intentional about is that not all families are comfortable with identifying as being unhoused, and that's okay. It is their choice, but we still want to make sure that we have the available supports to provide and support them with what they need. It's about the need, not necessarily about the label that we're going to put on someone. And so we're really going to build our capacity there. Next slide, please. Same with our foster youth services. So right now we have 3 staff dedicated to covering the 40 plus elementary schools and middle schools. And so we're asking to add an additional 2 FTE of foster youth services so that we can really maintain those ratios and have that weekly check-in with our foster youth and our families that's required to really also meet those unique needs. And again, be able to follow them if they move from school to school so that we can maintain that relationship and that engagement. Next slide, please. We're also looking at some programs for expanding the tutoring support that we're able to provide to our families experiencing homelessness or residing in foster care. We had a really dramatic increase in asking for tutoring with kind of a paucity of resources. And so we're looking to expand who we work with and expand that contract so that we can really meet that need. And this next year, we know we had really disproportionate impacts in chronic absenteeism and engagement, even despite all of our outreach efforts. And so this is our attempt to be ready to meet that need and support throughout the year. And we are looking at providers that hold a specialty in serving these unique needs. Next slide, please. So when we look to our health services, we're also looking to add 8 FTE of school nurses along with 8 FTE of health aides. And we've had this vision of doing this and placing a full-time school nurse at all of our comprehensive high schools and large middle schools, meaning the rest of the nurse caseloads come way down. So by doing this, we will almost half the caseload for our school nurses. So that we'll have 1 nurse to around 1,500 students, really helping us be able to focus on that prevention, early intervention, public health framework. And then all of the other things they do in the mandated services as well. So the nurses are really excited about this. And I think this will be a really great benefit, particularly during a pandemic and beyond. Next slide, please. Lastly, we're also looking at doing a 1 coordinator who's going to oversee our District 504 coordination, as well as some special educational services and programs. Right now, all of those roles fall to me as director, as well as overseeing 3 different departments. So we're just not able to provide as much oversight and support as we really should. And so this will give us that opportunity to do that. From the district's perspective, supporting our Site 504 coordinators, our students and our families. Of course, if there are complaints or procedural safeguard issues, but we're also going to have them support our pregnant and parenting students. We didn't really have anyone assigned to that in this role, and so we'll take that on and partner that up with our home hospital program that already resides in health services, as well as our hospital teacher program. And sometimes people don't realize we actually have full-time teachers staffed at the 4 local hospitals. And so really bringing that all together to make sure that we are wrapping around our students, sometimes with the most unique and vulnerable needs when it comes to their health. And with that, I believe I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Doug Husher with the next slide.
Great. Thank you, Director Flores. And so we'll transition from that well-being puzzle piece and student support to the school climate puzzle piece. And so last time we met in earlier June, there were many slides on PBS, and we can go to the next slide now. Tonight there'll be just 1 slide. We know the value of positive behavior intervention support. When we met earlier in the month, I shared with you the benefits nationally, as well as what we've seen right here in our own local context. As a reminder, we've seen a nearly 50% reduction in suspension in schools that have learned and implemented PBS across their campuses in our district. We recognize, however, that we have not been able to take this work to scale. So we're excited about what you see before you tonight, these 5 PBIs coaches and 1 coordinator. As you see on the slide, with this staffing, the coaches will be embedded at school sites to train staff, provide professional learning, develop a common language around expectations of behavior, address disproportionality in school discipline, to begin building that good understanding of trauma-informed practices and care. Each of our 25 Cohort 1 MTSS schools under this plan would be supported by a PBIS coach. A coordinator will help guide and support this work, as well as some of our attendance and engagement efforts, and ensure alignment with our MTSS rollout. Currently, I support 5 departments and also PBIS, so that coordinator is much needed as well, just to keep a hand in it, to gather the data, to keep providing that support to make sure we stay on the right track. As Board Member Rhodes and the Superintendent mentioned tonight, we are being very thoughtful about PBIS being cross-functional, occupying that white space and being interdepartmental work. We're working very, very closely with the Academic Office and the MTSS rollout, so these two are seamless, PBIS and MTSS together. This will give it that much sought-after stickiness factor that we talk about sometimes. PBIS will help remove barriers that prevent many of our students from experiencing school success, combined with intervention teachers, nurses, social workers, the other essential staff you're hearing about tonight. This is one more important strand in this web of support. And on that note, we'll transition from the school climate puzzle piece to the attendance puzzle piece, and Jennifer Kretschmann.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, next slide, please. So currently, we are an entirely grant-funded entity. We have 2 child welfare and attendance specialists, and we support all 75 sites. We also offer support to our NPS schools. This last school year, chronic absence rates doubled on average nationwide. That number nearly quadrupled for Black and Brown students. So this year, we are planning on conducting at least 500 summer connection home visits. This is going to be to our students who have been disengaged and chronically absent this school year. With the addition of 3 additional CWASs, we will have a fully staffed team. We will better serve our diverse communities with intentionality and increase overall student engagement. With this, we'll have a total of 5 CWASs and be aligned with our IAS regions. We'll be able to support the same sites as our IASs do. We'll be able to monitor and assess attendance and engagement data regularly. We'll be able to engage in cycles of continuous improvement, and we'll be able to do that at the site levels, so with our MTSS teams and also at the district level. We'll be able to provide differentiated support to vulnerable student groups, including our Black and Brown students. We'll also have a worker who specializes in serving students experiencing homelessness, foster youth, and students with disabilities. These are areas we were just not able to do, having only 2 child welfare and attendance specialists for the entire district. We will also be able to support sites with frontline attendance work. So not only will we be engaging in this MTSS work, we'll also be able to be at the sites, on the ground, helping attendance staff find our students, engage our students, and conduct attendance work. We will also be able to provide follow-up case management. So that's something huge that our district, thus far, we have not done a good job following up on our students who have escalated to that tier 3 attendance level. Our students who have a SARB contract, they are put on contract and often fall through the cracks because there's not enough people to follow up and make sure they're attending. So with that, again, we're asking for 3 additional CWASs. I would like to turn it over to Christine Pieta.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I think one thing to continually keep in mind, as we continue our path toward becoming a high poverty, high performing district, even through this year of pandemic, all of these puzzle pieces and supports are needed so that we can move forward and see improved outcomes for all of our students. We can't do it with any one piece alone. So next slide, please, as we talk about some of the particular positions in our academic department. First and foremost, last time we were together, we talked about our school psychologists, how important they are to our work, and how right now, because we just do not have enough of those positions in our system, they really are working to complete assessments, get the reports completed, be at the IEP table and team to share those reports, but they're not able to participate in all the other processes that they really are trained to do, gifted to do, and magically can bring forward supports for students. So we're asking for an additional 8 school psychologists so that they can participate in our student study team process, for example, be available and able to collaborate with teachers and principals as a resource, and then also be providing direct services and supports for students. This really is a deep part of their training and what they are able to do, and they have not been able to provide this at the level that they should be able to in our system. So we're asking for 8 additional school psychologists. Next slide, please. We're also looking to have 1 lead school psychologist as well as 1 lead speech pathologist. The reason we need these supports is to have that real true level of deep expertise in these specific areas to be able to provide supervision and support to these departments. They'll also be able to help understand exactly what training these specialists will need to be able to design, develop, and present this training as they particularly meet these needs. In being able to do that, that frees up other areas of our system to make sure that we're strengthening all facets of our special education team, as well as being able to support out and into the general education sphere. We also need these team members because it will alleviate some other time for our team so that they can participate in our study team process, our student study team process regularly. And I think one piece that's also very important to us is to consider as we onboard new team members, we need these specialists to be able to help to complete the onboarding with the level of expertise that they bring to the team. So a lot of other districts have these lead roles, and we know that this is going to help us support and provide the need and care we need to give to our kids. Next slide, please. Also under the academic office, we are looking for 5 FTE in board certified behavior analysts. These will be in our special education department. And the last time we were together, we discussed how these positions will be able to work, and we know that we have other positions in our system that have also offered this support. But these positions we're looking to be able to support all along the spectrum, from building those foundational skills for our students around behavior, being able to support and build capacity for teachers and other site personnel, even when they're not there on campus. Also being able to move all the way to functioning as a part of a special education team, to be able to do functional behavior assessments, to be able to write those behavior plans for students, to follow up and determine whether or not those are working for students, and what else we may need to do to be able to support the student and to support the site. So we're looking for 5 FTE and board certified behavior analysts, and keep thinking all the time about how these blend in with the counselors that Mr. Harris shared that we know we need, the nursing and social worker team and staff that we know that we need, the PBIS team that Mr. Husher shared that we know we need. These all start to weave together to ensure improved and safe outcomes for our students. Next slide, please. Last time I told you, and I know it's unbelievable, but it's true, we have 1 current secondary ELD training specialist for our entire system. We're requesting a 2nd training specialist. I shared with you last time that this person will be able to support our secondary teachers across the system, support our secondary principals in being able to develop and provide training. So they'll be designing and providing professional learning, as well as I want to keep helping us to think and understand about how these specialists can help us to build capacity. As a principal myself, with some of these supports in my school, I knew that these people would not be there with me all the time. But as they started to build my capacity, and I could help build the capacity of the other shared leaders on campus who were always there, we could take their expertise and keep that with us to support our students across every day, all day. So we're asking for one more secondary ELD training specialist to help our secondary EL learners. Next slide, please. This is a very deep need for our system. We need 4 ed tech training specialists. These will support Nova Katz, who is our ed tech training coordinator. She has taken, as I shared last time, on this role in the middle of this pandemic, and I can't say enough because I don't know what we would do without her. But underneath her, we really do need support. So the way that we currently have this structured is we're asking for 2 that would be supporting in the elementary division and 2 in the secondary division. They will be able to help our teachers to look at core curriculum, look at all this new technology that we have and learning that our teachers have developed, how to pair those together to continue to enhance our work for our students. They'll also be able to help us to design professional learning, present professional learning, and ensure that all of our curriculum, including intervention materials, are being enhanced through the technology that we've acquired, the skills we've acquired, as well as the hardcore technology that we now have in our classrooms. So we're very, very excited about this support. It's a deep need. It's a long time need for our system. Next slide, please. And on this slide last time, I shared that the need for the academic intervention teachers. I also shared these are not special education teachers. We're asking for 40, and we will be using an equity index to determine how much of this support will be at each of our schools. But here's what I want our system to continue to understand. These are not teachers to pull small groups of students who are struggling the most. But these are teachers who can provide supports to our general education team so that our general education teacher can provide at a smaller group ratio supports for students. So, for example, an academic teacher might pull a team of kids who have already acquired mastery in the skill so that the general education teacher who knows those kids best, knows those learners' needs best, can hone in on their skills. It's really important as a system that we don't ever take our most fragile learners and have those students going with a teacher who does not know them as well or may not have the depth of skill set as that general education teacher. So we're going to keep working through what this teacher role can look like in our system, but you'll continually hear me say these are not special education teachers, and they're not coming into our system to pull kids with the deepest needs. And we'll continue to work through that so that this resource can be a powerful resource to accelerate learning for all of our students. Next slide, please. Now we're going to move into thinking about some of these student opportunities that our board members and community have asked us to consider with these one-time funds. And Mr. Harris, who I know has our next slide this time, will be sharing again some information on college and career opportunity.
Thank you, Chief Bieda. And this slide really wraps around the theme of college and career experiences and really honoring this notion of post-secondary exposure. And so there's 3 big themes here. One theme are visits, this notion of visiting colleges and universities and business partners, and visiting across college segments from community college to California State to the University of California and private schools. So really expanding the visit, the in-person experience of seeing it. The next major theme really is information sharing, and that's where you see the notion of college and career fairs. So making sure our students have the opportunity to have information about college, make sure students have the opportunity to have information about careers, to literally being able to go and talk directly to college representatives and industry representatives. The third theme kind of relates to this notion of experience. And so this notion of really establishing partnerships with business industry partners to provide students and their parents with experiential and informational experiences, which go beyond the visit, but really maybe an opportunity to do an extended learning session of some sort or internship or things of that nature that really bring to life the notion of what experiences might be. So as we think about college and career experiences, it really is wrapped around this notion of learning. We have the CCGI partnership, which has been very impactful, visits to have an in-person experience. And then, of course, these opportunities to just simply be in space, whether that be in the college space or in the professional space, gaining skills, gaining exposure, and making that best post-secondary decision for a given student. With that, actually, we'll turn it back to Chief Academic Officer Bieda.
Thank you, Harris. Our board and our community have many times, and we could not agree more, share the concern that not all of our students have the opportunity, if they so choose, to join the 6th grade Sly Park outdoor science camp that many of our students get to enjoy on an annual basis. Well, now we're really excited to share that we are allocating $681,000 of our one-time funds to ensure that every single 6th grader gets this opportunity. If you don't know what Sly Park is, it's an outdoor environmental science camp experience. The students get a week-long feature of climbing walls, astronomy, animal room. They have arts and crafts. There are lessons that are embedded with California and local history. And most of this happening outside. And maybe most importantly, they get the opportunity to participate in really exciting team building experiences. And with this one-time opportunity, we know that we can ensure that every student who wants to go will be fully funded and be able to attend Sly Park. I'm very, very excited about this. So this is one thing under student opportunities that we're really happy that was brought forward by our board and our community. Next slide, please. We also heard that there's need for increasing the VAPA opportunities for our students. So we're asking to increase by 1.4 FTE that will ensure music opportunities for all of our 7th and 8th graders at every single one of our schools. We also have some deep need for instrument repair to make sure that music is still part of the lives of all of our students with their instruments, and we need an increase in our supply budget. Also under VAPA, but not on this slide because we didn't have the exact amount that we wanted to put on yet, but we know that we're going to provide professional learning to help to ensure that our social emotional learning can be tied to the arts instruction. We have an incredible coordinator in our CJ, in our VAPA department, and he has a really tight plan for ensuring that we can bring the arts through SEL into all of our schools. He also has a design plan for professional learning for our arts instructors across the system so that they can have time together each month to increase their collective energy and be able to share that out and build that work through all of our schools. So we're also excited about increasing our VAPA budget a bit to be able to provide this musical opportunity and some professional learning that will move into SEL and art supports for students. Next slide, please. And then I'd like Adrian to pop back in if he's able and help us through this particular slide.
Hey, so along with all the items discussed previously, there will be support for temporary one-time positions, and I believe this was discussed 2 weeks ago. So with all the added positions and all the added requisitions that we will go through and have been going through, these departments listed on this slide are impacted. So we will be looking at adding one-time positions related to the increased work and load to support all the things that have been discussed previously. Anything else you want to add, Christine? Or
I think that's just about it, Adrian. Thank you.
Right.
And then next slide, please. So again, thinking through the lens of how do all of these supports over the next few years weave together. Not any one of these supports can function siloed or alone to create a really tight blanket that wraps around our students, starts to accelerate their learning, make sure that they're in very safe environments, make sure that we have the supports that they need, and also all of this framing around us reviewing data, understanding how to allocate our supports, and also working to understand, is the cadre of supports that we build for a student based on data and need really working? Because with our MTSS, or database decision-making process, we'll constantly be looking to say, does this work? What else can we do? And with this cadre of supports, we know that we'll be able to reach out and find another way to help whenever we see that a student has additional needs. And also, I want to remind us that undergirding much of this are the facilities, technology, administration, and operations supports that we know we need to be able to hold all of these pieces for our students together. Next slide, please. And this one turns back over to Adrian.
If I can just interject, Mr. Vargas, real quickly, if you can go back to that previous slide. That one there, and then board members, if you can go to your packet too, to slide 14 at your convenience. I just, again, want to just reiterate the importance of you're starting to see us continue to use that slide 14 as an infographic that we want to continue to just remind our board and our community, along with this slide that is now showing on screen, and then the following slide, which is intended, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Vargas. Go ahead and move to the next slide. Just the color coding is sort of representative of that, of the previous slide. And again, you'll see in the next steps, we're hoping to create a web page that has kind of that same pattern, if you will, in how people and how our community will be able to track expenditures and the number of positions that we are thinking of at this point. So there's a rhyme and reason for all of this that I just wanted to point out. So let me turn it back over to Mr. Vargas.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. So can you go to the previous slide? So as Superintendent Aguilar identified the color coding, basically this slide represents the number of FTEs that were presented and the associated cost with those FTEs. And so we are looking at 157.5 FTEs and roughly 19.5 million in projected expenditures. Next slide. So next steps, we're looking at providing the board with an update on our HR processes for new and existing positions, an overview of student outcome metrics for the COVID CARES funds, and of course, regular budget updates and expenditures. And as the superintendent mentioned earlier, creating a web interface for the COVID fund expenditures. And
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Real quickly before you transition, I just want to, again, we're now going to move back to the budget adoption phase, board members. So we'll come back, of course, for the discussion, but we're going to move again from giving you more detailed information about one-time fund investments back to budget adoption, which we're statutorily required to take action today. So it's kind of the flow of the presentation.
Okay, thank you again. So next slide. So as Superintendent Aguilar said, I'm bringing back the MYP that we started with. And again, this is part of our proposed budget. And as you can see on the unrestricted side, the deficit spend, 6.7 million in the first year, 18.2 million in the second year, and 24.9 million in the third year on the unrestricted side of the budget. And then Next slide, please. And again, just going and reviewing what our multi-year projections would look like if we pulled out the funds related to ESSER 2, GEAR, and ELO funds. And again, not much changes on the unrestricted side. The changes that you see are reflected in the restricted side of the budget. Next slide. And so in summary, the district's budget has been disapproved for the last 3 years, primarily due to deficit spending and diminishing cash flow projections. Just want to remind everyone that we did, or the board approved a fiscal recovery plan of $4.5 million on February 4th. And then another point to note in this budget adoption is that we did include the $564,000 back to the budget, utilizing one-time ESSER funds to support our child development program. And lastly, we would need a $24.9 million ongoing solution to achieve fiscal solvency and eliminate deficit spending in the third year out of our multi-year projections. And then next slide. So we'll take questions, but we are looking to adopt the 21-22 budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we have 3 brave souls that have stayed with us for live public comment.
Yes, our first public comment is from Danielle Darby.
Hello, can we hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so please get your pencils and paper ready. Here we go. On slide 5, Ms. Ramos, when she presented this last time, she said that health and benefits, that she budgeted an 8% increase. I looked at the prior 3 years. Not once has health and benefits went over 4%. So we are budgeting an extra 100% on health and benefits for some reason. I have no idea why. Then I would like to guide you to slide 41. On slide 41, it lists the summary of each category and the total FTE. I went back under each category and added up the people in those categories, and they do not match. For example, on well-being, what was presented in the slides was 68.1 FTE. On this slide, slide 41, they has listed as 58.6. That's a difference of almost 10 FTE. That's ridiculous. And there are 2 more other sections that have been miscalculated. Now, on the well-being, based off of my quick calculation, it's 139K per FTE. School climate, it's 153K per FTE. Attendance, 141K per FTE. Really, for attendance? Then I go to academic. Academic is 94K per FTE. That is some 30% less than all the other ones. Now, the one to be in is student opportunities. For some reason, they're getting paid 230K per FTE. Now, operational support, we didn't even break that one down. What are we trying to hide there? That's my main question there on that slide. So now, I would like you to go to slide 39. On slide 39, it talks about, on the lower left-hand corner, a 5% investment. 5% of $280 million is $14 million. What are we going to be spending that $14 million on? Because it's not the FTE that's listed at the end here. With that amount of money, based off of my quick calculation, you're going to be hiring another 113 people that's not even listed in this presentation. These numbers are not adding up. And if you actually approve this budget based off of the numbers that have been presented here, you'd be breaking your fiduciary responsibility to the public. So with that, I would say let's stop this amateur accounting hour now. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is David Fisher. Oh, I'm not seeing him online now. Our next speaker is Mohammed Kashmiri.
Mo Kashmiri, I just want, overall, I think the district is going the right direction of allocating more of these funds to, more of their one-time funds to make sure that we're getting the services we need. I don't think this goes far enough. I think we need to be going further. And if that means that, like, adding additional revenue, going to look for additional revenues, we need to be fighting for the services that our kids need, not just trying to do with what we have. I appreciate that we're finally moving away from the austerity narrative that we think is going to somehow get us to a great school district. I'm glad we're looking at actually providing services and programs, and I hope we continue to do that. And I'd also ask that we continue to do that in collaboration with our labor partners instead of just this one top-down decision-making that I'm seeing right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kashmiri. All right, with that, I'll open it up for more dialogue. Superintendent, I just have a quick question for you. In regard to Resolution 3212 that we will be bringing back next week, with the one-time, it addresses the one-time funds to be used for post-pandemic needs. Can you just kind of reiterate to us in regard to these positions, and how since we'll be using one-time funds to be able to fund these positions, right? And how the hiring process will take place because it is one-time funds?
Yeah, and it's also the reason, President Pritchett, that I did interject because there is a lot happening and I think it's all interwoven. It's not one major agenda item. They're broken up into different agenda items tonight, but they all really are interwoven. And so because tonight was the first read of that resolution, I think this presentation gives the board another week to just kind of think about and explore any language changes that you'd like to make to that resolution, because we are now in a position where we are proposing to spend resources exactly the way that independent entities have told us not to, that we not use one-time funds for expenditures that might put us in a position that we're not able to sustain them. And so in some ways, it's just great that the board over the past year passed board policies related to one-time funds, passed the board policy related to reserves, and now because of this influx of funding, we're in a position where we're kind of grappling with how do we reconcile those things. And so I think the resolution brought forward this evening gives us another week to kind of just reconcile that in our own mind so that we are crystal clear that the use of one-time funds is done on an exceptional basis, and that you are directing me and our staff to be very clear in recording your perspective that we are going to be coming back and we are going to be informing you how we are doing in terms of creating a budget structure that allows us to sustain those expenditures over time when those one-time funds expire. So we are in some ways in a very fortunate situation in that we're trying our best to put ourselves in a position that we think we should have always been in. Sort of think of this as kind of baseline investments, and you heard that, for example, I think from Director Flores, where she said, this is what we should have had in terms of baseline services. Wouldn't it be great if we had been in this place with a budget structure that allowed us to sustain these programs, and then we received an influx of funds, and we were talking about additional investments beyond what we consider to be baseline. And I think it's critical that our board and our community sort of grapple with that, because we don't want to invest these one-time funds and then find ourselves in a position where we're clawing ourselves back in the next few years to another time where we might have an influx of these funds. We never know if we will or not, but where we're trying to get back to a baseline approach again. And so I think that, again, all of these things have to come together in your minds so that we're all very clear about how we would make it realistic to continue to sustain these expenditures, which as you heard from our staff, I can sense the motivation and the excitement in our staff, the feeling that this is what warrants student investment opportunities, and I get excited about hearing our staff feel this level of excitement as well. So I know that they will all be wanting to hear from you as well during this discussion period.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate that. Member Avila and the student member Shea. So I have a few comments and questions, and echoing what the superintendent mentioned, being very clear that this funding may go away. So yes, we are investing and we're creating a baseline. It does give me concern, and I said that at our last meeting that we're using these one-time funds, investing in student programs and staffing, and finally giving kids what they need and families. I'm just very nervous that what happens when we get to that point. And we want to make sure that we're very clear with that. On slide 6, I know in our public comment someone had mentioned that our healthcare prices are rising. I think everybody in this room, we've talked about it on a personal level, due to COVID. There are other things. So I want to make sure that we're also clear that healthcare prices are going up, and that's impacting everybody. So I don't think that our numbers are necessarily off, or we're coming up with different figures. It's very important that everybody is aware healthcare prices are raising, and everybody's being impacted in some level. So I just want to make sure we always are clear about that. I know Rose has stated that several times. On slide 16, it says provided extended day support in late afternoons and evenings. Is this an after-school care program on site, or what kind of support are we offering for students?
Thank you, Member Villa, and I'm seeing Mr. Harris. He may have additional information about that. What we're envisioning is, particularly with the pandemic, Member Villa, we found that there was a need for us to provide services after hours in some cases, and particularly as you were thinking about, for example, college application filing periods. We understand that for many of our students and many of our families, being able to access some of these services up until, say, 2:30, 3 o'clock is just not realistic. And so we kind of are just envisioning the possibility of having some flexible hours, if you will, different start-end times, so that our students and families could have access to these same services and resources at non-traditional times, if you will, because they're so critical for our families for purposes of college counseling, career counseling, understanding apprenticeship programs, and as you can imagine, for many of our families, they're not able to access some of these resources, if they're not available after 3 o'clock.
So these funds, this would be primarily for high school students?
Yes.
Not any younger grades? Okay.
Well, particularly the secondary positions. The elementary positions, those would be taking place during the school day. We think that there are opportunities for our elementary students to start understanding and learning about information about their future decisions and decisions that they make now and how they impact them. But I also think that the transition between elementary and middle school is very, very critical for our students, and we think that this investment will help us support our students and families with that transition.
And let's see.
Anything else, Mr. Harris?
On slide 17, so it says, identified, what are our metrics that we're going to be using for success or support, showing our support for student support? What are we looking at with that information? Because, support provided at all schools based on student needs, coordination of services, identify and address, but what are we looking at? What kind of data should we expect back as a board that it's successful for our students?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Victoria, Director of Student Support and Health Services. So we offer quarterly data reports in our department already for the student support centers that are funded out at our school site. So there's things like number of services, number of students identified and supported, as well as trying to draw some general comparisons to school climate, connectivity, attendance, suspension. I mean, there's many factors that go into all of those rates, but like we've described, how as a system are we pulling together in service and support to our families? So that's an ethic that we've had going and will continue to develop and publicize.
Okay. On student support, also on page 18, I would love to see if we have the possibility of working with some local partnerships with our LGBTQ community. I know we have a wonderful center here in Sacramento, and I'm hoping that we can expand that program for our school sites. I think you answered that one already. And on slide, it says student opportunities for college and career experience. Establish partnerships with business industry partners. Can you give us some examples of some industry or partners that you're looking at, or have maybe you've had experience before? Can we expect with that, I guess?
Hi, good evening. That's a great question, Board Member Villa. We have been in conversation with a couple of our construction business partners, and they have been wanting to provide presentations to our students, or even share or demonstrate, for example, some of the robots that they're using at some of their construction sites. So what we would be hoping to do is leverage this position to bring in industry partners in the after-school space to provide demonstrations and just awareness of the careers that are available. And so that is one example. We also have some folks who from some STEM programs, right, that are wanting to, again, to demonstrate some robotics programs and opportunities for our students. So we're hoping to build on those experiences. We just hired a Link Learning coordinator a couple of weeks ago, so we're really ramping up our partnerships with our businesses, our business partners, and we're hoping to expand and provide those beyond the school day so that we're not interrupting instruction.
Wonderful. And I'd love to see, different partnerships, different business owners. I've spoken with different folks in my community. There are, there are different economic councils like the Stockton Boulevard Partnership, working with local business owners and giving people different experiences, not just, I think STEM and construction are huge. Those are wonderful things. I would love to expand on that. Art, like I said, business, different ways that we can give students different a lens in what's out there in the community.
Absolutely. We have, even with our ag pathway over our urban garden over at Luther Burbank, we have several chefs who have wanted to come in and speak to some of our students. So we're open to expanding those options.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I promise I only have a few other little tabs. How did we come up with the music opportunities for 7th and 8th grade versus elementary? I'm sure there's data behind that, but I'd like to just know that answer.
Thank you. I think that's a really good question. As I shared, our fabulous VAPA director, Mr. CJ DeAngelis, he actually met with me he has a full VAPA, very rich, rigorous proposal that could be its own board presentation, and parts of that included that he really felt strongly that from an equity perspective, when we had some 7th and 8th grade students who were experiencing musical opportunities and then able to move into a high school space where they could be enriched and continue, and other students could not, that was a primary place to ensure that we were expanding our ability. Part of the 1.4 that we're expanding in that VAPA space includes some other remodeling that Mr. DeAngelis has created to ensure that we can have those music opportunities for all 7th and 8th graders. I'll share with the board, and I know Superintendent has mentioned this a couple times this evening, and it's an area of deep concern during this pandemic. And as we think about moving forward, our middle school space should be another space of deep concern for all of us. And so this we just thought was a really good area to enrich the system and ensure that that particular group of students had something special that we knew would help to meet their needs.
Wonderful.
And it also comes from a more broad plan that Coordinator DeAngelis has that he's developing and designing.
Great, and like I said last time, arts and music I think are really important for us to be giving to our students, especially when they come back in the fall.
Absolutely.
I think that was it, guys. Yes, that was it. Thank you, everybody, for answering that. Thank you. Thank you, Member Velez. Student Member Shea, and then Member Phillips.
Yeah, I have two things really quickly. I'm overjoyed, although you can't tell from the tone of my voice, to see the reintroduction of the college and career visits. I know that was something that hit me hard when we had to vote to get rid of that in the fiscal recovery plan, and it's the best going away present I could receive. So thank you, staff, for reintroducing that, as well as the other student opportunities. I know Superintendent was speaking earlier today in a meeting that we were in about the Slide Park opportunity for sixth graders, and I think that's just an outstanding use of our one-time dollars. I wanted to ask about something that I think came up last meeting as well, which is these are a lot of positions that are not hugely attractive to candidates. So if you are looking at a job that's only promised you for 2 years, how are we as a district going to attract good candidates for these jobs, given what's written out in Member Garcia's resolution, that the most likely possibility is that they won't have their job after 2 years?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I'm going to break it up in two parts. Student Board Member Sheikh. The first one is, I think what our community and potential candidates need to hear is our board's commitment to create a budget structure in which we can sustain these programs and these services long-term. And I think we've been very clear about that commitment, and we don't control all of that, but we're going to stay very focused on that, which is why I think the resolution brought forward by Member Garcia with these updates, I think, are going to be critical so that we can inform the board and our community of where we stand in terms of the possibility of sustaining these programs. But that certainly will be the commitment of our staff. Second, I do think we need to recognize that there may be other districts looking to hire very similar positions. And so yesterday we had a wonderful meeting, and I'll ask Chief McCarn to step in here with our partners at Sac State, trying to figure out how could we coordinate from an HR perspective, our HR department, Sac State's HR department, meetings in which deans of different programs that graduate students with the degrees that are necessary for individuals to apply to these positions. How can we partner with them so that we can meet with our deans of the School of Ed, for example, public health, computer science and engineering, so that we can hopefully get ahead and engage in some outreach and recruitment of potential candidates very early on. So let me turn it over to Ms. McCarn, who will be leading that effort as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. And what Superintendent spoke to, certainly the connections with Sac State and other IAG partners, some of which we clearly have in place, but what we're looking at now is a whole new level, right? So looking to build pipelines that will allow for some potential sustainability after, and also looking to create the inroads more directly, because it is going to be a very competitive market. It already is in some respects, but with other districts being additional funds as well, we're using the opportunity to look at the work and engage in the work a little differently and a little deeper than we have before. We currently have some really strong teacher residency program, which we were able to utilize with grant funding. It's in its third year, so we'll be coming to an end. But what it's shown us is how we can more successfully partner. In this case, it's with Sac State to get into the programs before they're getting ready to graduate. So just one idea. And one university. We're looking at a plethora, as is everybody.
Yeah, I really appreciate the proactiveness. There was once a discussion about social distancing and how we were moving to 3 feet, and the superintendent said, we're not being dynamic here, we're not being innovative, we're just following somebody else. And so to see us do something innovative for a chance, I really appreciate. Yeah.
Thank you, Student Member Shake. Member Phillips?
I really would hate to create jobs and then take it away from folks in 2 years. I know we have one grant writer. Has there been any consideration to perhaps hire an additional grant writer to try and draw more revenue? Because for as many things that have been removed from our students, to give them something to pull away in a couple of years, it's not going to do us any good. It's not going to do them any good. It's not going to do their futures any good. So I'm just curious if we are trying to fashion some ways to generate more funds, however we can get them, so that we don't have to do this to our students.
To your question, and certainly Superintendent can feel free to add. We have analyzed our grant writing capacity, and unfortunately, our current grant writer has been in a great position to manage. So to your point, we absolutely have the firepower to continue to apply opportunistically for grants. And within the current person that we have in the role, she's been able to extend her bandwidth to meet all the opportunities that have come previously and ones that we think are coming ahead. So your point's well taken.
So that says if we've already kind of maxed out on what we're applying for in terms of grants, where are we going to get the rest of the money to make up for the fact that in a couple of years we're not going to have a financial ability to keep these people? I see it like an on-off switch. I see us bringing people in, creating some good, things are happening. Maybe children are recovering from whatever they need to recover from, and they're getting assistance where they need to get assistance, and then we kind of drop the bottom out of. And budget is a budget, but this just seems like spending these particular funds is just, it feels like 40 acres and a mule. Like, are we going to get it or are we not going to get it? You know what I mean? It just shouldn't be so temporary. It feels so temporary to me. So, regardless of how fantastic all these ideas are, I just want them to last. And I myself personally have lost out on music programs because they've been cut as I've gone along, my own personal experience from school. So, I don't want to create a gap for students. You know what I mean? You start in the 7th grade, you get through the 8th grade, there's no band program at your high school. That's not what we need. We need to figure out some kind of way to draw that funding in, and it still seems like there's not a lot to do to get that. So, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin in about, 12 minutes? But, it's even hard to think at this hour, but I just want to make sure that we are truly doing everything that we can to guarantee that we're going to be able to keep most of these positions when the time clock runs out.
I will say the complexity of your question is, because this is one-time funding, obviously, I can say as a district, when we know of grant opportunities, we apply, and we apply regularly and consistently. The fundamentals of your question, we don't know the horizon of future grants, and I certainly wouldn't suggest that we'll get enough future grants that we'll be able to easily cover everything going forward, but I will say with certainty that as we become aware of grants, we will continue to competitively apply, and we do have success.
If I can just shed a little bit of light, because I'm right with you. I want to hire and I want to retain. So I am laser focused on that, just as you are, which is why the resolution includes what we're asking the superintendent to do is to come back with a plan that includes identifying additional federal and state ongoing revenues that identifies savings through negotiated solutions, and also that identifies savings through non-negotiated solutions. So these are all ongoing dollars that can be available to retain some of these positions that we're going to start hiring for, because so that we don't pull out the very people that are going to get us through the next few years. We need those people. I mean, we're just up to baseline, right? So I just wanted to share that with you because it's in the resolution that we're going to consider for action next week. And also, many districts are going through this as well, where they're in this very same position where they have an influx of dollars and they need to hire people. And the challenge will be finding the people, because we don't have enough teachers to begin with. We don't have enough counselors. We don't have enough of any of the workforce.
Yeah.
So, but it is a problem we're going to have to continue to stay focused on in the coming years. So, so I look forward to finding a solution with you to make sure that we keep, and I'd like to add more in 2024. I want to keep adding because we know that baseline is not good enough. So I just wanted to share that.
I'd also offer, Member Phillips, that in some ways, the investments that we're looking at probably would better position ourselves to compete for more grant funding. Sometimes we will apply for grants and our capacity is so limited that we have a hard time implementing the grants. And so in a way, bringing in more human resources puts us in a better position to access more grants and effectively implement those grants. But your question is, again, what I think we've been talking about here is the real tension of, we don't have a budget structure in which I can tell you for sure that we will sustain these positions, which is why I think we're putting as many guardrails as possible through very explicit language to provide ongoing updates to you as we try to find ongoing revenues, because grants are also temporary, and or ongoing savings through our negotiations process.
Do you have any additional questions, Member Phillips? I know, I could tell, I could see the wheels moving. That's why I thought I would ask.
Is there any time, like, is there a time that we will know, hey, this isn't going to work before we hit the 2-year mark? You know what I mean? If it's like a year in and we're like, this is not going to work, obviously we need to be letting people know, hey, this is not going to work. We're going to lose staff early, but at least, you know, they'll have an opportunity to perhaps find other employment. It just seems like a risk that we're taking that really we need to take. We have no choice, it seems like, to take it. But at the same time, we're also needing to, you know, hope, pray, whatever it is we need to do to see that if we can get the funding to keep these folks. I mean, even if we had a short, you know, a somewhat longer projection of, you know, maybe 3 years, 4 years, you know, to at least get one freshman through senior class through to college. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, from an ongoing revenues perspective, I would say the budget that we're asking you to adopt sort of assumes the best case scenario of the current negotiations process at the legislative level. So from an ongoing revenues perspective, we would have to wait until the next budget cycle. I'll look to Member Wu when he goes to Washington, and we never know about any additional flexibility. This is a very big influx of resources, and it's possible that there may be extensions for the expenditure period and that could potentially extend the cycle of these one-time funds. But I'll turn it over to our board members who do this day in and day out at the state capitol. I think we would have to wait another budget cycle to determine whether ongoing revenues would be available for us to count on.
I would just, I think that the Budget Act has not been signed by the governor, but what is before him is a better scenario than what our budget is based on. So our budget is based on the governor's proposal in May, and what the legislature sent to him includes more ongoing revenue for school districts. So in early August, we may be talking about having additional revenue in our budget that we can, start considering for these investments on a longer term. So that's a good scenario. I'm hopeful that the final budget includes additional money for school districts on an ongoing basis, which is what's key here. Yeah. Yes. Yes, exactly.
I think we're all right there with you, Member Phillips. Member Morowski?
Thank you. I appreciate the, as always, the detail and clarity around this presentation. Really excited to see all of these positions echo the concerns and the hopes and prayers of my fellow board members. I guess a couple of things. One thing that I feel like I'm kind of missing something big is and we had a meeting, I think it was the June 3rd meeting. There's been so many, I get confused, but it was the meeting that we first had about COVID related funds. And, it's a lot of money. It was projected at about 84 million a year for 3 years. And I see in this presentation, we're talking about staffing, we're talking about around 20 million of funds. There were kind of other pieces and other places of like the ELO funds that were spent, that were going to be spent on summer programming. And so I'm kind of having a difficulty putting all the pieces together and wondering what is the next step in this process where we get, because I was just pulling it up and, for instance, the ESSER funds, ESSER 2, there's about $8 million in this PowerPoint presentation, but in the other presentation, there was about 30 million in ESSER 2 funds for 21-22. So we know that there's a lot more money that is going to be in the budget that's not budgeted now. So I'm just wondering what is the plan for the additional revenue? And what is the process by which we will discuss that, given we're adopting the budget tonight?
May I ask Mr. Vargas if you can weigh in? Certainly, one thing that I do want to remind our board and our community is that we do anticipate having to meet some form of deadline to report back on some of these funding sources as well. I think Ms. Ramos mentioned that I think the next one is in September sometime, so we will be coming back with more detailed information to the board. My commitment stands, as you saw on the next steps piece, Member Morowski, that and I think it's a request that you've made as well. We want to be fully transparent. We need to figure out how we create a public-facing way for our community to monitor all of this information. I would point to slide 11 as one example that I think we're going to have to make sure becomes web-enabled, if you will, so that we can track all of the fund sources and the expenditures as we're moving along. But I do know that Ms. Ramos has indicated that like the ELO plan, we are going to have to start reporting on some of these, and that would be, I think, in September, if I'm not mistaken. I'll look to Mr. Vargas to confirm that, but I would say that this would be happening on an ongoing basis. So we certainly would be able to come back the first week in September. I want to say that the deadline was September 30th, but I could be wrong there with more information.
But I think you're referring to the template for the ESSER 3 is in September. So we have to have that adopted when it comes to the ESSER 3 funds. But also in September, we will be coming back with the unaudited actuals. So we'll finish up the year-end closing process. And we also have talked about that could be a time where we could build in these extra positions once, we come to some conclusion on what is going to be added, that we put those in. But, some of them do require, I believe there are some positions that have no job descriptions yet, but I'm just, there's the unaudited actuals presentation where we could do budget updates, and then of course first interim there's the updates, and if we have information before the 45-day revise on what positions are going to go into the budget, we could also provide it at that time too.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear about, the budget updates, and we'll look forward to, that additional transparency. I'm also I really want to spend this money. And I know that we're not gonna be able to, maintain $80 million worth of staff, and I'm not suggesting that we spend $80 million in hiring, hundreds and hundreds of people that we won't be able to maintain long-term. But I feel like there's a lot of things missing that are not in the budget that I would like to see. Like I heard Ms. Bieda talk about a rich, rigorous VAPA proposal. I would like to see more of that. Where's that? I think we have a lot of money to spend, and I just don't see enough of it, I guess, in the plan so far, and I don't know when it's going to get in there or what it's going to be doing. So some of the things that I was thinking about, is just a lot more of the student opportunities section, like why aren't we just planning to fund like extracurriculars for every single student? We have the money to do it. Why aren't we funding more sports? Why aren't we, more mentorship opportunities, just student employment, during the school year to do things that would help our system, tutoring or whatever. Anyway, I appreciate any comments on that and how we can just do more for our kids over this next year and ongoing. Member Wu? Oh, I'm sorry, I was hoping for an answer.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure.
Apologize.
Member Morowski, I would just ask that on page 41, we were very intentional in making sure that we put, at least for positions, as of today.
Yeah.
And I would say that applies to programs and services as well. And so in the area of VAPA, for example, Chief Bieda did mention we have an entire kind of wish list from our VAPA coordinator that we want to just be a little bit more detailed when we come back to you. Part of what we're trying to do right now is try to get out these positions out so that we can start recruiting for pools of candidates right away. So our focus has been, as you've kind of mentioned and pointing to, has been on positions, if you will. In terms of programs and services, trust me, We have a master plan for athletic to bring golf, for example, at the middle school level, to expand sports across the entire K-12 spectrum, if you will. We will come back with some of those details. What I want to just make sure is that we're not asking you to adopt per se this as a final plan for CARES, but rather the budget adoption piece of it. This is just as quickly as we were able to be intentional and thoughtful, and admittedly we focused right now on the positions, the FTE, and we will be coming back with programs and services as well. I didn't bring my three-legged stool, but one of the legs of that stool is related to student opportunities and closing opportunity gaps, and so we will come back with more details on programs and services, but we do want to just try to get and start posting these positions because we know that we're going to be competing with other entities.
Okay, and just
so
given the timeline.
please provide more. Yeah, please provide more thoughts as well.
So just given the timeline of where we are now and the school year, like, I would like to see these things like in place, right? When kids come back to school, that they have opportunities, that they can just sign up for things, that chess club is not charging them $50. Like, you know, I just feel like we have the money, like we should be doing like all of the things. Like, I mean, we should be like maxing out, like we have probably more money than our community has capacity to, and we have space to like do the extracurriculars that we could literally pay for with this, you know, with this one-time money. And I feel like, you know, I've talked about the deficit in opportunities and services that our kids have had in programs over the last year and a half, and like, you know, I just feel like we should pay them back and provide as many opportunities as possible. So I feel like we need to get on that as well. And I really, you know, I don't want to take it away from posting positions, but we need to have contracts with our community-based service, you know, youth services organizations and you know, anyone who does early engineers or theater programs and all kinds of, you know, I think it's competitive also. So I would like to see those things moving forward. And so given the timing, when would we be informed? Would we have to approve something like that? Is that something that is just going to go forward over the summer, or?
Yeah, I would say, Member Borowski, that we would come back to you probably in the first week in August with additional thoughts on expansion of programs and services with more details. I am very supportive of having a broad definition of engagement, and certainly would be interested in ensuring that we have expanded opportunities for students through stipends, for example, for club advisors, for coaches, those kinds of things. Unfortunately, again, those are programs and services that would be difficult to end, but certainly while we have one-time funds, we could expand those kinds of clubs, organizations, activities during the lunch hour, activities during after school hours on weekends, and do it through agreed upon stipend structures that are already in the collective bargaining agreement. It's an area where I know that I will make our staff anxious again. Just as I've said with college and career and business visits, some of these programs and services, even though they're framed as student opportunities, they will test our capacity. And so what we have to really be thoughtful about is how do we make sure that we coordinate an expansion of programs and services appropriately, and that may require, again, some hiring of staff to be able to coordinate all of those things. And that's where, again, we come back to this tension of how many positions do we create, where programs and services do depend on some level of coordination at the central office level, if you will. But you know, I will commit that we will come back with more details around those areas of kind of program and service expansions.
Okay, I appreciate that and would love to just see a lot of this in place as we come back to school. Yeah, and then the last thing is just, we can use this time to build infrastructure for things, like billing Medi-Cal and health insurance billing, to hopefully support some of those positions, longer term. And I think that's it. Again, thank you. It's a really exciting opportunity.
Thank you. Member Wu and then Member Rhodes.
I think this discussion reminded me that July 1st, CARES Act is taking ideas about and giving grants on first come, first served basis by July 1st on Wi-Fi and other types of infrastructure.
We didn't hear Member Wu. I don't believe his mic is on. On the Zoom side, we can't hear him.
I forgot what I said.
Sorry, you got 36 seconds. Go ahead.
Superintendent, I was just going to say that under the CARES Act, I think there's a September 1st deadline, July 1st deadline for us, for school districts to identify Wi-Fi projects and the like. And the grant is given on a first come, first served basis.
All right. Thank you, Member Wu. Member Rhodes?
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of great information today. And speaking of just the budget itself that we're adopting today, just kind of go back a little bit on that. If I was correct, and I guess that Mr. Vargas could let me know, the funds that are currently not in the budget are ESSER 3. Some of our ESSER 2 funds are not currently allocated in there. And then our expanding learning, some of those funds are not also in there as well. Is that correct, sir?
So ESSER 3 is not in the budget or the multi-year projections at all. ESSER 2, the revenue is recognized as part of the restricted fund balance. So part of that beginning fund balance of 104 million, that is reflecting part of the ESSER 2 funds. And then I believe if you look at the one-time table, we have about 8 million budgeted in 21-22 for ESSER 2. Mm-hmm. And the ELO grant is part of that is budgeted in the 21-22 year, and then it's allocated out in the 22-23 year, and basically we just used how the splits were with the first budget for the ELO. So that's what's included in the multi-year projections.
I appreciate that, sir. And so ending dates for the spending of these funds, so that just for our community can understand, ESSER 3, we have about a 3-year time period to spend that ESSER 3 funds. And I think our ending date is like September 4th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm looking at slide 11, and we have September 30th of 2024 for ESSER 3.
Okay, and then for the ESSER 2, it's September 30th then. Yeah, 2023.
Exactly. That's right.
And then your expanded learning is August 31st of 2022.
Correct.
Okay, and so as we look at these funds in our budget that we have currently, just to the community as a whole, to Sacramento community, think of this budget as not like a stopping point, but a continuance of a conversation, because obviously not all the funds are currently here. We're working with what we currently have now, understanding that there's going to be more conversation around this. You know, we have 45 days, just in case any budget revisions, we can come back within 45 days to revise some of this work. And then also in September, Is it September 15th, Mr. Vargas, when we're talking about the unaudited actuals?
Correct.
Okay, so in September 15th, we're going to come back again and see our real numbers of what we have. And so know that this is just a continuance of that conversation. So today we're looking at the numbers we have. In 45 days, we have the opportunity to come back just in case something changed on the state level. And then in September 15th, we're going to come look at our numbers that we actually have in the budget. So you'll also probably see a surplus in that time as well, just an FYI, so that nobody is like, there's a crazy surplus. I believe we're going to have more money because of definitely the pandemic year and things that happened. And so you're going to see some numbers change and shift possibly by the 15th. So that's what I mean by, for our community members, that it's a continuance of a conversation. Also, you'll probably see the ESSER 3 funds in there and some other funds kind of put in that budget, because we'll be able to properly allocate those things. And so just to our community, just so you guys know that that's what's kind of happening here today. And then also that, you know, all these numbers that you see right now with our deficit spending, how many students that we might lose or we may not lose, these are all projections off of the numbers and the information that we currently have. These are all projections. So if we go a year from now, these numbers might be projected differently. But right now, with the current information we have, these are the projections. And so I want to be super clear, and I understand that everybody here on this panel and the board understands this, but I think it's uber important that our community members also understand as they engage in this conversation and the fluidity of these fiscal documents. Now, getting to the fun stuff, I think that, well, I'm gonna go through it, I guess. Well-being, I think it's beyond dope that we are gonna, the 2 FTE social work for LGBTQIA students. I think that is phenomenal, and that we're doing that is amazing. I think the home services and 2 FTEs for home service supports, that is amazing. And then also our school nurse work. I mean, that kind of investment is very crucial to what we do and how we support our students, especially on an equity lens. I'm going to go to attendance and engagement. They're saying that our students that are not coming to school, our absenteeism quadruple for Black and Brown students during the pandemic, right? And we're going to be kind of zoning in on the home visits and things like that. Now, if you also look at our financial document, we talk about any of our funds that we're going for our ADA, we are seeing a mega COLA, right? But at the same time, we're projecting that we're going to be losing students. It was before 0.1, 0.5 and 0.05. Thank you. And now it's going to be 1.5. And those students, and having this portion of it is going to be very important to get those students back in for our overall ADA. And we look at our COLA and that ADA drop, it really impacts us. And so having a plan to make sure that we are getting those students back in is going to be even more important. And I think that we should also really look at, Superintendent, having a plan for improving those number of students and our drop. We have to have a plan around that. It's one thing to say, hey, we are going to be losing 1.5% of our students projected out. But we have to go to say, okay, we see this issue. Now we're going to make a plan to try to make sure that we don't have this. This can be the projections now, but we need to have action around those projections so that it doesn't become our long-term issue. Once again, projections are great, but how do we kind of engage differently to change those projections? I think 40 academic intervention teachers, that is amazing. I've in the academic side, I've talked to teachers and having those extra people in the classroom and being there, but also how Chief Bieda says, and the focus around what they're going to be doing, that's going to be pivotal into what we do. Obviously, I'm very excited about this side of the plan, so I only have a couple more things. I'm trying to get through it quickly because I know that folks are going to be turning into pumpkins soon. Then we have student opportunities. Okay, boom. So college and career experiences. Now, this is very interesting, and I believe Member Villa was talking about it as well. But being like in some unconventional spaces that we can bring to our students, I think of like urban planning opportunities. You talk about Black and brown people in urban planning spaces and how that your city is actually built out and having more people that actually come from certain neighborhoods to have that urban planning lens. I think that's beautiful. I would say even real estate agents. To have actually opportunity for young people to be able to learn what it is to be able to sell property and housing in their own city. One of the main things we see in real estate is that people who try to buy homes are often not represented, or Black and brown people are not represented in certain areas because there's not enough Black and brown real estate agents to actually be showing the houses. So what ends up happening is the inequalities of the real estate industry or the agent industry of selling is due a lot towards not having enough Black and brown people in those spaces. And so we have a cool opportunity to kind of connect some of those folks into this kind of pipeline. And then VAPA music. I think that the music program should be already at all our schools. Music, art, culture is really a backbone of any well-run society, and it's needed. And so if we can dive deeper, as board member Murawski said, of like, what else can we do? Well, how else deeper can we go with this music and art? I'm being full support of that. And lastly, Slide Park. I went to school in Sacramento 5 School District. I went to Bret Hart Elementary School. I remember vividly Sky Park to this day. And that experience for a young African-American kid from the south side of the city who never went camping, who never saw like snow, like none of that, to be able to go and not have to pay for it and just go and have this experience. It was very scary as a young man in the woods that grew up in the city. But I remember the experience. And it's something that stays with me today. So the more that we can give to students, and especially in the South Side and places that usually don't have that access as much, we can give that to them, that is going to be a beautiful thing. I obviously, there's much more we can talk about here, but I'll leave it at that. I appreciate this presentation. And once again, to my community, this is the start of the kind of conversation, not the ending. And let's continue to have these great presentations. Thank you guys all, to the staff and all my colleagues.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Member Garcia?
Yes, I'll keep it short. As I think Board Member Rhodes just covered the entire budget, so thank you. So I do have just a couple very specific questions on enrollment. The proposed budget includes a 1% decline in enrollment that results in eliminating about 13.5 FTEs on the certificated side and then 13 FTEs on the classified side. So one of the things that stood out for me is that historically, our budgets include about a 0.5% decline in enrollment, or roughly about 200 students per year. So I'd like to understand why this assumption is much higher than prior years.
So when we were developing the enrollment projections for the multi-year projections at second interim, we looked at the decline from the 1920 year to the current year, which is 2021. And we saw that we dropped 1,400 students, which was about 3.5%. So when we develop the enrollment projections using Decision Insight, they provide information for us, as well as the pre-registration numbers. Our enrollment, based off those factors, we were looking at recovering about 700 of those students. And so when we looked on the out years, we ran a 0.05%, a 1%, and I believe a 3%, which was very close to the 3.5% that we saw from 1920 to 2021. So we just decided that a 1% would be more conservative and would provide a little bit more protection in the out years and in developing our revenues, just because we don't know what's going to happen when we open up schools for 21-22, and that's why we went with the 1% versus the trend of 0.05%, just because of what happened from 1920 to 2021.
Okay, I guess if this can be part of our regular updates too, because to the extent that students come back and this 1% decline in enrollment assumption changes, and that's important information for us to have, especially because it directly impacts the elimination of a specified number of FTEs. Now, in terms of the on the first page, the proposed budget multi-year projections, there is an unappropriated fund balance of about $28.7 million, not only in the budget year, but in the 2 additional years. Can you share why that is unappropriated? I mean, do we not know how we're going to spend those dollars? Because it's part of the unrestricted general fund. So I'm trying to understand why there's so much money unappropriated in the unrestricted general fund for 3 years in a row.
So the number that is filling in that unappropriated fund balance is the difference between the ending balance and then the allocation for the revolving stores and prepaids, as well as the reserve for economic uncertainty. And then, as you can see, we have assigned $48 million in the first year, and so that becomes the difference. And so really, if we don't have an assignment for it, then it becomes an unappropriated part of the fund balance. And so we currently have assignments under that other assignments of setting aside the deficit spend in the 2022-23 year, and then the 23-24 year, as well as a set aside for the supplemental concentration as protection because of the we're going to be serving free meals again in 21-22, so we may not get our unduplicated count. And if you remember back to the first interim for the 2021 year, we saw a decline of almost $6.5 million with our first go around with those numbers. So that is part of our assignments as well. So if we have something else to assign, then it will pull from the unappropriated fund balance. But right now, our assignments are the deficit spend and the supplemental concentration reserve. And then in the third year out, we set aside $5 million for textbook adoption.
Okay.
That's what the number represents. So as we get more assignments, then we will assign it, and it goes in the assigned column, and the unappropriated fund balance decreases.
And that'll be part of our updates as well, as you're assigning these based on need. And then just lastly, I did want to, just say that I'm really excited about spending, or about, the proposed expenditures, and I'm excited about spending even more money, especially as we continue to support student opportunities. I'm excited about all the proposals, but I did want to, as I was thinking about Slide Park, it's something that my daughters were really excited to participate in their 6th grade, which was this year, and that did not happen. But one of the things that comes to mind is that sometimes these types of opportunities require parent chaperones. So I want to make sure that that we also think about how we support our parents in participating in these opportunities with their children, especially if the fees are not there available for them. So just want to make sure that we take that into consideration so that we can include that in the budget as we move forward, so that it's a full experience for not only the student, but also the parents are able to participate. And then looking forward to seeing more on athletics, because I think that's really important. And then also supporting our after-school programs. Those are critical to making sure that our students have somewhere to go and that our parents can rely on after-school programs as they go back to work full-time. And then I think in subsequent maybe updates, I also would like to see more information, especially about the instructional aides. There is a requirement to hire instructional aides. So I want to know how many and where they will be going to support our educators and our students. So just in subsequent. So that's all I had, but thank you. Thank you so much for all the hard work. And with that, I move to approve the budget.
Wait, we still have,
Pardon?
Member Phillips?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
then
I haven't had an opportunity
I'm
to talk
sorry.
either.
I've lost track. Okay.
Just a quick question. After removing the SROs, did we reabsorb the funding for that into the budget? I wasn't here when we pulled back the SROs. I'm curious if that funding is being reapplied.
We haven't even had a safety meeting to know how they're being. Go ahead,
Mr. Vargas,
Superintendent.
do you have an answer to that? I know that Mr. Lozada may not be available.
I don't have an answer to the SROs. We'd have to research that.
Yeah, we can get back to you, Member Phillips, on that.
Thank you. Considering it's 12:31, I'm going to forego all of my comments and move this on. It's action. I want to keep in mind that we still have a whole nother page of 3 public hearings and another agenda topic. So, so with that, this is an action item. A motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call. We're not going to.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Garcia? Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
No.
Thank you. Item 10.3, approve 2021-22 school plan for student achievement. Hello, Mr. Harris. Not right now.
Guess it's appropriate to say good morning for President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. It's my pleasure this evening, Vincent Harris, the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, to present to you tonight the 2021-2022 school plans for student achievement adoption. You know, the alternative title for this presentation actually is Progress, Not Perfection, because what we'll do tonight is obviously present the planning process to you for our sites and share with you key findings and trends in terms of some of the site plan adoption. But really what's most important, and I'm joined this evening in the presentation by Dr. Kelly Odipo, our leader of the Office of State and Federal, is really showing our work. And so many times we use this term, cycle of continuous improvement. Part of this presentation tonight is to really give you a sense of what does it mean to look at a major strategic process, that being our site planning process, and over the last 2 years, share with you some of the innovations we've tried to do in order to build capacity, reduce variation in our site plans. We're still not there yet, so we have some emerging progress to share with you, but it's on the path where we feel like we're stronger now in presenting site plans that will have more consistency over time as we continue these practices. We'll also have an opportunity to hear directly from our Director of MTSS, Jennifer Crutchman, to give you a sense of how we're leveraging other skills that the system's building in order to build deeper knowledge, really affirming what site planning has always been, but now integrating the MTSS database decision-making framework as a way to strengthen our student needs assessment and overall strengthen the ability for sites to monitor progress or identify more opportunities for their students. And then finally, we're actually going to end with a site leader exemplar. So we'll hear from our leader of Washington Elementary, Dr. Ahima Godina, and she'll give you a sense of the work and on the site level, so that we think it's very important for you as we think about site planning, that you have an opportunity to hear from one of our site leaders about that work. So with that, we'll dive right in. We talk a lot about how do we disrupt inequities in our system. We talked earlier this evening as to how the LCAP is a major artifact to do that, and actually at the local level, our site plans are a major way to do that, all wrapped around the notion of extending the opportunity for all of our students by fulfilling the promise of the guiding principle, and also challenging ourselves to say that as we know every system is purposely designed to get the results that it gets, how do we change the results in our system by designing opportunities, in this context, site planning, that allow us to disrupt the inequities. Oops. Some of you will remember that the board actually participated through the Public Education Leadership Project just a couple of years ago, otherwise known as PELP. And the problem of practice that was developed by the district team that went was really wrapped around the conversation of making sure every budget and instructional decision at the site level and district level use the principles of continuous improvement with the fundamental belief that all children can learn. And so that's really been the anchor for all of our work in terms of reducing variation in our site planning processes. How do we build and strengthen the ability for all of our site teams to be able to present plans that really are anchored around this notion that all students, regardless of how we might talk about students, are able to learn at high levels. And so we come back to this image this evening, and now we're going to emphasize a different part of it. So we emphasized earlier tonight as we kicked off the presentations around this notion of obviously student outcomes driving our overall district plan, driving our budget. That same premise now applies in the context of the local school site. And so it's still about student outcomes, still about what do we need to do in order to accelerate student achievement, but now it drives our site planning process. And those arrows mean something. So as you see the arrows going back and forth between our site plan and the LCAP, it's really recognizing, again, this connectiveness that in the context of the district, our LCAP is the major artifact to speak to our district work. In the context of our sites, our site plan is the major artifact to speak to our site work, but that there's relatedness between them. They don't happen discretely, they actually happen concurrently. And so what is the SIPSA? Well, this is a simple definition. I will only read the bold part. The School Plan for Student Achievement is a document that represents a school's cycle and continuous improvement of student performance. So again, coming back to the theme of the evening, we're doing all of this to what end? It is to accelerate and sustain high levels of student performance. And then obviously, further words on the page give you the context around the comprehensive data review and thinking about, again, the intersectionality of what we do for our students and how we plan for that from a budgeting perspective. And this just gives a pictorial frame. So I used words on the other page. This is just another modality to try and just give the frame of student achievement being the anchor of all our work. And how do we go about this notion of gathering data, ultimately using that data then to study, plan, and then do. So this whole notion that all of this is integrated with this chief purpose of driving and accelerating student achievement. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Dr. Kelly Odipo, and she'll take you deeper into some of the SIPSA trends we're seeing, but I would say equally important, some of the work we're doing to continue to reduce variability and improve the overall process for our sites.
Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Kelly Odipo. And before we get a little bit deeper into our SIPSAs this evening, I'd like to just present this slide. And basically, this is a list of all of our federal and state funding sources. All schools have access to the LCFF Supplemental Concentration Grant Funds, and some of our schools are allocated Title I funds based on the percentage of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch services. Next slide, please. So Chief Harris talked a little bit about the connection between LCAP and our SIPSAs, or our School Plan for Student Achievement. The SIPSA and the LCAP are aligned in several ways. For example, they both rely on verifiable data, such as the California Dashboard, which is used to conduct comprehensive needs assessment. And based on findings of that needs assessment, goals are developed to improve student outcomes. In addition, our community is involved in the development of the plans. For example, a site collaborates with their school site council, and for the LCAP, our LCAP advisory or our LCAP PAC help to develop the plan, as well as other community members and community organizations provide input as well. Also, they're similar in the fact that progress monitoring is implemented. For the SIPSA, the progress monitoring is implemented through the mid-year review process, which we'll talk a little bit more about this evening as well. The SIPSA and the LCAP do have differences, obviously. The first is that the Every Student Succeeds Act requires that all schools that are Title I funded must complete a SIPSA. And the LCAP includes all school site LCFF supplemental concentration dollars. And lastly, school site councils must approve the SIPSA prior to board adoption. Next slide, please. So the SIPSA development process begins with a comprehensive needs assessment, and the findings from the needs assessment forms the basis of each SIPSA goal. Additionally, the school site council reviews the SIPSA and the data, and when available, they might use school and site data to analyze whether the current SIPSA plan strategies and activities were effective in achieving the goal. Based on this analysis, as well as the comprehensive needs assessment process, the next year's SIPSA is drafted. The next step in the SIPSA review process is during that process, several elements of the plan are reviewed by district staff. The first review is completed by my office, the Office of State and Federal Programs. We review and provide feedback on each SIPSA for Title I and LCFF cost allowability. We want to ensure that expenditures in the SIPSA are allowable, reasonable, and necessary. In other words, does the SIPSA address the need that is based upon data? We also ensure the completion of the sections required for comprehensive support and improvement, or CSI and ATSI status. And we ensure that the school site council is correctly composed for each school site. The second step in the review process is completed by the school's Instructional Assistant Superintendent, or IAS. The IAS provides principals with feedback on goal development, specific strategies and actions listed in each goal, and the use of appropriate measurable outcomes. The IAS helps determine if the goal is clear, if the goal clearly specifies the target, and they also review each SIPSA to determine if the specific needs of student groups or targeted students are being appropriately addressed. The combined feedback from state and federal programs and the IAS is taken back to the school site council, and if necessary, the school site council will make updates to the SIPSA and provide their approval. Next slide, please. So this slide provides just a sample of the SIPSA trends and how those trends, goal trends, and how those trends align to the LCAP goals. So I won't read each one, but you can see that our LCAP goals and our SIPSA trends do have some alignment. Next slide, please. So for the last 2 years, we have modified our SIPSA development process. And this year, we partnered with Sacramento State University to conduct a study on our revised SIPSA development process. The findings of this study highlighted improvements as well as areas of opportunity. So this slide shows the findings from that study. So one finding stated that the district's new SIPSA process provides clear guidance and expectations, coupled with a systematic support to schools, and is much improved since Dr. Wong at Sacramento State University's analysis and was completed in the fall of 2016. Sac State's findings also found that we really need to focus a little bit more on ensuring that excellence is a key driver in our focus on educational equity. And we also need to consider just involved in making really big new processes for implementing our things like our SIPSA. In addition, school site improvement cycles must focus on professional learning, and so there is a need for additional professional learning. And the SIPSA process, as structured by the state and modified by our district, does have some limitations. Next slide, please. So I mentioned our revised SIPSA process, and this slide kind of takes us through where we were and where we are now. So just as some background knowledge, we started in the 18-19 school year, and we really looked at our federal program monitoring findings. So just for some background, a federal program monitoring is provided for any school districts or charters or county offices that receive federal funds, and those entities are monitored by the California Department of Education every other year. And that monitoring is just to ensure that we are in compliance with federal and state laws. So after the 18-19 FPM review, the district implemented a new SIPSA review process that included structured guidance and also additional support to schools. In the 19-20 school year, we partnered with Sac State, which we actually discussed finding from that research study. And we also did in March of 2021 another federal program monitoring. And this federal program monitoring really helped to highlight some of the areas that we had major findings in during the 18-19 school year. So we were really excited to see that there were no findings related to the district's new SIPSA development process. This year's review confirmed that the district had demonstrated compliance in the following areas. So the SIPSA documentation contained all the required components of program evaluation, including a documented student needs assessment. The SIPSA mid-year review process demonstrated effective progress monitoring. The council members that were interviewed during were able to speak to the SIPSA development process. Next slide, please. So the mid-year review process is something that is required by the Every Student Succeeds Act for all schoolwork programs. And the mid-year review process is a process where it provides each school site a framework for monitoring the implementation of their high leverage strategies that are funded with both Title I and supplemental concentration funds. Use local data to measure, the slides went back. Schools will use local data to measure student outcomes and progress. Next slide, please. So this is an example of our in-district continuous improvement process to improve our SIPSA mid-year review. You'll see this is a side-by-side comparison between 1920's mid-year review process and then what school sites did during 2021. So we hope to improve upon this process by working with our with principals and finding out what works for them and what does not work for them so that we can make this mid-year review process successful and really get at the needs of students. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chief Harris.
So recognizing, of course, obviously we've got some good content here, but we also recognizing the time that you're facing and don't want you all to turn to pumpkins. I'll go through this slide relatively quickly, but it's meant to really give a front end to what Dr. Odipo just spoke to, right? As we talk about continuous improvement, why it matters, what it looks like. You know, we use these terms, plan, do, study, act. We actually think of our work in these frameworks. So the exact same questions that Dr. Odipo just shared on the prior slide are here, but they're in the appropriate bucket of a planning question, a do question, and a study question, and an act question. And so in the context of the work of reducing variation in our SIPSA quality, this is something that we've seen as very important to do. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Crutchman to take you through another important leg that we've implemented this year to really strengthen our student needs assessment.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Hopefully this time I'll be able to make words and you'll be able to understand what I am saying. So basically, with the start of MTSS, we realized we had to connect dots. We began the rollout of our multi-tiered system of supports, and that's called our MTSS framework. MTSS is defined as a comprehensive continuum of evidence-based, systematic practices to support a rapid response to students' needs. So naturally, we began making those connections between the SIPSA development process at sites and the implementation of our district-wide MTSS. There are many points within the SIPSA cycle when schools will use the data-based focus of MTSS. The comprehensive needs assessment allows schools to objectively look at what they're doing that is successful for all students. What also needs to be done, what needs to be discontinued or changed, what needs to be adapted, and what gaps exist that need to be analyzed, resourced, and addressed. The goal is to implement programs in our schools that have the highest probability of success for all students. In order to do that, we must know, without a doubt, what needs exist. So we need data. We need to know what barriers our students face, and we must be able to evaluate and monitor what we try. MTSS provides that clear and concise roadmap. Next slide. This way of doing business isn't new. We've always looked at data. We've always had teams. Much of this work is and has been done for years at many different levels at the sites and at the district. But it's been done in silos, and there have been pockets of success and excellence. It is now a matter of equity. We must bring these practices to all of our students at all of our schools. We are strengthening and perfecting these processes. When implemented with fidelity, leaders utilize data to create their SIPSA goals that are soundly based in data to form a strong Tier 1 foundation. And hopefully that Tier 1 foundation meets the needs of 80% of our students. That's the goal of MTSS. It allows them to be thoughtful about using resources appropriately and impactfully. And it also uses data to continually monitor and improve the effectiveness of their actions. MTSS makes the SIPSA school improvement process more effective and ensures that we're supporting the needs of all of our students using data and a system that is used district-wide. Thank you. And I'll turn it over now to Dr. Godina from Washington Elementary.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So just to very quickly go over the process of what that has looked like, all of the decisions that you all make here in this body, like how does it all play out on the site? So at Washington, our school site council is led by a collective group of parents, teachers, classified staff, and myself. Over the years, we've synthesized our plan around 3 goals based on attendance data, academic and benchmark data, and data related to social emotional learning. That information has centered our focus around like basically 3 goals. Academic supports for our students, so kind of we look at that as the who, SEL data, and that's like the why, and STEAM, you know, our STEAM program, and that's like the how. And at Washington, that's project-based learning. So working with our parent and our teacher community, it's been a process to facilitate conversations around how budget development and enrollment connect to staffing allocation, our site funding, and how that ultimately drives our plan each year, because that data also tells the story of like what direction our school is going in and how we should pivot or continue. Our team of teachers are the first line to see how the implementation of the goals are producing results or not. They have the raw data, and our classified staff has the attendance and the fiscal data. And then that data in turn tells us like what we may need, you know, like where we need to train more in, you know, whether it's more conferences, you know, or what that external learning looks like. One of the initiatives that our school site council has implemented this year has been paying our teachers 2 hours a month, which may not seem like a lot, you know, but it's specifically for our team to look at project-based learning through an anti-racist lens. And using the data from our first goal, the academic piece, and then creating curriculum for our second and our third goal around STEAM and PBL in a way that's not only empowering for our colleagues, you know, our teachers, but also for our students ultimately. Each month, our school site council monitors data to ensure that our planned strategies are being implemented effectively. The input is valuable. You know, their lens of analysis, the questions, you know, and their expertise, like, ensures that our process is transparent. Thank you.
So to wrap up, really the emphasis here is recognizing the road ahead and applying lessons learned. Obviously, coming out of a pandemic, we recognize that we had to maintain flexibility and need to adjust our plans to the current environment. Some of that meant using different data points. So historically, obviously, SBAC might have been what you'd see in most of our SIPSAs. This past year, you saw more things around letter grades, chronic absenteeism, district common assessments, local assessments at the site. You know, continuing to build this connectivity between our site planning and our district level planning, recognizing that with the strength of us using basically the same overarching tool for the needs assessment, there's an opportunity to continue the synchronicity of making sure that as we develop our site plans, they're taken into account, but in the local context of the site. And then many action steps that are refinements, but also areas for us to continue to grow. You know, the actionability, as Ms. Crutchman spoke to, really leveraging the strength of the multi-tier system of support to have the SIPSA be an artifact showing how it's being implemented at a site. Really connecting, and this is our work with the fiscal team, getting very explicit about seeing connections between site action plans and the expenditures they make, so that we can talk in terms around, for this level of expense, here is what we're seeing in terms of student impact. And ultimately really supporting our site leaders and getting better at differentiating that support, because we know that, you know, many times we hear the variation in the potential quality of SIPSAs, and so we recognize that we've got to do more to support site leaders across our 70+ schools to give them all the appropriate strength in building their site plans, and of course obviously building that community partnership through the school site councils, but also in the local context in which our SIPSAs are implementing and creating outcomes for our students. With that, we'll request the board adoption of the school site plans for student achievement.
Thank you. I believe we may still have 2 live public comments.
We have a comment from Rich Vasquez.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for sticking with us.
Again, I appreciate this SIPSA process. You know, it's a way of parent engagement. I was involved at the elementary side for 5-6 years. I've been at the high school side over here at Johnson for the last couple of years. And again, it's a process, but I just want to make some things known. Again, this coming year, I know COVID, so that really messed a lot of things up and the implementation. But again, just like the LCAP, I want to go back to the implementation and accountability of what we got going on our SIPSA. This coming year for our SIPSA at Hiram Johnson, we have the Kelvin program. Something happened where the district, you know, I guess liked it a lot too, and we put it on hold at our site, so we didn't get it till 2021 when we wanted it in September. Also, we had bilingual instructional aides in our SIPSA. We didn't get them cleared through the district until the next 2021. So, right, we're expecting these things to help our goals and improve our site earlier in the year. So I want to know, you know, hold that stuff accountable. Even through the SIPSA, I know I came this was the last year of a school improvement grant, and those fundings came through the SIPSA. We had goals for teaching for math, and we didn't have teachers. Right, I lived at a teacher vacancy. Even all our goals, we have high teacher vacancies at Hiram Johnson, and you know, I'm not gonna be satisfied until I see a 0 on there, because again, this is a specific problem that I've seen and I looked up. So again, I know I'm talking to myself about it, and not many people are handling that. But again, the SIPSA's accountability and implementation. Also, one more quick thing: we have training in our SIPSAs. I know that the collective bargaining agreement, kind of dictates what our training. So, is it a waste to put the training inside our SIPSA? When we say training for a school site, we want all our teachers to understand, take the training and get better, improve. So, I really want to dig on that and understand: is it worth putting training inside our SIPSA? Again, a lot of good job, a lot of process, but again, I appreciate the time and look forward to the improvements with the SIPSAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. We'll open up for board dialogue. Member Garcia?
I do have one question. I did just quickly scan the SIPSAs in the schools in my area. And one of the questions that came to mind, if I understand the SIPSA correctly, it's at the school site level. It is aligned to the LCAP and then to, obviously, to the district, right? Priorities priorities. But how does the SIPSA at a school site connect to a SIPSA at another school? And I'm thinking about the primary school that feeds many of their students to a secondary school, to elementary to middle school. How do those interact? In terms of ensuring that they're being well prepared to be successful in middle school and then from middle school to high school. So is there any interaction with SIPSAs in that space, or is it mostly more vertical?
Go ahead, Dr. Odibo.
I was just going to say that's a very good question. The SIPSAs don't connect from one school to another because it's really based on the needs of the individual students within the individual school site. However, a school site could use information or track their students and figure out how their students are performing at another school to plan for that, right? So if students for example, if students are struggling in math in the 7th grade, and I'm an elementary school principal, and I can really look at why that is and how I can strengthen their math foundational skills in the K through 6 setting in my school site. But we don't have SIPSAs that really connect from one school to another.
And that's one of the examples that I notice. It's the focus about additional support for math in middle school. So I'm just wondering, in 7th grade in particular, so just wondering, how does the SIPSA at an elementary school is able to help mitigate that? So that was it. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I do have one question, and I'm going to try to get this out. I'm really tired. So I'm just wondering, let's just say there's a student at a school that's receiving services, and they move to a different school. And they may move to 4 different schools within the year. How does that affect the SIPSA at different sites? Does it follow a student, or it's just for the school site? I'm trying to fully understand.
I'll start with the response and we'll defer to Dr. Odibo if there's gaps. Ultimately, there's a kind of a lagginess to what you described, Board Member Pritchett, in the sense that, the SIPSA is based on the population of students. So it's a holistic site-level analysis. And so the notion of a fractal student moving here or there probably, in essence, won't change the delivery of services. So if a student had a certain need and it was identified within the school site A, and over the course of school year moved to school site B, but school site B didn't identify the same need, there probably will be some gap in service.
Okay.
Because it's a holistic assessment based on the data of the students there, and more summative because, of course, you're making a broad planning stance, and so you are taking into account kind of the holistic population of students. If I were to do a dovetail back to Board Member Garcia's question, certainly we've seen in some of our high schools when they're deconstructing like Math 1, sometimes that will lead them back to their feeder schools, but you're right. These questions you're asking are very contextual because they are driven by the needs of that site, and so they'll have to make a decision if that's a big enough need that it's going to holistically impact their student population.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Member Morosky?
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to staff and also to Dr. Godina for hanging with us and thank you for the community engagement you have at your site. Appreciate it.
President Pritchett, I know it's very early or late, but I did want to just acknowledge, first of all, yes, Dr. Godina for being with us and for reminding us when she said good morning. But in terms of slide 14 and 15, and certainly this lends itself for a longer discussion and workshop, I do want to just acknowledge again the staff's commitment. We have again, another cross-functional group that meets regularly on the SIPSA development process. But I just want to commend staff for their commitment to work around this mid-year review process, as well as just for the board. To better understand the PDSA cycle. I know that board members have asked, how do we know, for example, which students are going to benefit? And at the local context level is where those decisions need to be made. And I hope that the board can see just, again, in slide 14 and 15, how that should be happening in some ways with a check and balance approach, right? What we will be able to have access to at the district level. But Principal Godina, for example, understanding her community, the needs of her students, and going through this process with a great deal of discipline and fidelity, and being able to answer those questions at her level, for Washington Elementary, for example. We believe that the SIPSA process continues to be a great vehicle for our site leaders and our school site councils to bring innovation to their students. And all we're asking for is that they remain committed to answering and going through this process, which is a pretty disciplined approach, tying the expenditures to student outcomes, wondering and asking, did that pan out the way that you envisioned it? And in the world of improvement science, this question of what did we learn? What are we going to adopt? What do we have to adapt? And in some cases, what do we have to abandon? Those are things that have to be taken very seriously, and I know that our site leaders are doing that. And so I'm just really excited that I know it's really late, but just what you, I think, said, Member Garcia, trying to create those linkages between the district budget adoption that you took action on, the LCAP that you took action on, and now the SIPSAs. We as a staff think that those votes should never be mechanical or mechanistic. We're striving to create a place in which, as board members and as our community, those things are considered all interdependent of one another.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you to staff. This is a conference action item, so if I can get a motion to move this from conference to action. Second. Got a motion, a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, all in favor say aye. All right, we are now into action. Is there any additional comments? All right, can I get a motion for?
Second.
Thank you. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu? Aye. Member Garcia? Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, students.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Item 11.0, public hearing. 11.1, public hearing, first reading of revised board bylaw 9121, president, and 9322, agenda meeting materials. Mr. Bozio, still with us?
Yes, just barely. Yes, President Pritchett. Good evening, President Pritchett and Board of Education, Superintendent Aguilar. We are here tonight. I'm Raul Bozio, in-house counsel, presenting for you some proposed revisions to two of your board bylaws tonight for your consideration of first reading of those revisions to bylaw 9121 and 9322. And both of these relate primarily to the agenda setting process. So some small revisions to the agenda setting process as outlined in those bylaws. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background about your bylaws and the role of the board. which is to provide, the board is required to work with the superintendent to fulfill its major responsibilities, including setting the direction of the district through a process that involves the community, parents, guardians, students, and staff, and is focused on student learning and achievement. These particular bylaws have not been revised since 2008, so they're due for some revision. Next slide, please. As I previously stated, the revised board bylaws now streamline the agenda setting process to the board president and superintendent. These revisions confirm the process for the public and other board members to submit requests for agenda topics. And these revisions now bring the district in line with the processes used by most other school districts throughout California in the setting of their agendas. Particularly of note that the revision to 9121, very minor, one small change. Again, it basically moves the agenda setting process to a process that is handled by the superintendent and the board president, and not the executive committee. And likewise, that's basically the same change that we have here proposed in 9322. Again, setting the agenda preparation and process to the board president and the superintendent, which is again consistent with our CSBA model policy. Follows the same process, as well as many other districts throughout the state and the region, including Folsom, Cordova, Twin Rivers. They have basically the bylaw that we're looking to revise to be consistent with those. With that, I take any questions or comments.
Surprisingly, we have no public comment. Open us up for board discussion. Any member Morosky?
Just a comment that, supportive of this. I think it would, just create more efficiency in setting the agendas, and yeah, I don't see any issues, so thank you.
Any others? No? Oh, Member Shake?
Thank you. Really quickly, this mentions that it confirms the process for the public and other board members to submit requests for agenda topics. What is that process?
That is part of our communications process of just submitting an agenda topic to the president and the superintendent.
Got it. And then, does executive committee serve a function after this?
Yes. Ms. Collins, would you like to answer that question? I can kind of, the executive committee is still in existence and stands in line. Like if I am absent from a meeting, then they would take over the meeting.
Got it. But it's just presiding duties at this point.
Yes, but not as part as the agenda creation.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good questions. And Ms. Collins, did I get that okay? Yep. Okay. All right, good. All right. With that, this is a first hearing, or first reading, sorry, so we'll bring this back. There's no other questions. Item 11.2, public hearing for Resolution 3209, resolution of intention to convey public utilities easement entitlements to the County of Sacramento at Fernbank Middle School. This is an action item. Nathaniel, I assume it's just you. I was wondering if you turned into like George Costanza or something. Okay.
I am here, thank you. Yeah, so thank you, board. This is a public hearing today for the intention to convey public hearing utilities and easement entitlements to the County of Sacramento at Fernbank Middle School. The County of Sacramento is requesting an easement on Fernbank Middle School in order to provide utilities and install a crosswalk across the front boulevard in front of the school, Kearney Avenue. This effort is to improve safe routes to school and will also include additional sidewalk areas a couple blocks away from the school itself. The resolution for the board's review is on consent tonight.
Great, thank you. We don't have any public comment on this. Is there any board comment? All right, can I get a motion to approve? I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
I had something, President.
Oh, I apologize, Member Rhodes.
No problem, no problem. I was going to say, I think that the crosswalks in that area is going to be huge upgrade for the area itself. I think the apartments right there, right next to Fern Bacon. Actually, as a young child, I actually lived in those apartments. It was I would say a lot of car accidents and people getting hit by cars. I would say that, and so it's because the opportunity to improve that, and the county gets to improve it, and we get to reap the benefits. I think it's a wonderful thing. So I definitely support this.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu? Aye. Member Garcia? Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Thank you. Item 11.3, public hearing, SCUSD SELPA Plan, Governance, Annual Budget Plan, Annual Service Plan. Giovanni, are you presenting?
I am. Thank you very much. It is very late, so I will try to make this very quick and just share that this is the public hearing for that local plan. We had the presentation earlier that highlighted the annual budget plan as well as the annual service plan. This presentation here is definitely much shorter, and I will go through it just to highlight a couple of sort of key details about the SELPA local plan. Next slide, please. So this is the introduction of this SELPA local plan. Next slide, please. Once again, IDEA requires that each SELPA develop a plan to ensure a continuum of services and supports available to all students with disabilities. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in the previous presentation, beginning in July of 2020, all SELPAs are required to submit a local plan using CDE adopted templates. And these are all of the sections that are required as a part of a local plan. A number of these attachments are sort of signatures after this public hearing and hopeful adoption. And then they would be submitted to the county office and then to CDE after that. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in the previous presentation, the part of the new process with CDE is that the entire SELPA local plan is updated once every 3 years, which includes the governance section, which is definitely part of a newer requirement. But annually, the annual budget plan as well as the annual service plan are requirements that come for a public hearing and adoption. And this would be in alignment then with our continued work to develop a display and a publication that provides greater transparency and collaboration and information to our community about the students that we serve in special education and how we utilize our funds for that support. Next slide, please. In an effort to build community and promote collaboration, we've began sharing updates about the new templates and the new forms with our community advisory committee. We developed that Padlet, created the website, and all the drafted local plan documents were uploaded to the SELPA website as of May 18th of 2021. I will share that we did have some technical difficulties around accessing those forms for some folks. It's kind of a funky way in which CDE is using PDFs, and you just a number of different steps that are involved with to download them. But we were able to get a workaround that and then updated the website and shared with individuals who had reached out for those documents to myself. Next slide, please. So next steps that we have going on with going into our work with 2122 is to work with our Community Advisory Committee to establish a clear scope of how and when to evaluate and monitor the progress on the implementation of our local plan through a community perspective, establish a cross-functional committee to provide updates on the local plan, and its implementation to the CAC. So it's not just me. We can hear from different folks. We can have budget conversations. We can have conversations about how this is affecting things like transition planning or the correlation between special education and MTSS. So we want to form opportunities to really kind of give more life to the local plan. And then we want to continue to work on aligning our local plan with our LCAP. And so with that, that's my presentation.
All right, thank you, Giovanni. We may or may not have one live public comment.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. I will open this up for board discussion. All right, I'll open it up for, you what? Oh, okay, go ahead, Member Phillips.
Define Padlet.
Padlet, it's a website where we can drop information into it. And then there's opportunities that if you have the link, you can essentially kind of like add post-it notes to it. So you can provide your feedback and thoughts to that website based off of the topics.
So it's a Jamboard. Jamboard?
It's like a Jamboard, yes. Okay. It's like very much like a Jamboard.
Good question. With that, I'll entertain. Oh, go ahead, Member Morosky.
I just wanted to thank you, Joe, again for your collaboration and the improvements on this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morosky. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morosky?
Aye.
Member Wu? Yes. Member Garcia? Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
All right, thank you. Item 12.0 consent agenda. We may or may not have a one live public comment on item 12.1B.
We do from Terence Gladney.
Oh. Terence, it's not your birthday anymore. Are you there? Do we have him? No? Okay, all right. All right, with that, I will entertain a motion for consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Yes on all items not subject to closed session.
Thank you. And superintendent roll call?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morosky?
Aye.
Member Wu? Aye. Member Garcia? Aye. Member Villa? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
All right, thank you. Item 13.0, business and financial and information reports, all received. Item 14.0, future board meetings, dates and locations, August 5th here, August 19th here.
Member Pritchett and June 30th, sorry.
Oh, and June 30th. Okay, thank you. Here as well. With that, before I entertain a motion for adjournment, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Michael F. Berrigan. Michael F. Berrigan, a native of Ireland, let me take this off, passed away peacefully at the age of 90 on June 10th, 2021. Mr. Berrigan was a lifetime employee of our district. He began his career at the district as a custodian at Elder Creek Elementary School, and over the course of 36 years, worked his way up to retire as an administrator in state and federal programs. He was a graduate of California State University, Sacramento, and a graduate student of the University of Pacific in Stockton. We send our condolences to Una, his beloved wife of 44 years, and all of his family and friends. He was loyal and hardworking employee, and a positive example to all that knew him. Thank you for your service, and rest in peace, Mr. Berrigan. With that, to the member Sheikh, would you like to entertain a motion to adjourn?
I would like to move to adjourn.
All right, can I get a second? All right, all in favor say aye.
Nay.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you and good morning.
Here.